Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Gao Yang was taken aback. Given how strong War Tiger was, he should have dealt with the monster yesterday. Why would they be at a stalemate? Was the monster much stronger than it appeared to be? But soon, Gao Yang realized that wasn't at all the case. With a hand holding his short sword and the other hand in his pocket, War Tiger turned around to the four of them and said in a casual tone, "Done? All right, time for a lesson." Seizing the moment War Tiger turned away from it, the summoner stabbed at War Tiger's back with the claws of his hand. "Watch." War Tiger reacted before Gao Yang could even utter the word out. With his side to the monster, he held his short sword with a reverse grip and parried the sharp claws, knocking it away. The clash of their forces left the monster a little off balance, and in that split second, War Tiger moved like his time alone was fast-forwarding, and he twirled the sword and made an upward slash from an unpredictable angle, cutting off the summoner's arm with ease. Time froze for half a second. War Tiger turned around and pulled back his sword. Splash! Blood gushed out and splattered in the air from the stump of the summoner's shoulder as it collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. War Tiger stood amid the crimson rain with his back to the monster, looking so cool that he appeared unapproachable. He snapped his fingers to break them out of their reverie. Focus. Time for our lesson. Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Officer Huang came to their senses. Monsters are split into different ranks. Generally, delusion monsters are ranked D, while wrath monsters are ranked C. Summoners, however, are an exception among wrath monsters. While they may not be that powerful in fights, their leadership quality boosts them to C+. War Tiger wiped away the drops of blood on his face and continued, "Remember, if you ever run into a monster above C+ rank and have the power to secure an absolute win against it, you must go through the 3 questions. The 3 questions. Gao Yang's curious streak acted up again. "It's a rule Captain made. We are to ask the monsters 3 set questions." White Rabbit looked proud. The other organizations have started to do the same over the past few years. "That's right." War Tiger nodded. "Awakeners have been trying to communicate with monsters. Although we've seen little progress, we can't give up on it." War Tiger turned to look at the summoner, who was lying in its own blood. He had turned back into his human form, and he looked like a pitiful, helpless high school student. Holding onto his bleeding stump, he sat sprawling under a bench with his face pale and his body covered in blood. It seemed that he had given up on resisting. War Tiger met his eyes and said with a solemnity that didn't discriminate between different forms of lives, "Who are you?" Head drooping, the summoner looked so calm it veered into the realm of numbness. "Where are you going?" That was the second question. The boy still didn't react. That was all to be expected for War Tiger. After a pause, he asked the last question, "Do you choose forgiveness, or death?" The summoner's face had been emotionless, until War Tiger asked the third question. A broken light flicked through the summoner's eyes. Gao Yang even saw traces of derision and pity. "Death," answered the summoner. War Tiger shook his head in disappointment. "I always wonder if your kind were mass-produced in the same factory. You always say the same things." The summoner didn't say anything else. Instead, he tipped his head up as his chest inflated to an unusual degree, his throat shifting eerily. Then from his mouth came a surreal sound. It was a piercing, ethereal, and sorrowful sound of mourning, like a gargantuan whale in the deep sea wailing for an ancient fate. And it was so very familiar to Gao Yang. The memory came to him, unbidden. One summer night in his childhood, he had heard the sound from outside his grandfather's room. The second day, his grandfather died. Is Grandpa a summoner? Gao Yang felt chilled to the bones. He urgently demanded, "What are you singing? Answer me." The young summoner didn't answer. His song came to a sudden stop, and his head drooped, his chest no longer heaving. He was dead. Or it would be more accurate to say that he had quickened his dying process. Gao Yang froze in his spot, feeling utterly lost. "Teacher, are all monsters?" Officer Huang tried to find the right word. "So martyr-like." "Well, no. Summoners are special in that they retain human-like rationality and emotions even after transforming into monsters." War Tiger smacked his lips. "That's why we have been trying to communicate with them, but getting anything out of them is like pulling teeth." White Rabbit cocked her head and said, "Friendly reminder, slaughterers and devourers are all bloodthirsty and relentless killers. Don't waste time on questioning them. Just kill them. I've seen that myself." Officer Huang was reminded of a few bad encounters. "All right, that's it for the lesson." War Tiger clapped. "Before we continue the mission, let's organize what we've learned." He turned to Gao Yang. "You go first. Did you notice anything strange?" Gao Yang composed himself and sorted through his thoughts. He said with a nod, "Yes. Go on." "The station we stopped at was strange." Gao Yang turned to the others. White Rabbit said, "I was too busy fighting to notice. Although the doors between the cars are locked, the doors to the platform should all open automatically when the train makes a stop. However, all of the passengers came swarming into our car." "Oh, that's true." White Rabbit turned to the others for clues. "Did the other doors not open?" Ling said coolly, it's not that the doors didn't open, but that the doors didn't even exist. That got her the attention of everyone. I noticed that the station was way too small. Ling put away her weapon as she talked. It seemed like it could only fit our car. You sure? War Tiger frowned. Can it be that you saw it wrong? No, Ling said with certainty. War Tiger lowered his head and tapped on his forehead with a forefinger. This place is certainly strange. Officer Huang sighed with great regret. I knew this mission wouldn't be simple. I shouldn't have come here. Relax, Yellow Ox. War Tiger patted him on the back. We'll burn the bridge when we get to it. We'll cross the bridge, Officer Huang corrected with an involuntary laugh. Bam, bam, bam. From the car behind them came the sound of something knocking on the door. The five of them immediately turned to face it, alerted. Gao Yang realized something was wrong immediately. Wait, that's the car we were in, the very last of the train. It was empty, and White Rabbit kicked the door down, didn't she? When did the door close and lock again? Celestial water. War Tiger commanded decisively, having gotten to the same realization as Gao Yang. Gao Yang quickly took out a small spray bottle from the side pocket of the backpack and made a few sprays all around them, filling the air with deep violet particles. The five of them quickly took a few breaths, and their noses, throats, and chest burned like they had just inhaled insect repellents. Their heads cleared up in an instant, and their minds became unusually focused. Celestial water referred to the illusion-breaking spray. It was a support item created by awakeners with talent, divine blessing, designed to counter enemies with powers to create illusions. The supply was low, and the shelf life short. Only the major organizations could afford it. Everyone's first reaction to the unreasonable situation was that they had gotten hit by an illusion, and the howling sound the summoner made before expediting his death could be the trigger. With the celestial water clearing their minds, the five of them turned to the car door again. It was still locked, and there were still sounds of something slamming against the door. Bam, bam, bam. Help, a voice cried out from the other car. Open the door. It's not an illusion, said Gao Yang. There's someone on the other side of the door. Could be a monster. Ling eyed the door coldly with her Tangdao in hand. White Rabbit deferred to War Tiger. Your call, Uncle Tiger. Help. Open the door and save me. The voice grew increasingly emotional. A middle-aged man was calling out for help desperately. War Tiger drew his short sword and walked up to the car door. Fall back. The four of them took a few steps back. With his short sword in one hand, War Tiger unlocked the door. A man stumbled inside and scrambled to move away from the door, his face covered in blood. Close the door, shut it. A slaughterer was right after him. It moved so quickly that it dashed into the car like an arrow. War Tiger dodged it with a sidestep, and the moment the slaughterer rushed past him, he made a heavy downward swing, decapitating the slaughterer. Momentum drove the slaughterer's tall, burly body, and it hurtled further into the car for a few meters. Then the headless bleeding body stood up and tried to fight back. Ling stabbed through its heart with her Tangdao, pinning it to the wall. All that happened in a few seconds. The slaughterer wasn't alone. There were at least a dozen monsters in the last car, and they were charging forward in unison. Officer Huang opened fire. This time, he aimed for the knees instead of the heads, and the two monsters at the front stumbled, getting stuck in the narrow car door and obstructing the way for their fellow monsters. Fire. Gao Yang didn't miss the chance. He raised both hands and shot two torrents of powerful flames at the other car like a flamethrower for castle defense. The other car turned into a sea of fire in an instant, and piercing cries filled the space, accompanied by the strange smell of flesh getting charred in the heated air. The fire didn't stop until close to a minute later, and the cries died down. Gao Yang deactivated his talent. He had almost exhausted his energy. Hit with a fainting spell, he heaved as sweat streaked down his face. You've gotten stronger. Officer Huang covered his nose and mouth to block out the smell of charred meat. You made quick work of half a car of monsters. No really. It's mainly because the train allows me to concentrate my firepower. Before Gao Yang could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground and curled into himself, his muscles spasming violently. Ha! Gao Yang. White Rabbit rushed up to him. What's wrong? Gao Yang stopped screaming, but he still couldn't speak, and his limbs wouldn't stop trembling. Emergency injection. White Rabbit supported Gao Yang with one hand and took the syringe Officer Huang handed her with the other. Pulling off the cap with her teeth, she was going to administer a shot to Gao Yang's heart. Stop. Gao Yang grabbed her hand last second. I'm all right. White Rabbit sighed in relief. What happened? You scared me. I think I leveled up. Gao Yang's face was flushed, and he added with embarrassment, it felt so good. The worry on White Rabbit's face instantly turned into disgust. She pushed Gao Yang away. Gross. Seconded, Ling said from the side with her arms crossed. She had figured out what was going on and hadn't even moved a step. I didn't ask for it. Don't you go through the same thing when your talents level up? Gao Yang would have pouted if he were a kid. Earlier, his fire reached level 3, and in that instant, there seemed to be a current running through every cell in his body, and the overwhelming pleasure was so intense that it felt like a little death. True. It does feel good. Just like, Officer Huang swallowed the rest of his words. You don't have to say it. White Rabbit's face was red. Do all men think with their lower heads? Outside of Captain, of course. Rabbit, War Tiger said teasingly. Dragon poops too, and he farts. He may also have hemorrhoids. White Rabbit covered her ears. I'm not listening, I'm not. Thank you all. That finally reminded them that there was a stranger in their mix. The one they had just saved was a middle-aged man with a big, well-trained build. Hair-shaved, he had a rectangular face, and his small eyes and round nose gave off the impression of an honest, down-to-earth man. Dressed in a black and white sportswear, he looked like a fitness trainer. While he was covered in blood, he didn't seem injured. War Tiger flipped his hand and pressed his sharp short sword to the man's chin. Human or monster? Human, the man hurriedly explained. I'm an awakener, just like you. War Tiger had guessed as much, but that didn't mean he trusted the man. The car was filled with monsters. How did you survive? I'll show you. The man gingerly pushed the blade away and raised both hands before slowly turning around. The back of his clothes were all torn and tattered. His pants, especially, were missing a big part in the left hip, revealing a pair of plain briefs and a buttock. He had what would be described as a bubble butt, evidence of the time he spent on continuous weight training. White Rabbit awkwardly looked away, while Qingling remained unfazed. The man turned back around, and his exhausted face broke into a grateful smile. I'm the vice leader of the second team of the 100 Rivers Union, Wang Fei. You may call me Old Wang. Old Wang. War Tiger said with a suppressed laugh. He waved a hand for Old Wang to continue. I only survived with my talent, iron skin. If you didn't open the door, however, I wouldn't last much longer. He extended his right hand, and in 2 seconds, his forearm turned into the texture of greenish-gray metal. I can turn parts of my body into metal to protect myself. Iron skin, serial number 69, guard type. The talent allowed one to turn their skin into metal for a significant boost in defense. Gao Yang went through the information he knew in his head. Then he offered the man a handshake. Nice to meet you, Old Wang. Oh, right. Hello, nice to meet you. Old Wang hurriedly took his hand, flattered. Replicate. Gao Yang secretly replicated iron skin. The talent would increase his chance of survival by a significant margin. War Tiger saw right through Gao Yang's little trick, but instead of exposing him, he gave him an approving look. War Tiger then put away his sword and explained, We're from the 12 zodiac signs, Old Wang. We were requested to rescue you by your organization. Really? That's great. Old Wang was surprised and delighted. I thought the cavalry wouldn't come until a day later. A day. White Rabbit frowned. Hasn't it been 3 days? 3 days. Old Wang was confused. He vehemently shook his head. No, that's not possible. We've been here for less than an hour. The car fell silent. Gao Yang used lie detection on him. The target did not lie. Getting an answer from Gao Yang's gaze, War Tiger stroked his chin bemusedly for a moment before turning to Old Wang. Tell me everything that happened after you boarded the train. Don't leave out any details. The air thickened with tension. Without himself noticing, Old Wang began to speak with increasing urgency. According to him, the second team of the 100 Rivers Union consisted of 9 people with Cheng Xian being the leader, and him, Wang Fei, being the vice leader. All of them got into the last car of the subway train. At the time, the doors between the cars weren't locked. After staying in the car for a while, they moved to the next one. It was then the train reached a stop, and a few passengers boarded. The atmosphere was eerie, to say the least. While the second team weren't exactly seasoned veterans, they were well trained, and they didn't lose their calm. Pretending to be regular passengers, they stayed seated in the car without a word. The train continued moving, and it made a stop every 5 to 10 minutes to pick up and let off passengers like a regular subway train. After a few stops, the members of the second team lost their composure. It was then an old woman struck up a conversation with a girl on the team. Her name was Jingjing, a 21-year-old girl who had just joined the 100 Rivers Union not long ago. Fear led to her making a mistake, and the old woman noticed. Unfortunately, the old woman was a summoner. It immediately transformed and awakened all the passengers in the car, triggering their transformation and frenzy. What followed was a chaotic, bloody fight. Jingjing was the first to die. The summoner broke her fair neck with a bite and left her to be torn apart by the other monsters. She had only just accepted her boyfriend's proposal the day before, and she was wearing the ring he gave her on her ring finger. After 2 minutes, the second team won the bloody fight in the car at a heavy price. One of them was killed, and another was seriously injured. They didn't even have the time to regroup and mourn the loss when the train made a stop again, and the door slowly opened. Naturally, the terrible scene in the car awakened the incoming monsters, and thus another struggle for survival commenced. This time, they lost 2 members, one of whom was the member who had been critically injured in the previous fight. The surviving members ran to the next car and locked the door. There were 6 of them. In 10 minutes, the train stopped once more. Again, the incoming passengers transformed. It was thanks to Old Wang covering for his companions with iron skin that they were able to quickly flee to the next car for a short reprieve. Under the weight of great despair, they reached a breaking point. A fight broke out among them. As the vice leader of the team, Old Wang had been opposed to Cheng Xian's reckless decision for them to get on the train. However, Cheng Xian was an obstinate man who blindly pursued glory. He should take full responsibility for the death of their companions, yet the man believed Jingjing was to blame. If she hadn't exposed herself out of nervousness, he reasoned, the 9 of them could have explored the rune cave as regular passengers. The fight didn't lead to anything productive. They calmed themselves and discussed their plan. Moving and hiding in different cars wouldn't get them out of this crisis. The train would keep making stops, and every time there would be new passengers, all monsters boarding the train. None of the cars would be truly safe. To ensure their safety, they must make it to the head of the train to stop it. Once they reached a consensus, they started with their plan. And whenever they moved past a car, they would lock the door to make sure their back was clear. We reached the first car soon. Old Wang's suppressed anger began to simmer. The train made a stop, and the door opened to let in about a dozen passengers. They transformed immediately. Unfortunately, the door to the cab was locked, and it would take time to open it. Cheng Xian ordered me to block the platform door and stop the monsters from boarding. He clenched his teeth and fell silent. You blocked the door with your iron skin. Cheng Xian and the others abandoned you after getting into the cab. Yeah. Old Wang smiled wryly. I knew what would happen when Cheng Xian told me to block the monsters, but I hadn't expected him to shut me out without hesitation. With a sigh, Officer Huang offered Old Wang a cigarette. Want one? Old Wang waved his hand. Thanks, but I quit after my child was born. You've got a kid. That got Officer Wang's attention. Yes, a daughter. Old Wang's eyes glinted. She's entering elementary school next year. Stay on track and don't get distracted, White Rabbit cut in. Right. Old Wang narrowed his eyes and continued with his retelling. I blocked the door with iron skin. Only 3 monsters managed to get through me when the train started again. Old Wang's lips curled into a pained smile. With my temporary invincibility, I put all I had into killing the 3 monsters. Then I knocked on the door as I cursed out that bastard of a team leader, Cheng Xian. He paused and took a breath. No one opened the door. I was so pissed that I started throwing myself at it. It took a long while for me to knock down the door. And what I saw then made me lose hope. Let me guess. War Tiger's eyes shifted. You found yourself back to the start. How do you know? Old Wang gaped. War Tiger didn't respond. Keep going. I found myself back in the last car we had gotten into at the beginning. Before I could figure out what was going on, however, the train made a stop, and in came a group of passengers. Lo and behold, there was a summoner among them, and the monsters instantly ran wild. Old Wang said with cold sweat covering his forehead, still reeling from the fear. How was I supposed to fight more than 10 monsters on my own? I turned my skin into metal immediately and did my best to endure, to survive for a second longer if it was at all possible. All I could think of was my wife's and my daughter's faces. I didn't know how long it'd been. Then I heard the sound of battles in the next car and people having conversations. I wondered if it could be my brain playing tricks on me near death, but I decided to give it a go, and you let me in and save me. Shit. War Tiger cursed. So it is all connected. He gave White Rabbit a look. She took out the segment of finger in her waist pack without missing a beat. Is this Jingjing's? Old Wang closed his eyes, his expression tight. It was hers. She was barely into 20s. Gao Yang didn't say anything. He had been pushing himself to figure out the situation quickly. Now that he had gotten to an initial hypothesis, he gave War Tiger an urgent look, and War Tiger raised an eyebrow at him. Speak. Gao Yang licked his lips and organized his thoughts. While I don't know the exact reason, the tail and the head of the train are connected, like a Mobius strip. Everyone nodded in agreement. So I dare speculate that while the train has been moving the whole time, it hasn't actually moved. What do you mean? Old Wang was confused. It's what it sounds like. Gao Yang made gestures with his hands. Think of the subway as a prostrating Ferris wheel. It's been moving non-stop, but it's actually rotating in place. That's why it's so steady. Officer Huang said in realization. That's right. Every car is a pod of the Ferris wheel. While it looks to us that the cars are connected, there actually is a strange space in between. Every few minutes, the train stops, and passengers come in and get off. They are all monsters playing the role of humans, and they have been repeating the process in this rotating subway train like inmates in a prison until our trespassing. Well, Gao Yang sucked in a breath. Doesn't that sound familiar to you? The Gu family's village, Qing Ling said on instinct. Bingo. Gao Yang nodded. This is a rune cave, and there must be a rune circuit. My. 2 rune circuits in 1 month. War Tiger was beside himself. What kind of dumb luck is that? Yeah, what kind of dumb luck is that? Officer Huang said with a thin smile. While he had said the same line, he obviously meant it very differently. There are still a lot of questions to answer. White Rabbit turned to Gao Yang. Where are Cheng Xian and the rest? Don't know. Gao Yang shook his head. We should have run into Cheng Xian before running into Old Wang. Expression dark, Old Wang said in a slightly hateful tone. Probably killed. Gao Yang shook his head. That many people would have left traces behind if they were killed. After a moment of silence, Officer Huang said, well, I think we might have forgotten about something. The doors between the cars aren't the only doors of the train. That's right. Gao Yang slapped himself on the forehead. He couldn't believe he'd neglected that. There are the doors to the platform too. Do you mean? White Rabbit turned to look at the door, that they got off the train. It's very likely. Gao Yang followed the train of thoughts. There are different numbers of passengers at every stop. Cheng Xian doesn't sound like a fool. If they stayed in the train, they would keep running into more monsters. Perhaps they were lucky enough to reach a stop with few passengers, and they killed their way out. That'd make sense. War Tiger plopped himself down on a seat and crossed his legs. Come on, let's take a break. We're going to be very busy later. Busy? With what? Officer Huang had a bad feeling about this. War Tiger gave Gao Yang a glance. You must know, Yang. Tell everyone. All eyes were suddenly on him. Gao Yang silently grumbled about War Tiger of all people using the affectionate nickname, but at the same time, he was a little flattered. He boldly said, "You aren't looking to clear the map, are you, teacher? Haha, you know me like a roundworm." War Tiger slapped his own abdomen dramatically. Gao Yang suppressed an eye roll. He didn't want to be a parasite in the man's colon. "Clear the map?" Qing Ling asked. Officer Huang shook his head. It was something he wasn't familiar with. White Rabbit sighed. In gaming terms, it means killing all the enemies in a map. Kill all of them. Old Wang jumped. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how many stops there are, and how many monsters there are at each stop? Do you really think you can kill them all? Of course, War Tiger said like he was talking about the weather. It'll just be a little tiring. Don't make it sound so easy. Old Wang wasn't convinced. Gao Yang gave him a friendly explanation. He's the 9th ranking awakener, Old Wang. Oh, Old Wang sat back down. He no longer had any concerns. This is what I think. War Tiger took out a cigarette and twirled it between his fingers without lighting it. According to Gao Yang's theory, the head and tail of the subway train are connected, and it has been going in circles in the same spot. If that's the case, we would have gone back to the platform we boarded the train from, the cattle farm station of Line 7. But neither Old Wang nor his teammates returned to the station, said White Rabbit. That's the problem. War Tiger put the cigarette between his teeth. The moment we got onto the train, the entrance was blocked. It must be the rune circuit's doing. Now, the train has become a Mobius strip with no starting point nor ending point. It's an endless cycle that will slowly kill us if we do nothing. We must find a way to break out of it. Everyone nodded in agreement and waited for him to continue. Going forward, we'll get off the train at every stop. If there are monsters, we kill them. If there aren't, we look around. In the case where we find nothing, we get back to the train and go to the next stop. We'll repeat this process until we've dug up everything hidden in this enclosed space. White Rabbit put her hands on her waist, resigned. It's in no way a smart solution, but there doesn't seem to be any other way. What if we find no exit even after we've gone through every station? Old Wang said worriedly. Then we wait for death, War Tiger said flippantly. Old Wang's face darkened. No, I can't die. My wife and daughter are still waiting for me to return. Don't worry too much, Gao Yang assured him, but it was also meant for himself. That's unlikely to be the case. Since the space was created by a rune circuit, we will be able to break out of it by finding said rune circuit. This is like a video game. White Rabbit sighed tiredly. You can say that again. War Tiger picked himself up and stretched. It's about time. Let's get started. The train had been slowly coming to a stop as they talked. Then it reached the next station. Click. The door opened. Fortunately, there were only a few monsters on the platform. They were half transformed with the human clothes they wore strained to the limit, and the clothes were covered in blood, both from their victims and themselves. They paced around the platform like walking dead, muttering, "Human, human, human." They were obviously the monsters the second team of the 100 Rivers Union had run into before. The moment the platform door opened, they turned around slowly, their dull eyes ignited with a muddled light of craving like an alarm had been triggered, and they made a mad dash toward the train. That's not a lot of homework. One of us will be enough to finish them. Who'll volunteer? War Tiger turned to his students. I will. Qing Ling rushed onto the platform with her Tangdao. She penetrated a monster in the head with her blade and at the same time, jumped up to kick it in the chest. Without wasting a second, she pulled her Tangdao out and moved into another swing, decapitating another monster. Her movement was flexible, agile, and precise. Gao Yang could see her progress. In the past, her attacks had been fierce, but there was a lack of finesse. She had relied entirely on her explosive power and made every swing at the risk of her life. Under War Tiger's hellish training, her swings had become skillful, and she was able to control the power she put into her attacks without wasting energy. To make an analogy, she had turned from a powerful but crude cleaver into a precise, fine scalpel. It only took a few seconds for the monsters' heads to fall. Qing Ling's breathing remained steady. She looked around amid the dead monsters. After making sure that there was no danger, she turned to the train and said, "All clear." Old Wang was the last to walk out, and he still hadn't recovered his jaw. Only after the train slowly departed did he muster the courage to ask War Tiger, "The pretty lady must be a veteran of your organization, right?" "She's a newbie who only joined a month ago," War Tiger said. Haha. Old Wang acknowledged their differences and stopped asking for humiliation. As they expected, the subway station was small, and they reached the border very soon. Cold walls prevented them from advancing further. There was no entrance to another space or a hidden chamber. Using the blood on the floor, they left a mark so that they would know they had been here. Then they sat down on the bench, waiting for the train to come. Officer Huang sat by Old Wang. They were both family men and found a kindred spirit in each other. Old Wang took out a photo of his daughter from his wallet. The girl had a round, flushed face with her hair tied into 2 braids. "My little girl. Isn't she cute?" "She is," Officer Huang said with a smile. "She has your eyes." "Well, it'll be better if she looks more like her mother." "Her mother has big bright eyes." Old Wang sounded proud. "It's a shame that my phone has run out of battery, or I'd show you a photo of my wife. I'm not exaggerating. She's a real beauty." "Your wife's an awakener too?" asked Officer Huang. Old Wang raised his voice. "Of course. Do you think I'll marry a monster? Officer Huang didn't say anything. It took Old Huang a moment to come to the realization. Old Huang, is your wife? Yeah, she's a monster. Officer Huang admitted without shame. We fell in love before I awakened, and we are still very much in love. Then the child your wife is carrying, Old Huang didn't dare finish the question, his expression conflicted. Do you think, Officer Huang leveled him with a cool, steady gaze, that my child is a human or a monster? I don't know. Old Huang shook his head, reluctant to answer. It felt like an impossible question. After a moment of silence, he met Officer Huang's eyes with conviction. But at the end of the day, your wife is your wife, and your child is your child. If I were you, I would probably make the same decision. Officer Huang was taken aback. Then he gave the man a wry, grateful smile. I knew it would take another father to understand me. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't have taken the risk to enter the rune cave if not for my wife and unborn child. It's the same for me. I wouldn't have put myself on the front line if not for them. Old Huang slapped himself on the thigh, his voice impassioned. But forget it. If I get out of this alive, I'll apply to transfer to an administrative role at once. Call me a coward. All that matters is staying alive for my wife and child. Everything else be damned. It will happen, Officer Huang encouraged him. Haha, I think so too. Old Huang touched his round nose. It's said that after every narrow escape from death comes great fortune. I wouldn't have encountered you if not for Cheng Xian's betrayal. I feel much more secure with great fighters like you guys with me. Save my contact, Old Huang. Officer Huang took out his phone. When my child is born, I'd like to ask you for advice. Haha, of course. Old Huang took out his phone too. Oh, right. My daughter doesn't have a godfather yet. Why don't you do it? Sure thing. And you will be my child's godfather once they are born. Officer Huang broke into a genuine smile, losing himself in the everyday talk and almost forgetting the danger they were in. While you're at it, why not arrange a future marriage between your children? White Rabbit said as a jab with a hand propping her chin. Old Huang got nervous. No. The children should be allowed to make their own decisions. That's right. Besides, I don't even know if my wife and I are having a boy or a girl yet. White Rabbit's eyes glinted. Whoa, wouldn't it be much better if they're both girls? All right, let's not go into that, Officer Huang hurriedly said. The small talk dispersed some of the tension, and this felt like nothing but a regular work trip. It was as if after the work was done, they would return to their normal life. Gao Yang didn't say anything. He was in no place to make a comment since he didn't have a wife nor a child. Instead, he accessed the system. He checked his luck points first. Though he had killed a good number of monsters, the level of danger hadn't been great, and the system only granted him a 10-time bonus to his luck points acquisition rate, which was depressingly low. Disappointed, Gao Yang checked his stats after fire reached level 3 instead. Constitution, 57 endurance, 59, strength, 217 agility, 259, willpower, 309 charisma, 97, luck, 132. As expected, his willpower and charisma had seen some growth, and the maximum temperature of fire as well as its attack range had increased. Oh, wait. It seems that fire can be used to make ranged attacks now. Gao Yang exited the system. He tried to focus his energy in his two hands, and he could sense the different routes his energy could flow and concentrate. After a few minutes of experimentation, he conjured a ball of fire as big as a soccer ball, illuminating the dim subway station. That drew everyone's curious eyes. War Tiger was glad to see his progress. Congrats, Yang. Now you can throw a small fireball. Seems that way. Gao Yang smiled, but he wasn't that happy about it. Level 3 fire allows me to make ranged attacks, but I don't know how powerful it is. Come on, throw it at my face. I'll test it for you. War Tiger stood up and curled his finger at Gao Yang. That doesn't seem appropriate. Gao Yang was hesitant. Just do it already. Don't pull back. Be careful, teacher. Gao Yang took a deep breath and molded the fireball on his palms so that the concentration of energy was at its most stable and full. Then he threw the fireball at War Tiger, leaving a golden trail in its wake. Before the fire hit him, War Tiger drew his sword with one hand and made a swing. The slash was so powerful that the fireball split apart at once, scattering to the sides as two clumps of rippling flames. War Tiger's messy curls shook in the heat wave, his face cast in a golden light. However, he hadn't suffered even a small burn. War Tiger sheathed his short sword and said in a more subdued tone, "It's weaker than I expected. Would it hurt for you to sugarcoat that a little?" Gao Yang said, slightly hurt. "Take your time. It's only level 3. White Rabbit then said half-jokingly, "If you grow too quickly, the other senior members and I will be anxious." The subway train arrived then. They walked into the train and found themselves in a different car, but that was to be expected. In less than 10 minutes, the train made another stop. They got off the train, killed a few monsters, left a mark, and again searched the place without finding anything. Then they waited for the train to arrive and boarded it. How many stations had they gone through? 7? 8? There were times when things were easy, and there were times when they ran into slaughterers and devourers. With War Tiger as their safety net, however, they were able to fight to the best of their abilities and overcome the challenges without great risk. They got off the train to fight, and then they got onto the train to rest. Rinse and repeat. The endless battles tired them out and dulled their minds. There didn't seem to be any hope in sight. It wasn't a good sign, and War Tiger had noticed the problem. He started to say one lame joke after another, but the attempt to lighten the mood wasn't very effective. Click. The door opened again. They had been resting with their eyes closed, and they all opened their eyes and grabbed their weapons before moving to the platform. Surprisingly, there was no threat awaiting them. All there was on the platform were 2 lone bodies. Someone had already cleared this part of the map. White Rabbit checked one of them, her eyes turning sharp. Come here, Old Wang. Old Wang walked up to join her. The monster had reverted back into its human form after death. It was a middle-aged man wearing a jacket, and he lay on the floor with a hole in his back. It seemed that his heart had been torn to pieces. Take a look. White Rabbit pointed at the body's profile. His eyeball was bulging, and his bluish face was covered in dark purple blood vessels. He was poisoned. Old Wang exclaimed. It's Cheng Xian's spider venom. He must have killed the monster. They got off at this station. Old Wang turned to check the other body and made sure it wasn't his companion. Overjoyed, he said, thank God. They are all still alive. Gao Yang, light, said War Tiger. Got it. Gao Yang raised his right hand and conjured a fireball. The posture was a little silly, but it was effective. With the darkness in the station dispersed, they were able to see many times farther. Look around. The moment War Tiger said that, Qing Ling interjected, there's no need. It's that way. They all followed her finger and found the entrance to a corridor in the wall at the depth of the station. It stuck out like a sore thumb. That's the exit from the Mobius strip, War Tiger said confidently. Or it may be a trap. White Rabbit was more cautious. At least there was some progress, which boosted morale significantly. Old Wang, you've got a thick skin. Take the front with me. War Tiger gave out orders. Gao Yang, stay in the middle and keep the light on. You too, Yellow Ox. You use a ranged weapon and can support each side. White Rabbit and Green Snake, take the rear and keep your eyes open. Maintaining the formation, they walked into the corridor. It looked just like any corridor one would find in a regular subway station. After about 30 seconds, they found a staircase leading upward. That was good news. The fact that the stairs went up meant that they were going toward the ground, toward the hope to escape. Were it a downward staircase, who knew where it would lead to? It could be the abyss, or perhaps hell. The stairs weren't steep, but it was a long way up, almost 100 meters above the platform. They saw a hazy white light shone from the rectangular exit ahead of them. Step by step, Gao Yang climbed the stairs. It felt as if he was ascending to a mysterious palace hall. Perhaps he was imagining it, but the air seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. The 6 of them approached the exit slowly while staying vigilant for any incoming dangers. Finally, they left the corridor. Gao Yang dispersed his fireball and narrowed his eyes slightly. Gradually, his vision adjusted to the cold white light, and he could see clearly. He held his breath. They hadn't gotten out. Gao Yang was disappointed to find themselves in a large underground clearing. By his estimation, it was at least as big as 3 stadiums combined, at the center of which was a gargantuan tree with dense canopy of branches but no leaves. It glowed with a flickering white light that seemed sacred and lonesome, and upon closer inspection, the light revealed itself to be white energy enclosed in the translucent tree trunk, flowing quietly through the tree like its blood. The web of thick, crisscrossing roots went deep into the ground, while the dense branches spread out toward the dome. Like a giant with their head propping the sky up and their feet firmly planted in the ground, the tree became scaffolding for the entire underground space. The light coming from the tree should have provided enough illumination to make it seem like daytime, yet seemingly defying common sense. The clearing was awash with a cold, silent, and heavy dimness like a deep valley at dusk. Everyone was shocked speechless by the strange yet awe-inspiring scene. After some time, White Rabbit broke the silence. Under the tree must be the subway tunnel. It would be the source of all these strange phenomena, wouldn't it? Gao Yang turned to her, surprised. White Rabbit was standing right next to him, yet it sounded like her voice was coming from at least 10 meters away. Seems that way, Gao Yang responded. White Rabbit noticed the same thing. What happened to your voice? Or was it my ears? Both of you sound wrong, said Qing Ling. It's as if we're all more than 10 meters apart, added Officer Huang. Gao Yang was actually relieved to hear that. So it's the same for all of you. There's something really wrong about this place, so be careful, War Tiger said. His voice sounded distant as well. Maintaining their formation, they made it slowly to the giant tree at the center. It looked sacred and emitted light, yet Gao Yang found both the ground under his feet and the area behind him plunged in an inexplicable darkness. It didn't make logical sense. As they approached the giant tree, the ground grew uneven with bumps and dents, a result of the damage and destruction the tree roots had done to the ground. There was no pattern to it. Taking point, War Tiger suddenly came to a halt and put out an arm to stop the others. They followed his lead and then his gaze. About 20 meters away, 4 bodies lay on the ground. There were both men and women, and all were entangled by the glowing tree roots, seemingly submerged in and becoming one with the light. Many would have missed them without taking a careful look. War Tiger had keen eyes. Old Wang hurriedly went up a few steps, his expression grave. He recognized his teammates. Gu Ling, he shouted as he rushed toward the body closest to him. The others quickly followed. Gao Yang took a closer look. The dead was an adult woman with long, black hair, dressed in a leather special force outfit. He could tell that she had been a valiant, capable, and good-looking woman before her death. With half of her body trapped by the tree roots, her corpse glowed with a cool translucent light like a human lantern hung on a tree branch. Wake up, I'm here for you. Old Wang wanted to break the roots around her, but his attempt was futile. Then he drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed at the roots with great force. That left a cut, but then white energy particles puffed out like dandelion seeds before quickly scattering. And the tree root healed in no time. With a cold, indifferent determination, it continued to inject white energy into the body to assimilate it. Get yourself together. She's dead. War Tiger put a hand on Old Wang's shoulder, his voice colored with sympathy. Check on the other bodies and see if they were one of yours. Old Wang reached out with a trembling hand to close Gu Ling's eyes, his own red and misty with tears. Then he picked himself up and walked toward the 3 bodies near him. Qing Ling and Officer Huang exchanged a look before catching up with Old Wang to make sure that he wasn't left alone. War Tiger, White Rabbit, and Gao Yang stayed behind to examine Gu Ling's body. After some time, White Rabbit said, based on her expression, she seemed shocked right before her death, and the lack of physical injuries would suggest that she hadn't had the time to even resist. What's the cause of death? Asked War Tiger. Gunshot. White Rabbit pointed at Gu Ling's left chest with her gloved hand. There was a patch of dark red. Straight to the heart. She couldn't have died for long since her blood hasn't congealed completely. Gunshot. Gao Yang found it odd. Do monsters use guns? Not usually. War Tiger's face darkened as well, and he stroked his chin. A monster's body is a powerful weapon itself. They have no use for guns. Wait. White Rabbit was still examining the dead body, and her expression suddenly turned tense. Look, her weapon of choice was guns. Gao Yang took a closer look. There was a holster on the outside of Gu Ling's thigh, and inside was a handgun. Suicide. War Tiger frowned. No, her gun is still holstered, and it doesn't make sense for someone to aim at the heart when committing suicide. She must have been killed by others. White Rabbit got to her feet. That's all we can glean from her body. Let's go check out the others. The 3 of them walked up to Old Wang. Old Wang was crouching beside a dead man and closing his eyes. Were they all your teammates? War Tiger asked. Old Wang nodded and said with great pain, yes, and they're all dead. Cheng Xian is the only one still missing. Spread out and find him, said War Tiger. He may be in the area. Here, I'm here, help me. They heard a call for help. It didn't sound that far away, but due to the strange rules the space operated by, they couldn't exactly determine how far the owner of the voice was. That's Cheng Xian. Old Wang shot to his feet, joy and anger warring inside him. That bastard's still alive. Cautiously, the 6 of them made it to the source of the voice. Past a few thick protruding tree roots, they found in a depression amid the roots a young man in a waterproof windbreaker. His complexion was dark, and his hair messy. Judging by the way he curled into himself with both hands pressing into his bleeding abdomen, his injury must have been quite serious. Both Gao Yang and White Rabbit paused. They had seen the man. He was the other representative of the 100 Rivers Union when they traded at the Kylin Guild. You bastard, Cheng Xian. Remembering how he had been abandoned, Old Wang grabbed the man by the collar. You reap what you sow. And I'm sorry for that, Old Wang, truly, Cheng Xian implored weakly. I had no choice. I'm the leader. I had to protect everyone. And did you? They're dead. All dead. Old Wang trembled with rage. I told you we shouldn't board the train, but you wouldn't listen. You got them killed. Yes, I got them killed. I made a mistake. I would accept any punishment from the Union. Cheng Xian grabbed his hand and begged with tears and snots covering his face. I don't want to die, Old Wang. I want to live. Save me, for our past friendship if nothing else. Old Wang slapped Cheng Xian's hand away and clenched his teeth, silently debating with himself. Finally, he let out a long sigh and turned to War Tiger. Would you save him? Although I'd gladly see him die, I have to take him back to the Union so that everyone can get some closure. War Tiger shot White Rabbit a look. With a shrug, White Rabbit squatted down and examined the wound on Cheng Xian's abdomen. She quickly concluded, it's quite a serious cut, but not fatal. Give me the bag, Gao Yang. Gao Yang dropped the backpack. White Rabbit rummaged through it to find some painkiller pills for Cheng Xian. Then she took out a syringe of medicine C. It was a fast-acting regenerative medicine made with dead pig's blood for physical wounds. White Rabbit took off the cap and made an injection near Cheng Xian's injury. Cheng Xian grunted and spasmed. Soon, color returned to his pale face, and the wound on his abdomen quickly mended. This would only keep you alive for the moment, White Rabbit said in an aloof voice. You would need proper treatment once you return. Thank you all. Thank you, Cheng Xian kept muttering his thanks, his tone bordering on pathetic. Cheng Xian, is it? War Tiger stared at him. What happened here? Oh, Cheng Xian exclaimed like he had just woken up from a bad dream now that he was no longer dying. The rune circuit? We found it. Cheng Xian's confirmation of the rune circuit's presence wasn't considered a pleasant surprise, but instead thickened the tension in the air. Gao Yang didn't know what the others were thinking, but as someone who had been to the Gu family's village, he knew that rune circuits always came with dangers. Where is it? War Tiger asked in a low voice. There. Cheng Xian pointed at the giant glowing tree, seemingly overcome with emotions. There's a hole in the tree? Yes, it's in the hole. Old Wang gave him a doubtful look. Why didn't you go in and grab it? That was exactly what Gao Yang was wondering. I did. We all did the moment we saw it. But then we got attacked. Dead, everyone's dead. I almost died as well. His face suddenly twisted with fear, and his eyes widened. Grabbing his head with both hands, he groaned in pain. Cheng Xin. Old Wang grabbed his shoulder. Stop the nonsense and speak clearly. It hurts. My head hurts so much. What hit you? Asked War Tiger. I don't know, I really don't know. Cheng Xin kept shaking his head like he was losing his grip on reality. Don't kill me. Help. He started mumbling unintelligible things. It was hard to tell whether he was breaking down due to the great trauma he suffered, or if he was simply putting on an act. Forget about him. We'll check it ourselves. Officer Huang was a little concerned. It's best not to stay for long. I have a bad feeling about the place. Agreed, said White Rabbit. Qing Ling and Gao Yang nodded as well. War Tiger waved a hand at them. Let's go. They made their way to the giant tree. Supporting Cheng Xin, Old Wang kept asking him for more details, but Cheng Xin wasn't making any sense, and the words he strung together with his scattered mind offered no information. A few minutes later, the 7 of them stood below the tree. Only when they were face to face with the titan of a tree did they recognize its sheer scale. Even if all 7 of them attempted to make a circle around the trunk, they would only cover less than half of its circumference. Walking around the tree, their faces and bodies were bathed in the sacred white light from it. It gave them a strange out-of-body sensation, albeit slight. Like a lifetime has slipped past me, Gao Yang thought, perhaps a little too sentimentally. After going around the tree twice, they found no unusual signs. War Tiger gave Cheng Xin a displeased look. Where's the hole you talked about? It was here. It was here only a moment ago. Cheng Xin seemed confused as well. Suddenly, he put his hands on his head again and cried out in pain. It's here. It's here. Save me, please save me. A tremor passed through the ground under their feet, and the white light trapped in the tree roots started flickering at a high frequency. They all closed their eyes involuntarily. The flickering light didn't subside until more than 10 seconds after. Then an ancient-looking pattern emerged on the pale tree trunk at some point. It was so very familiar. Gao Yang connected the dots immediately. Rune circuit? Yes, the pattern looks just like the ones on the other rune circuits. Rumble. Following the pattern, the tree trunk shifted and transformed and tore itself apart until a strange, elongated hollow appeared, almost like a creature giving birth. Inside was nothing but white. They couldn't see anything. A hole? A hole? It's here? It shows up. Cheng Xin flailed around in celebration like a right fool. Is it dangerous, Cheng Xin? Gao Yang asked. He cared about that more than he did the rune circuit. Danger, 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 Cheng Xin repeated the word as he shook his head. This moron. War Tiger sighed and turned to them. I'll go check. No. White Rabbit stopped War Tiger with a serious expression like she was the older member here. I know you're strong, but there's no need for you to take the risk. She turned to Cheng Xin. Let's throw this guy inside. No? Please don't. Cheng Xin pushed Old Wang away and fell to the ground, scrambling backward on all fours. It was clear that dangers awaited in the hole. At least it must be something Cheng Xin couldn't deal with. Everyone fell silent. Rune circuits were precious, but no more precious than their lives. Since they were trapped in this rune cave, however, they had to find the rune circuit to get out of here. There was no going around it. At that moment, Gao Yang regretted using lie detection on Old Wang. If he hadn't done that, he would be able to use the talent on Cheng Xin, which would give him an idea about how dangerous entering the tree hollow would be. We can't just sit around here. I'll do it. Old Wang tightened his jaw and walked toward the hole in the tree. Old Wang. Officer Huang called out to him. You have a family. You don't have to take the risk. I know. Old Wang smiled bitterly. But we'll all be in danger if we drag this on. His expression then turned guilty, his gaze woeful. I was partly to blame for not fighting against Cheng Xin hard enough when he insisted on us taking the train. Now that everyone's dead, I must do something. I can't let their sacrifice be in vain. But, thank you for caring, Old Huang. Old Wang looked determined. I have the highest defense among all of us. It's best that I scout the place. Officer Huang was going to say something, but White Rabbit shut him up with a look. Old Huang went up to the tree hole, his figure almost devoured by the white light. Before he entered, he looked over at them and said, I'll activate Iron Skin the moment I enter. Don't come in until I say it's all clear. Be careful. Gao Yang was concerned for him. Don't worry. I'm quite hard to kill. Old Wang grinned and gave him a thumbs up before marching into the tree hollow. Everyone waited for what was to come, on high alert. But in only 2 seconds, Old Wang emerged from the glowing hollow. They were all shocked by how quickly he returned. Why did you come back out immediately, Old Wang? Officer Huang asked. Immediately. Old Wang looked confused before realization dawned on him. How long has it been for you? 2 seconds, Gao Yang said. That's impossible. Old Wang looked shocked. I was inside for at least 5 minutes. What did you see? Asked War Tiger. Did you find the rune circuit? Old Wang shook his head in disappointment. There was nothing inside. Nothing. White Rabbit questioned. Yes, nothing. Old Wang smacked his lips. How should I describe it? It was a void. There was no ceiling above or land under. There was nothing but pure white. Just in case, I activated Iron Skin. My body plummeted in one moment and soared in another. After a few minutes, I finally saw a floating glowing hole. When I reached toward it, I came back out and saw you. Officer Huang sighed in relief. At least you're fine. Are you sure you didn't spot the rune circuit? White Rabbit wasn't convinced. I really didn't. Old Wang sounded aggrieved. Cheng Xin must have lied to us. He's gone. Gao Yang realized suddenly. They all turned around, and indeed, the man who had been right behind them was gone. He's on the tree. Qing Ling was the first to spot him. Gao Yang looked up to see that Cheng Xin was climbing up along the giant tree. He had gotten to about 50 meters above them. With a wave of her hand, Qing Ling sent her Tang Dao flying toward Cheng Xin. The man's madness had been nothing but an act. He shifted to the side to dodge the blade. Then, using the blade that had buried into the tree trunk as stepping stone, he leapt up to grab a thicker branch, disappearing from their sight. You son of a bitch, Cheng Xin. Old Wang stomped on the ground in rage. Don't let him run away. Jump. White Rabbit was the first to make a move. It took her no time at all to reach where Cheng Xin had been. War Tiger and Qingling were right behind her, scaling the giant tree with both hands and feet like they were parkouring. The bark of the tree was sturdy and bumpy like a rock face, making it easy to climb. Gao Yang had put quite a lot of points into his agility, making his body lighter and more agile. Soon, he outpaced Officer Huang and Old Wang and reached where Cheng Xin was last seen. With a push of both hands, he vaulted onto a side branch. The branch itself was about 1 meter wide, so it was effectively a path itself. Looking ahead, Gao Yang saw a dense web of paths like this, crisscrossing to form a large, complicated maze. White Rabbit, War Tiger, and Qingling were standing on a branch not far from him. Gao Yang ran up to them, wondering why they had stopped chasing after the man, but then he came to a halt in shock. It turned out that they had caught up with their target. Cheng Xin lay still on the branch with his back to them. Judging by his rigid body, he must be dead. He's dead. Gao Yang felt a prickling sensation spreading through his scalp. Who killed him? No clue, White Rabbit said coolly. When I caught up with him, he was already dead. Did you examine the body? Asked Gao Yang. He died of poison, War Tiger said. Gao Yang's heart sank and considered Cheng Xion's profile. His eyes were bulging, his skin was covered in dark purple vessels, and his lips were blue. Gao Yang couldn't help but shout, wait, he was killed by spider venom. Yes. War Tiger nodded. He got killed by his own venom. He killed himself. Gao Yang found that hard to believe. I'm not sure. White Rabbit took off her white gloves. I searched him and didn't find a rune circuit on him. Cheng Xian? You son of a... Old Wang cursed as he and Officer Huang caught up to them, but the rest of his words got stuck in his throat when he saw Cheng Xian's body. Flabbergasted, he said, he's dead? Or did you kill him? He seemed to have killed himself, Gao Yang explained. No way that's true. Old Wang said incredulously like it was the greatest joke in the world. I know Cheng Xian. The bastard values his life. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, he would cling to it for survival. He was killed by spider venom. War Tiger shrugged. He couldn't have killed himself with his own venom accidentally, could he? What? Old Wang jogged up to them and checked Cheng Xian's face closely. Fuck. What the hell is going on? Old Wang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Gao Yang was getting agitated as well. The moment they stepped into the subway train, things had been going against common sense and contradicting themselves. He looked around, realizing with confusion that the elevated maze of crisscrossing branches seemed different somehow. Then he noticed what the change was. The light was growing dim. Taking a closer look, he saw that the white energy within the branches were moving downward toward the roots. Something's wrong. Even Qingling was getting anxious. She turned to Gao Yang, hoping that he could come to a reasonable explanation. Think quickly. If things aren't making sense, it's best to think outside the box. A thought flashed through his mind, and Gao Yang caught it, his eyes glinting. Gu Ling was killed by gunshot. She was. White Rabbit nodded. Gao Yang turned to Old Wang. On your team, was there anyone other than Gu Ling who used guns? Old Wang shook his head. No. Did Gu Ling kill herself too? Gao Yang asked on purpose. Gu Ling didn't kill herself, White Rabbit said immediately. I told you. No one would shoot their own chest to kill themselves, and they certainly wouldn't holster their gun afterward. That leaves us with only one possibility. It's the most obvious answer, but the one answer we least want to be true. Gao Yang turned to War Tiger. After a pause, War Tiger smiled. They were killed by themselves. I told you it wasn't suicide, White Rabbit trailed off and exclaimed, that can't be. Hell, that's insane. Officer Huang caught on as well. What? Old Wang was the only one still in the dark, and he asked anxiously, stop talking in riddles. What the hell is going on? Everyone exchanged a look. For a moment, they were reluctant to acknowledge the truth. Gao Yang took a deep breath and looked around. Look at the tree. Doesn't it remind you of something? What? Asked Old Wang. An hourglass, said Gao Yang. True. Qing Ling's eyes flickered. What's flowing inside the tree looks like glowing sand. Gao Yang wasn't sure if the jittery feeling inside him should be attributed to excitement or nervousness. He nodded and said, the sand is flowing toward the roots. That's why it's getting darker and darker here, while it's getting brighter below us. What does that mean? Old Wang was even more lost. Have you considered what the rune circuit hidden in this rune cave might be, Old Wang? Gao Yang asked the key question. Old Wang was bemused for a moment, and he muttered to himself, an hourglass, the looping subway train, and the differing passage of time. Ah, he exclaimed. Time-space. It's the time-space rune circuit. That would explain everything. War Tiger added, time and space follow different rules here, which led to all the strange things we've observed. As for the hole in the tree, that must be the core of the space, Gao Yang boldly speculated. The rune circuit was probably inside, but it was taken. Who else could have taken it? Old Wang said urgently. There's no one else beside us. Cheng Xian and the others are all dead. Not necessarily. Gao Yang crouched down and flipped Cheng Xian's body over. He broke into goosebumps when he lifted the dead man's shirt. His speculation was proven true. Look. Gao Yang's voice trembled. This Cheng Xian doesn't have a wound on his abdomen. War Tiger snapped his fingers. Case closed. This isn't the Cheng Xian we saved. Old Wang finally realized what was happening. Face pale, he staggered backward and almost fell off from the branch. Stop speaking nonsense. You can't be suggesting that there's another Cheng Xian, can you? It's not just him. It's also Guling and all your other teammates. Gao Yang paused. They probably all had duplicates. Old Wang's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees, clawing at his short hair. Old Wang. Officer Huang quickly helped him up. What's wrong? I'm fine. But my head is a mess. Old Wang's face twitched, and his pupils dilated. He grabbed Officer Huang as he rambled. I saw everything. Old Huang? I saw all of it. What did you see? Cheng Xian, Guling, and everyone else died, but then they came back alive. How did that happen? Ugh. Old Wang knelt down again, feeling like his head was going to explode. While they talked, the white energy in the branches were quickly depleting, and the area around them was getting darker. They could barely see their own hands. Fire, Gao Yang, said War Tiger. Gao Yang raised both his hands and conjured 2 fireballs to light up their surroundings. The golden light overtook the faint chilling white glow, and everything came into clearer view. Gao Yang spotted something on a branch not far from them. Heart thumping, he called everyone's attention to it. Over there. Gao Yang hurled the fireball on his left hand in that direction. The fireball cut through the darkness and illuminated all the dense webs of branches on the way. Hanging on the branches were human corpses. At a glance, there were at least a few dozen of them. Each was killed in a different way. Some by blade, some by gunshot, some by poison, and some by elemental damage. None, however, seemed to be killed by monsters. Their faces were so familiar yet so very foreign. It was apparent that they had been through a perverted, chaotic, relentless fight to the death. No, it can't be. Old Wang shook his head in vehement denial, almost breaking down then and there. They all knew what they were seeing. The bodies were all replicates of Cheng Xian, Guling, and the other 3 members of the second team. My head, it hurts. Old Wang's pain and confusion intensified, and he held his head with both hands as he groaned. Gao Yang didn't have the time to worry about him. He rattled off, Teacher, I believed Cheng Xian and his team entered the tree hollow and got the time-space rune circuit. Be it they used it wrong or some other reason, they twisted the time and space in this area into the chaotic mess it is now. As a result, 5 of them entered the tree hollow, but more than 5 walked out. They were joined by themselves from other timelines. Something like Triangle. White Rabbit was reminded of a sci-fi movie she had watched. Yes. Gao Yang's thoughts needed some sorting out as well. There are many versions of Cheng Xian. Perhaps from a minute ago, from 3 minutes ago, and maybe from 5 minutes ago. Basically, all the different Chengxins have entered the timeline we are in now. Here, there is only one rune circuit, and there is only one true version of each individual. War Tiger followed the train of thoughts. So different versions of yourself from different timelines would always kill each other. That's right. At Gao Yang's explanation, a bone-chilling fear crept up on everyone. Thank God the 5 of them hadn't entered the tree hollow, or the consequences would be unbearable. Gao Yang couldn't imagine how he would react to another version of him, but he knew that he wouldn't give up this world to his other self. In the end, a fight to the death would seem inevitable. Yes, that's what happened. That's true. Old Wang seemed to have regained his senses. Gao Yang's right. I can see all of it. I can see everything. See what? Officer Huang asked anxiously. What came before and what will come after? Old Wang shouted, his expression darkening. Run at once? The space is collapsing into itself? We'll all die. No, worse than that. We'll all get trapped in the twisted space-time. Where's the exit? Qing Ling demanded. Above us? There's an exit up there. Old Wang looked up. Once all the energy in the tree reaches the roots, everything will reset. Come on. Let's go. Everyone climbed up the maze of branches without hesitation. It was getting dark. The intensifying light below them seemed more like a strange, chilling abyss of whiteness threatening to devour everything, and the space itself felt heavier and heavier. When they talked, it sounded like their voices were wading through impure substance, distant and faint. Almost there? It's right above. Taking point, Old Wang kept panting heavily. Wait. War Tiger grabbed Old Wang. On the branch stretching above them at a diagonal angle were 2 figures. And they were both Cheng Xian? Both were covered in injuries. One Cheng Xian tackled the other to the ground and strangled him with both hands, while the one being strangled struggled with all he got. Die already? I'm the real Cheng Xian. The Cheng Xian strangling the other had the upper hand. his face twisted with violent urgency, but suddenly, the Cheng Xian struggling on the ground reached out and poked his other self in the eyes. One Cheng Xian screamed as his two eyes started bleeding profusely, blinded, and the vice-like grip he had around his other self's neck loosened. The other Cheng Xian seized the opening and hit his opponent in the injured abdomen. Another scream. The Cheng Xian who had been on the losing side flipped over and grabbed the waist pack from his assailant before kicking him away. The blinded Cheng Xian rolled off the branch screaming and fell to his death. Panting, the surviving Cheng Xian wiped the blood off his face. When he looked up, War Tiger had already gotten to him, the man's figure towering with light illuminating him from the back. The pressure felt like death itself. It only took a second for Cheng Xian to realize what was going on. His brain could access all the memories of his other selves. Don't kill me. Cheng Xian immediately dropped to his knees and begged, voluntarily offering the waist pack he had just gotten. The rune circuit? It's inside? I'll give it to you. Please don't kill me. Give it here, said War Tiger. Cheng Xian gingerly threw the waist pack to War Tiger, who threw it to White Rabbit. White Rabbit opened it with caution. Inside was a rune circuit made of black gold. Under the firelight Gao Yang conjured, she could make out the pattern of an hourglass. White Rabbit threw War Tiger a glance. What do we do with this guy? I wasn't the one who lied to you. It was him. Cheng Xian pointed at the abyss below them. I killed him. There was no bad blood between me and you. I just want to leave this dim place. Please have mercy on me. Have it your way. War Tiger didn't have the time to waste on the man. Show the way, old Wang. Okay, we're almost there. His sentence was interrupted by the sudden appearance of another man. He tackled old Wang to the ground, and the two grappled and rolled twice on the branch before falling off. Old Wang. Officer Huang leapt toward them and grabbed old Wang just in time, while Gao Yang did the same and grabbed the other. The other man was also old Wang? Don't let go, it's me. The one Gao Yang had just saved started shouting. There was an obvious trail of blood on his forehead. It seemed to have been left by a bullet. The one Officer Huang had saved was still dangling in the air. After getting a closer look at his other self, he shouted at Gao Yang, "Let go, Gao Yang. He's fake. I'm the real one. Don't listen to him, Gao Yang." The old Wang with a wound on his forehead argued. "I'm the old Wang of this timeline? He's not. He's the old Wang from 5 minutes later. That's why he got headaches, and his memory is a mess." Gao Yang was going to let go, but he hesitated when he heard that. It made sense. It was their presumptions making them see the old Wang coming out of the tree hollow first as their companion. However, old Wang had said that he was inside the tree hollow for a few minutes, while Gao Yang and the others had only waited for 2 seconds before that version of old Wang showed up. The old Wang they saw then must be the one from 5 minutes after, while the old Wang with a wound on his forehead was the one of their timeline. What's the difference? The old Wang held up by Officer Huang shouted. "I'm you, and you me. There only needs to be one of us. Then why can't it be me? And this is my world." The old Wang with a wounded forehead raged. "I won't die here. My wife and daughter are waiting for me to go home. They're waiting for me too." Officer Huang and Gao Yang couldn't make a decision. After sharing a look, they nodded at each other. They both pulled the man they were holding onto up. The two old Wangs rolled to their feet, their eyes bloodshot as their gazes met. Before they could rush at each other, a man quickly stepped between them, clutching the uninjured old Wang's neck with one hand and pressing a short sword to the throat of the other old Wang. "I don't have time to differentiate between you two," War Tiger said with a steely look on his face. "Lead the way, or I'll kill both of you." Both men fell silent. The two old Wangs came to a temporary truce for the greater good and continued leading the way, while War Tiger kept a close eye on Cheng Xian in case the man got any funny idea. The 8 of them navigated the complex maze of crisscrossing branches, sometimes climbing and other times jumping until they got to the top of the underground space. They could touch the cool rock face of the dome by standing on their toes and reaching up. Gao Yang strengthened the flames on his palm and lit up their surroundings further. Immediately, he said with alarm, "The branches are moving." The others noticed too. The branches buried into the dome were shifting slowly, accompanied by falling stone debris. Judging by the direction the branches shifted in, they seemed to be retracting. All signs pointed to the core of the space lowering to the roots and the ground. The branch they were all standing on was shifting as well. They had to keep moving to stay where they were. "Where's the exit?" War Tiger asked one of the old Wangs. "It will show up soon. You'll see." "Are you certain?" White Rabbit asked. The old Wang with a forehead wound said, "There are tens of thousands of scenarios in my head, and I've tried all the possible escape routes. Trust me when I say that this is the only way out." Then all eyes were on Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian hurriedly nodded. "Yes, this is the only exit, or I wouldn't have climbed up the tree." What was left for them to do was wait. Old Wang and Cheng Xian had seen countless selves experiencing countless successes and failures in the countless timelines. For the 5 of them from the 12 zodiac signs, however, this was their first and only chance to escape. And their failure would be their death. Waiting was more difficult than they imagined. The area below them grew increasingly brighter, while the area around them grew darker and darker. Even the fire in Gao Yang's hands was rendered a sorry attempt at dispersing the darkness. It fluctuated weakly and struggled to cast a circle of light around them, illuminating the different looks on their faces. Amid the suffocating darkness, War Tiger broke the silence. Why did you cheat us into entering the tree hole, Chang Xian? That wasn't me, Chang Xian hurriedly said. That was the other me. There's no difference, War Tiger said in a severe tone. I'll give you another chance. You better be honest with us. Chang Xian grew nervous again, and he avoided War Tiger's eyes. I got the second team killed. Even if I get out, I'd be persona non grata to the Union. I wanted to get the rune circuit to redeem myself and put all the blame on old Wang, but... Chang Xian glanced at War Tiger and didn't dare go on. But, War Tiger spoke for him with a smile. You knew you wouldn't be able to keep the rune circuit from all of us, so you tried to lure us into the tree hole with lies so that we would get into a fight with our other selves. Then you would escape with the rune circuit in the ensuing chaos. Yes. The moment Chang Xian finished his response, both old Wang spat him in the face. Bastard! I would punch your chin off if I weren't struggling to stand upright. I told you, the Chang Xian who lied to you is dead. Chang Xian argued vehemently. A score should be settled with the one who wronged you. Hate him, not me. I didn't lie to you. I helped you get the rune circuit. That's because you didn't have a choice, or you would have done the same. White Rabbit said derisively. There was no one she hated more than those who betrayed their companions. Then she suggested, I say we push him off. What right does he have to get out of here alive? Among the second team, he's the one who deserves to die the most. Seconded, said Qing Ling. Make it 3, Officer Huang agreed with ire. If not for this sorry excuse of a man, old Wang wouldn't have gotten a duplicate. Moreover, the 5 of them had almost suffered the same fate. No opposition from me, Gao Yang raised his hand and said. You can't do that to me? I didn't do anything wrong. Chang Xian panicked and turned to War Tiger. Please don't kill me. I gave you the rune circuit. I just wanted to live. Let's wait till we get out of here. War Tiger was being surprisingly generous and forgiving. Gao Yang thought the man would have shoved Chang Xian off the branch himself. A meaningful glint flashed through War Tiger's eyes. He turned to the 2 old Wangs. Now, we must decide what we do with them. Everyone fell silent. They couldn't avoid making a decision forever. War Tiger sighed, conflicted. I may not be an educated man, but I know this is a special space created by the time-space rune circuit, and that in a normal space, you two cannot exist at the same time. Without a word, the 2 men stared at each other darkly. If you are to decide a survivor with a fight, the 2 of you will be at a stalemate with iron skin, and there's no space for you to fight here anyway. And if you are to have a debate with words, neither of you will convince the other. A coin appeared at War Tiger's fingertips. Why don't we leave it to fate? The 2 men exchanged a look. After a brief silence, they said at the same time, okay, I call head. Then the old Wang with a forehead wound said, fine, I'll bet on tail. All right. One toss decides the victor. War Tiger gently cast the coin into the air before catching it with the back of his left hand and covering it with his right. During the 2 seconds, everyone watched him with bated breaths and pounding hearts. The 2 old Wangs, especially, had been staring at War Tiger's hands with their eyes twitching and cold sweat streaking down their faces. War Tiger slowly lifted his right hand. It was tail. The old Wang with a wounded forehead sighed in relief, eyes brimming with tears. Thank God. The other old Wang stared at the coin with reddened eyes, his expression aggrieved. Suddenly, he glared at War Tiger. You cheated. You can make head or tail at will, can't you? War Tiger met old Wang's gaze quietly as the firelight dimmed. His eyes glinted with a cold killing intent. You don't belong here, old Wang. You belong to the world 5 minutes ahead. Don't make me take care of you myself. But I'm old Wang too. You can't do this to me. Old Wang broke into broken sobs with tears and snots running down his face, looking pathetic and pitiful. He grabbed onto Officer Huang and begged, I can't die here, old Huang. I have a wife and kid to return to. Help me, please. Officer Huang looked away. I'm sorry, old Wang. The wounded old Wang looked at his other self. I understand you, but I won't give up. This is my world. Suddenly, a heavy tremor shook the space. It didn't come from a specific direction, but from everywhere. Gao Yang felt a burst of strange power inside his chest, threatening to tear him apart. The fire in his hands vanished, and he toppled backward in the moment of lightheadedness. At the last moment, 2 hands reached out from both sides to grab him. It was Qing Ling and Officer Huang. Grab and steady each other. War Tiger shouted. He was right beside them, yet his voice was so faint it sounded like it had traveled from one cliff to another. All of them linked their hands and made a circle. An unexplainable gravity pulled at them from beneath their feet like countless invisible hands, grabbing and yanking them to make them fall. Ah! They cried out at the top of their lungs as they fought the formidable gravitational pull. It was pitch dark around them. The only light source was the strange white light below. Then suddenly, Gao Yang's vision cleared. He looked up with difficulty and realized that the dome was gone, replaced by a boundless, desolate void. Hovering in the void was a glowing white shape that looked like an ethereal jellyfish. Countless white tentacles emerged and spread in all directions. They elongated and contracted, like the white light was breathing. Needn't to say, that was the exit. It was about 2 meters above their heads. Usually, they would have been able to easily make it with a jump, but given the situation they were in, Gao Yang would have trouble making a 2-centimeter leap, let alone a 2-meter one. The complex web of branches beneath their feet began to shake and shatter, and they were seconds away from falling into the white abyss below. White Rabbit, shouted War Tiger. She let go of the hands she was holding immediately. With a growl, she slowly bent her knees with veins popping from her temples, every muscle in her legs bulging unnaturally to the point of turning monstrous. Jump. With all her energy concentrated in her legs, she made the most powerful jump she could. Usually, her jump limit was hundreds of meters, but as it was, she would be content with making 2 meters into the air. That was the distance between death and survival. Fortunately, she succeeded. The moment her head touched the cluster of light, countless white tentacles wrapped around her in a gentle yet secure manner, pulling her into the portal. War Tiger then extended a hand as far as possible and grabbed White Rabbit's ankle. Meanwhile, the branches beneath their feet crumbled at an accelerating speed, and all of them went into free fall, or they would have if not for their linked hands. In the end, they hung down from the exit in a line. At the very top was White Rabbit, who was in the tight grip of the white glowing exit, followed by War Tiger, Cheng Xin, Qing Ling, Gao Yang, Officer Huang, Old Wang with a forehead wound, and the other Old Wang. Hold on tight. Don't let go. Gao Yang shouted, but he couldn't hear his own voice. Surprised, he looked up to find that everyone else was shouting as well, yet no sounds could be heard. The world was terrifyingly silent. Gao Yang then looked down. There was nothing but a gargantuan whitish-gray vortex that inspired fear in all onlookers, silently pulling in and devouring everything. It made Gao Yang's hair stand on end, and he felt a numbness spreading through his scalp. It was an instinctual fear of the unknown, and for the first time in his life, he felt keenly that he was but a particle in the vast universe. He tightened his grips around Qing Ling's and Officer Wang's hands. He must not let go. He dared not let go. Their interlocking hands were the only things keeping him alive and his only hope for survival. The gravity pulling them down grew even stronger as the vortex below them approached, but at the same time, Gao Yang could sense himself being pulled up. He lifted his gaze with difficulty and saw that White Rabbit, War Tiger, and Cheng Xin had entered the white light. Half of Qing Ling's arm had gotten to the other side as well. Yet their ascent came to a sudden halt like the gears of fate were stuck. Gao Yang's heart sank. Was it because there were 2 Old Wangs? The laws of nature dictated that only one Old Wang might exist in the normal world, yet 2 versions of the same man were attempting to return to it. Of course the exit would put a stop to it, and as a result, Qing Ling, Gao Yang, and Officer Huang were stuck at the exit as well, unable to cross over. Officer Huang seemed to have gotten to the same conclusion as well. He shouted something at the Old Wang at the very end of the line. Gao Yang could read his lips. Let go? The Old Wang at the bottom shook his head vehemently, his face covered in tears of desperation. He refused to let go. Gao Yang could sense Qing Ling's grip tightened around his, making clear her anxiety. He looked up to see Qing Ling shouting something as well. Gao Yang didn't even have to read her lips to know that she was telling Officer Huang to drop the 2 men. In her eyes, it didn't matter if both Old Wangs died. Officer Huang couldn't do it. He couldn't make up his mind. He knew they were running out of time, and that they would all die if he did nothing. But he couldn't just let go. He had a family. He wanted at least one of the Old Wangs to make it back home to embrace his wife and daughter, rather than his death being the only thing arriving at their doorstep. Because Officer Huang didn't want that for his wife and future kid, either. Let go, Officer Huang? We don't have time. Gao Yang shouted in vain. The man couldn't hear him at all. Wing. There seemed to be an invisible explosion, followed by an eerie whine. Then all sounds returned, and the vortex below them unraveled into its tsunami of void, ready to sweep everything away. Let go, Qing Ling shouted. Then it was Gao Yang. Officer Huang, please let go. Let go of me, shouted the Old Wang who had a wound on his head. Or everyone will die. No, I can't die. Old Wang held tightly onto the leg of his other self with both hands, breaking into loud wails. My wife and daughter are waiting for me. I promised them. I promised I would protect them, that I wouldn't let them get hurt. Officer Huang was left with no choice. He turned to the injured Old Wang. I'm sorry, Old Wang. I have a family to return to as well. I have to let you go. Then the wounded Old Wang suddenly calmed down. Eyes sad and smile bitter, he said, do it, Old Huang, I don't blame you. Please take care of my family if you can. I will. Officer Huang was just about to loosen his grip when he tightened it again. He saw the Old Wang at the very bottom letting go first. Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Officer Huang looked at the falling man in disbelief. Before disappearing into the vortex, the man shouted at his current self, tell our wife and kid that I love them. Then he was gone, or it would be more precise to say that he had dissolved into the crushing waves of nothingness. Gao Yang felt himself ascending again. Soon, there was a bright light. Then his mind blanked. When Gao Yang opened his eyes, he was lying on the floor of the subway train. The brightly lit car slightly shook as the train moved. He crawled to his feet and found the others lying around him. Qing Ling, Officer Huang, War Tiger, White Rabbit, Old Wang, and Cheng Xin were all there. They slowly sat up as well. Shit, we're finally out. White Rabbit stretched and lay back down, her chest still heaving. Rune caves are built differently. This one is hell mode. War Tiger stood up in a lightened mood. It's thanks to you at the last moment, Rabbit. Yeah, keep that in mind. White Rabbit tiredly lifted a leg. The front parts of her shoes were torn open again, revealing 5 toenails with red nail polish. Remember to pay for my new shoes. I'll give you 1 extra pair on top of the replacement. Then I want the JA Spring exclusive. No problem, just go to Wuda High. War Tiger offered without consulting the man in question. Officer Huang got to his feet and reached out to help Gao Yang and Qingling up. Leaning against a grab rail, he lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. Then he tipped his chin up and exhaled a puff of white smoke, feeling the relief of a narrow escape from death. Silence stretched for a moment. Then Officer Huang flicked off the accumulated ash and asked, "Why did the other you let go, Old Wang?" Old Wang slumped down on a seat tiredly and gave him a bitter smile. "If he didn't, everyone would die. And compared to dying, we are more afraid of making our wife and daughter lose their family. Were our places swapped, I would have let go as well." Officer Huang swallowed his words and fell silent. He didn't know how it felt to watch oneself die, and he hoped it would forever remain a mystery to him. Soon, the subway train arrived at its destination. No other words had been exchanged. Their nerves burned up on ends with equal parts anticipation and fear. Click. The door opened slowly. Outside was the cattle farm station of the real world. Standing on the dim platform were Chen Ying and her companions. "Thank God you're finally back." Chen Ying couldn't contain her relief, but she came to a sudden halt after approaching them. "Where are the others?" "Only 2 of yours returned with us," said War Tiger. "2 of ours? Where?" Chen Ying was confused. "There are only the 5 of you. Are you blind, Chen Ying? Old Wang and I are still alive." Cheng Xian regained some of his confidence once they returned to reality, and his tone turned haughty. He stalked out of the train and was just about to say something to Chen Ying. Yet he vanished the moment he stepped out. There was no other way to describe it. He vanished in an instant, without a tiara. In addition to Gao Yang, the others were shocked as well, and they wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Gao Yang turned to his companions with a pounding heart. War Tiger was the only one who looked unfazed, like he had anticipated the man's disappearance. Did Cheng Xian just vanish? White Rabbit asked no one in particular in an unsteady voice. War Tiger nodded and said, "Something like that." Gao Yang suddenly recalled how War Tiger had refrained from approving the idea when they voted to get rid of Cheng Xian. He asked quietly, "Did you know this would happen, teacher?" War Tiger gave him a look, his lips curled into what looked like a smile. "You're smart, Yang Yang. Have you not considered the possibility?" Gao Yang felt conflicted. Of course he had considered the possibility. Could one's present existed in silo when their countless past selves and future selves had died? It was like those temporal paradoxes. Could one continue to live on if they returned to 10 years ago and killed their past self? Gao Yang had thought that things wouldn't go exactly as they wished, but the situation had been too urgent for him to give the possibility much thought. Old Wang. Officer Huang turned to look at the man he had just befriended, choking up. "You." Old Wang wasn't so dense that he wouldn't guess his fate after witnessing Cheng Xian's disappearance. He was at first shocked. Then he was terrified. But all that was left in the end was a complicated sense of peace, a resigned serenity that felt more like an empty numbness after suffering again and again at the mercy of fate. He slumped down on a seat and flashed a smile at Officer Huang. "Do you have a cigarette for me, Old Huang? I quit a long time ago, but I'm feeling the urge suddenly." "Of course." Officer Huang rushed to produce a cigarette and a lighter for Old Wang. Despite his talent, god of firearms, his hands wouldn't stop trembling. Old Wang slowly took the cigarette and put it between his lips, lowering his head as he thumbed the flint wheel of the lighter. Click, click, click. 3 tries, yet the lighter sputtered sparks uselessly without producing proper fire. Old Wang's shoulders drooped, and what little light there was in his eyes dimmed. He lowered his hands with tears at the corners of his eyes. Fuck. He was gone. The lighter and cigarette fell to the seat and tumbled to the floor, abandoned. "Old Wang, Old Wang." Officer Wang's shouts echoed in the car, but no one answered. "Come on, Yellow Ox." War Tiger gently rested a hand on Officer Wang's shoulder. "He died for us," Officer Huang choked out, his shoulders trembling. "We would have been the ones entering the tree hollow if he hadn't volunteered. He was a good man." War Tiger sighed regretfully. "And it's always the good ones that fall mercy to fate." Officer Huang nodded, looking disheartened and lost. He wiped his eyes and said, "Let's go." The 5 of them got onto the platform. The train slowly departed before quickly vanishing into the darkness. Gao Yang didn't allow himself to relax until he was sure that none of his companions were going to disappear like Cheng Xian and Old Wang, and his heart settled back into his chest. "How long has it been?" War Tiger asked Chen Ying. 3 days. Chen Ying sounded anxious. "Where are our people? Who were you talking to?" "I didn't see Old Wang, nor did I see Cheng Xian. They died," War Tiger said simply. It was his belief that it was better to cut out an injured part than letting it fester. Chen Ying trembled. Although she had considered the possibility, she couldn't accept it easily. The second team were all dead. "Yes, my condolences." War Tiger gave White Rabbit a look. Understanding the silent cue, she went up to Chen Ying. "There is a silver lining, Miss Chen. We got the rune circuit." White Rabbit patted her waist pack. "We speculate that it's likely to be the time-space rune circuit, but we'll only know for sure by inspecting it back at our base." Chen Ying was still reeling from the death of her companions, and it took her a moment to break out of her reverie. "Okay, I understand." Before White Rabbit could go, Chen Ying called out to her and added, "I have to brief HQ about what happened this time." "Sure thing. Just send someone to return to base with us. I'll give them a detailed explanation. Then we'll sign an agreement for shared ownership of the rune circuit." "Okay." Chen Ying breathed deeply to tamp down her welling sadness. "I'll call HQ. Go ahead." Gao Yang followed the others out of the station to the street above. They were immediately greeted by Heavenly Dog, Lovely Lamb, and Dead Pig. The three of them were carrying takeouts for lunch. They had been staying at the station for 3 days, and they left temporarily to grab some food. They didn't expect Gao Yang and the others to return safely during the time. Sister White Rabbit. Lovely Lamb ran up to them and threw herself into White Rabbit's arms, breaking into tears. I thought I'd never see you again. Who do you think you were talking to, cute little lamb? White Rabbit pinched her chubby cheek. Sister Rabbit is blessed with good fortune. Congrats, Heavenly Dog. War Tiger stuck out his lips to gesture at him. It's the time-space rune circuit. Your type, right? That's great. Heavenly Dog didn't look too excited. He asked worriedly, are you all right? Anyone hurt? Heh, you've grown up, kiddo, asking after your teammates. War Tiger gestured at them with a smile. Come on, let's go. Mr. War Tiger. Chen Ying quickly caught up to them. I've made a briefing. I'd go with you. Sure. Go ride with White Rabbit. War Tiger let Chen Ying take the passenger seat and got into Heavenly Dog's car instead. On their way to the Millennium Tower, White Rabbit retold what had happened as she drove. Chen Ying lowered her head with guilt. I should have stopped Cheng Xin. Officer Huang reassured her, don't be too hard on yourself. You tried. No, I wasn't determined enough. Subconsciously, I was hoping that they would find the rune circuit too. Chen Ying clutched on the seatbelt before her chest. I got them killed. What the hell is wrong with you lot at the 100 Rivers Union? White Rabbit was suddenly irritated. None of you are that strong, but you all sure are prideful, and you keep making everything your own responsibilities. Chen Ying paused and finally nodded slightly. You're right. Pride without the power to back it up means nothing. Easy enough to say. Officer Huang smiled dryly. Didn't a particular someone keep blaming herself when Wu Dahai and Heavenly Dog got hurt, so much so that one had to wonder if she would ever stop wallowing? Shut up, Yellow Ox. White Rabbit slammed the driving wheel. Don't think I'd let you off the hook just because you're older than me. In terms of work experience, I'm your senior. Yeah. And I haven't forgotten about what just happened. White Rabbit said angrily. Why didn't you let go of old Wang at once? You almost got your companions killed. Yes, I recognize my mistake, and I'll reflect on it. Officer Huang sighed, feeling melancholy again at the thought of the dead man. He had known old Wang for less than 1 hour in terms of subjective time, that was. However, human relationships weren't easily measurable by time. Officer Huang couldn't get out of his head the idea that in another timeline, perhaps he and old Wang would be thick as thieves, that they would play cards and go fishing together, as well as go on spring vacations and have barbecues together with their respective families. Falling silent, Officer Huang looked out of the window. Gao Yang was quiet as well. He had been down since he got into the car. It was only natural. In less than 24 hours in his perceived time, he had witnessed Wan Ceci's death, struggled to fight Mad Red, got dragged into Ghost Horse's betrayal and saw his downfall, encountered and slaughtered the many monsters in the Rune Cave, escaped the twisted time and space, and finally confirmed the death of all members of the second team of the 100 Rivers Union. The series of dangers pulled Gao Yang along like an irresistible current and prevented him from mourning Wan Ceci. Now that everything had settled down, exhaustion and pain returned in full force, filling him to the brim and constricting his chest, yet at the same time, he felt hollow. He wanted to do something. Shout at the top of his lungs, perhaps, or maybe he simply needed a hug or a chance to silently cry to his heart's content. I'll drop you off, Gao Yang. Have a good rest, White Rabbit said softly, knowing what Gao Yang had been through. Thanks. Gao Yang nodded gratefully. He did need some time for himself. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yang returned to his empty home. Warm sunlight streamed into the living room through blue translucent curtains. Everything at home was familiar to him, yet the emptiness made it foreign. His mother was probably still taking care of his father at the hospital, while his sister was at school. These days, Gao Yang had become the pillar of their family. When he stayed the night outside or even went unreachable for a couple days, his mother no longer got angry at him despite still being worried. Instead, she simply reminded him to keep up with his studies since the college entrance exam was coming. Gao Yang undressed and took a warm bath in his bathroom, allowing the water to wash away his exhaustion and soothe the wound that hadn't fully recovered. Afterward, he dried his hair with a towel and returned to his room barefooted, plopping himself down on the familiar bed. He turned on his phone and checked all the calls and messages he had missed the past few days. He took the time to respond to texts from his mother, father, sister, Wang Zikai, and Uncle Qing. Only then did he feel like he had returned to his reality. Betrayal, ambush, killing, death, and separation, they all faded out of his mind. It was as if he was still the regular 18-year-old who knew nothing of the world. Gao Yang turned off his phone and lay down quietly. His head was filled with a mess of images and sounds. He took a deep breath and entered a meditative state, emptying his head of the intrusive thoughts. Suddenly, he was reminded of what Bailey Yi had told him. Delusion, greed, wrath, pride, life, and death are all meaningless. Life is short and nothing but a grand dream. Sleep crept up to him and wrapped around him like a blanket. He slowly closed his eyes. It was midnight when Gao Yang woke up. His dim bedroom was only illuminated by the silver moonlight coming from outside the window. He'd slept for quite long. It was rare for him to get more than 4 hours of sleep ever since his awakening. Feeling thirsty, he rolled to a seating position and was about to turn on the light when he froze. In the dark corner of his room was a woman. She sat cross-legged on the floor with her back pressed to the wall. Gao Yang had wondered if Lu Qingying was invading his dream again, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Taking a better look with narrowed eyes, he quietly called out, "Qingling." "Yeah," she answered. "When did you get here?" Gao Yang was surprised that he hadn't noticed at all. He had basically been dead to the world. A while ago. Qingling stood up and walked to his bedside, looking down at him. Gao Yang met her eyes and, feeling uncomfortable, shifted to make room for her, patting on his bed. "Come on. You don't have to stand." Qingling sat down by his side and said unceremoniously, "I went to school today. The homeroom teacher said that Wan Sisi was dead." Gao Yang's heart sank. Qingling continued, "I also heard that Wan Sisi got into a car accident and lost her head to a truck." Gao Yang's chest tightened. He lowered his head and stared at the silver trail of moonlight on the floor. "Gao Yang." Qingling's eyes were demanding. "How did Wan Sisi die?" Gao Yang sighed and met her gaze. They were cool and bright like an orchid bathed in the darkness of night. "Wan Sisi was killed, Qingling, but don't worry, it has nothing to do with you and won't expose you." Qingling paused, taken aback by Gao Yang's answer even though that was exactly what she had wanted to hear. She had visited Gao Yang at midnight because she was worried about getting found out as an awakener. "Good." Qingling stood up. Gao Yang saw her walk to the window. Then she suddenly stopped. Moonlight lit up her lovingly crafted profile. For a moment, Gao Yang caught what seemed like a trace of hesitation in the slight movements of her lips. Then she turned around to look at Gao Yang. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Gao Yang paused. "Is she worried about me? Or about what happened? I thought she only cared about leveling up." He didn't want Qingling to get involved with Mad Red or the faction behind him, to be precise. It was too dangerous. Besides, he had promised White Rabbit that he would keep the ambush a secret for now. Giving her a grateful smile, Gao Yang said, "Don't worry. I'm fine." "I'm not worried," Qingling said coolly before jumping out of the window. The curtains swayed gently, and the room was quiet again. Gao Yang was suddenly reminded of the night Qingling first invaded his bedroom. It had only been a month, yet it felt like it'd been a lifetime. 3 days ago. Taiping Bridge Cemetery, 3 o'clock in the morning. The moon hung in the sky as the night wind whined. A thin layer of vapor permeated the hills and valleys. On top of a brand new tombstone perched a white cat. It was bigger than an average cat, about as big as a medium-sized dog. Its eyes were emerald, and its soft full coat glowed with an ethereal, crystal-clear light under the moon. With its neck bent, it was preoccupied with licking its pink paws. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of heels hitting the ground drew close from a close distance. Under the moonlight, a woman in a red cloak walked up to the tombstone. Although the cloak covered her entire body, it didn't hide her mature figure. She was clearly an adult woman. Her soft silver hair ran down her shoulders when she took off the big hood of her cloak, revealing a beautiful face with pronounced facial features, pale skin, and crimson eyes glinting elegantly and coldly. She painted the picture of a vampire countess living in a dark ancient castle. "Come, sister." Her voice was gentle and soft like a radio host known for being considerate, which was in stark contrast with her appearance, but the contrast only served to make her stand out more. The white cat looked up at her and meowed softly, like it was acting cute. Then it jumped off the tombstone and meowed again. Slowly, it crouched and curled up, its hair spreading like seaweeds in water. Then it melted into a thick white fog. When night wind scattered the fog, the white cat was gone, replaced by a petite girl who wasn't wearing any clothes. Silver hair, pale skin, crimson eyes, and stunning features. She might as well be a twin of the cloaked woman, only her features were younger and on the adorable side, unlike her older, sensuous sister. The woman took off her cloak to cover up the girl, gently brushing her hair. "Sister." The girl beamed, a pearl-white canine tooth making itself known. "I saw him again." "Oh." The woman patted her sister's head. "Do you like him?" "Yeah." The girl nodded bashfully. "I can't wait any longer. I want to eat him." "Not yet. You must wait." Her sister's tone grew serious. "But." "I said not yet." "Okay." The girl blinked. Then her sister asked, "Are you done?" "Yes." "Then let's go." Holding the girl's hand, the woman turned to leave the cemetery. Then the girl looked up at her sister like she had just remembered something. "Why did they call us ghosts, sister?" "I don't know." The woman gave it some thought. "Maybe it's because we keep eating them." "Ah." The girl nodded. After a while, she looked up and said, "If he's willing to be my friend, I won't eat him." The woman stopped and slowly crouched down to put her hands on the girl's jade-like face. "Remember, fresh snow. Ghosts do not have friends, not ever." "I know." The girl seemed a little sad, but she quickly broke into a smile. "It's okay. I have Sister White Dew." "Yes, as long as we have each other." White Dew stood up and took her sister's hand again. Soon, they disappeared from the foggy cemetery. Under the tombstone the white cat had been perching on were a dozen white daisies, still damp with dew. Judging by the recently disturbed grey soil, the dead had been buried no more than 24 hours ago. The gentle night wind fluttered the daisies' petals. Then the wind stopped, yet the flowers were still rustling in the air. Thud. A pale hand shot through the soft soil, grabbing and tearing apart a white daisy. End of Act 1. The next day after Gao Yang left the rune cave at Cattle Farm Station, a funeral was held for Wan Sisi. A truck had been found after Wan Sisi's car accident, but not the culprit. Therefore, her burial was put off by a few days. Early morning saw a small drizzle shrouding the city in a melancholy gray. After the morning self-study session, Gao Yang and his classmates followed their homeroom teacher out of the school, riding a bus to the funeral home. Qingling sat down next to Gao Yang as soon as she got on. Since their relationship had become an open secret in class, there was no need for them to act distant. There was a band-aid on Qingling's cheek, and on her wrist was a faint blue bruise. Gao Yang didn't even need to think to figure out that she had gone through another night of hellish training with War Tiger. Did you level up? Asked Gao Yang. That hit a nerve, and the cool look on Qingling's face turned positively frosty. No. Is there a problem? Maybe you're going about it the wrong way. On one hand, Gao Yang was concerned about Qingling. On the other hand, he was curious about how one would level up their talents. Sooner or later, he would have to go through the same process. There's no special method, Qingling said broodingly. What? Gao Yang thought he heard wrong. Carry the rune circuit with you, and when the time is right, it will resonate with your talent naturally. There is no evidence proving that training will accelerate level UPS. Qingling gave the spiel at a deliberate pace. Then she added, that was what War Tiger told me. Gao Yang was both surprised and amused. Then you've been training for nothing. Leveling up a talent isn't the only way to get stronger. Training improves my overall strength. Qingling then put on a pair of wireless noise-cancelling earphones and a black sleep mask. It seemed that she was going to take a nap on the bus. Gao Yang couldn't help feeling a sense of respect for her. She would make the perfect protagonist for an underdog story. Actually, she would be the main character of a shonen manga were she a boy. In comparison, Gao Yang had been increasing his overall strength through putting luck points into his stats, making the process easier for him than for other awakeners. Well, not exactly easy. It was too slow to accumulate points under normal circumstances. Most of his luck points came from him risking his life and walking the high wire between life and death. Gao Yang would have chosen to get stronger through training if he had a choice. It would be slower, but at least it would be safe. Wait, don't sleep just yet. Gao Yang quickly lifted Qingling's mask. Qingling opened her eyes with a frown, her gaze shooting daggers at him. What? Gao Yang lowered his voice as much as possible. Have you been carrying the damaged rune circuit with you the past few days? Qingling nodded. Even when we went to the rune cave at Cattle Farm Station. Yes. War Tiger told you to do it. Yes. Gao Yang didn't know what else to say. He gave her a secret thumbs up in his heart. She had balls of steel, figuratively speaking. The bus made a sudden break as soon as it set out. Caught off guard, Gao Yang shot forward and almost hit the back of the seat before him. Ow, what the heck? What's going on? Who's that? His classmates complained among themselves. Click. Then the front door of the bus opened, and a figure dove in, silencing the complaints by his mere presence. Gao Yang. Wang Zikai waved at Gao Yang with a grin from the front of the bus. Gao Yang felt a headache brewing. Why was the idiot here? What's this, Wang Zikai? Their homeroom teacher asked the question Gao Yang had been wondering. Although I've dropped out of school, Wan Sisi was a classmate and a good friend. How can I not attend her funeral? He was so loud that it sounded like he was making sure everyone in the car could hear him. Gao Yang suppressed an eye roll. Wan Sisi and you said less than a sentence to each other every semester. Good friend? In your past life? Up, Qingling. I wanna sit with Gao Yang. Wang Zikai ordered loudly after coming up to Qingling's seat. She was still resting with her eyes closed. Without saying a word, she moved her right hand to her left waist, which was what she did before drawing her sword to kill someone. Gao Yang quickly pushed her right hand back down. Wang Zikai thus didn't see her warning move. Come on, let's sit there. Gao Yang stood up and dragged Wang Zikai to an empty row. The moment they sat down, Wang Zikai shared with Gao Yang like he had been waiting for it. My Kylan arm has gained another ability. Bro, really? Gao Yang was shocked. He wasn't sure if he should be happy or concerned. I'll show you. Wang Zikai tightened his right fist. Don't. Gao Yang didn't get to voice his disapproval fully before 3 sharp skeletal claws shot out of the back of Wang Zikai's right hand with a swoosh. Each of them was about 20 centimeters long and the color of a muted dark gray. They looked sharp, enough to cut through iron like butter. It reminded Gao Yang of Canavirine from Ymen 1. Put them back. Gao Yang blanched. And swish, the bone claws retracted back into Wang Zikai's hand. Wang Zikai said while radiating excitement, I tested them yesterday. I can cut through steel pipes like spring onions. Wow, cool, Gao Yang humored Wang Zikai while his heart pounded. Wang Zikai had been tapping more and more into his potential as a monster. Fortunately, his intelligence or the lack thereof was unchanged. Gao Yang hoped that things would remain so going forward. He would hate to lose a friend and gain an enemy. Inside the morning hall of the funeral home, the light was dim, and the air thick with tension. Most attendees looked heartbroken and mournful. Not even the best mortician would be able to restore a headless body. Therefore, the funeral was held with a coffin filled with white flowers in place of the deceased girl. Before the coffin was a black and white picture of Wan Sisi. The girl smiled bashfully, her big, dark eyes gentle and shy. Alive, she had been too easygoing for her own good. She often blushed because of someone's teasing, yet she never lost her temper with anyone. Suddenly, Gao Yang's mind was brought back to the fruit shop in his hometown. Dressed in a pristine white short-sleeve uniform and a dark blue checkered skirt, the petite girl in his memory leaned toward the shelf slightly with her hands behind her back, inspecting the fresh fruit on sale. Her soft, medium-length hair framed her fair face. There was an easy gentleness to her voice as she asked, "Are the cherries sweet, mister?" The beautiful moment of everyday life would forever be a snippet of memory. Gao Yang felt another pang in his heart. He turned to look at Wan Sisi's mother. The middle-aged woman had a sunken, hollow face. The thin layer of makeup did nothing to cover the sharp, difficult impression she gave off. She didn't cry. The look on her face wasn't so much sorrow, but numbness. She bowed to the attendees politely but awkwardly. Gao Yang wondered what she was thinking. After everyone had offered a flower to the dead and listened to the brief remark made by the family with their homeroom teacher, they departed from the funeral home one by one, gathering outside. Gao Yang stepped out to find many girls' eyes red with tears. It was no surprise to him. Wan Sisi was popular for her kind and gentle temperament. No one would have expected her to die suddenly, least of all in a manner as terrible as getting her head crushed by a truck. A girl who had been close to Wan Sisi walked up to Gao Yang and said seriously, "I know you're with Qingling, Gao Yang, but there's something I have to tell you." Gao Yang looked up at her. "Wan Sisi had feelings for you, she always did. I just want you to know because she would never be able to say it herself now." Gao Yang tightened his fists until his knuckles were white and nodded with difficulty. As soon as the girl left, Niu Xian came up to him with his 2 sidekicks. He had been resentful of Gao Yang since what happened at the karaoke. He remembered getting drunk that day. When he woke up, he was sore all over like he had been beat up thoroughly. He suspected that Gao Yang had done that while he was drunk, but he didn't have any evidence. When he first heard about Wan Sisi, Niu Xian was shocked and rueful. Thinking about her relationship with Gao Yang, however, he began to feel a vicious joy from Gao Yang's suffering. "Hey, isn't this young Master Yang?" Niu Xian taunted. Gao Yang turned to leave, already fed up. "You sure are fated to be alone." Niu Xian quickly caught up to him, chasing him doggedly. First there was Li Weiwei, then it's Wan Sisi. Both died so very young. Would Qingling be the next? But that won't be a problem for you, will it? Young Master Yang is so charismatic that women just flock to him. You can't welcome the new if you don't cast away the old. Gao Yang stopped walking, turning around to face Niu Xian. Niu Xian's mocking smile froze. Something about Gao Yang's vicious stare gave him pause. He had never in his life felt such strong fear and felt it so keenly. It was as if he would die if he dared say another word. It was absurd. Simply absurd. Gao Yang wouldn't dare kill a man in broad daylight no matter how emboldened he was. Why, then, was his instinct telling him that Gao Yang would not only kill him, but crush him like a fly? Why was he terrified? What was going on? "Apologize," Gao Yang enunciated every syllable. Niu Xian's 2 sidekicks rushed up to him. "Gao Yang, what the fuck is that attitude? Shut up." Niu Xian growled, shuddering all over and breaking into cold sweat. I apologize." "Who are you apologizing to?" "You, as well as Li Weiwei and Wan Sisi. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have made a joke about them. I've made a terrible mistake. I'm truly sorry." Gao Yang's gaze remained fixed on Niu Xian. He only blinked away the killing intent in his eyes after 3 seconds. "Get out of my sight." With a shudder, Niu Xian staggered 2 steps back and broke out of his fear-induced stupor. He didn't know what just happened. It felt like something other than him had taken over the body, another personality, or perhaps a different will. Humiliated, Niu Xian turned around and ran away, leaving his 2 sidekicks staring at each other awkwardly, at a loss of what to do. Just when Gao Yang was going to make his departure as well, someone called out to him. "Little cousin." A reference to Wolverine from X-Men. "Little cousin? Since when do I have an older cousin?" Gao Yang turned around and was entirely unsurprised to find the girl with a penchant for acting. White Rabbit was dressed in a light green dress and a retro bucket hat. Hanging on her neck was a mirrorless camera. She looked like a hipster girl with a hobby in photography. Smiling brightly, she said, "What a coincidence, cousin. What are you doing here? And what brought you here, cousin?" Gao Yang composed himself and greeted her naturally, all the while thinking, "The Academy owes you an award, White Rabbit." I was here to take photos. And I was here to attend a classmate's funeral." White Rabbit put on a look of surprise. "Oh, what happened?" "Car accident." "What a terrible shame. My condolences." Their conversation drew the attention of Gao Yang's classmates, and some of the boys looked envious. Gao Yang's cousin's so pretty and refined looking, they thought. Why is he always surrounded by beautiful girls? White Rabbit then turned to Qingling and singled her out from the group. "Here you are too, little Ling." Qingling had planned to act like they were strangers, but with White Rabbit calling out to her, she had no choice but to join them with a steely look on her face. The 3 of them moved away from the crowd. "Sister Rabbit," Gao Yang complained in a low voice. "Would you not ambush us like this in the future? It's dangerous. Dangerous." White Rabbit gave Gao Yang a pointed look. "You were the one who did something dangerous. You were giving off too much killing intent. Niu Xian could transform and lose control as a result. Then I'd kill him," Gao Yang said flippantly out of anger. "Don't forget about our rules, Dark Horse." White Rabbit's voice turned icy. "It's also against the rule to threaten a wanderer into transforming before killing it." "I haven't forgotten," Gao Yang said earnestly. "I was furious, but I hadn't lost my mind." "Good. What business do you have here?" Qingling asked. "Official business, of course." White Rabbit reached out and shook her hand before Gao Yang and Qingling. "I've got a magic trick for you. Look closely." Voila! 2 finely crafted coins appeared between her fingers. "Here. You each get 1. Gao Yang took one of the coins. It was grayish-white with a smooth, cool, and hardy texture. On the tail side was the number 5, and on the head side was a minimalistic Kylin. Jinryu, Gao Yang guessed. Yep. It's your paycheck for the month. White Rabbit raised an eyebrow. Originally, you were only going to get 3 Jinryu. You get an additional 2 Jinryu for the mission to the rune cave. Gao Yang's gaze on the coin was complicated. What? Do you think it's too little? I can't say it's not the case, Gao Yang admitted. Wu Dahai spent 600 Jinryu on his robotic arm. Comparison is the enemy of contentment. White Rabbit patted him on the shoulder. Wu Dahai is the richest man in Li City with a net worth of hundreds of billions of yuan, and it took him a long time to save up 2,000 Jinryu. Who do you think you are? What's your net worth? How many days has it been since your awakening? You should be content. The barrage of questions made Gao Yang feel like he should be thankful for even earning 5 Jinryu. At the same time, he saw Lu Qingying in a much more positive light. She had offered him a good price. A B-class intel earned him the same amount as his monthly salary and bonus combined. He should visit her barbecue place more from now on and build a closer partnership with her for more income. Gao Yang put away the coin gingerly. Keep up the good work and become an outstanding member. Then you'll get 8 Jinryu every month. At my level, you'll get 15 Jinryu every month, and taking into account the yearly bonus, your monthly salary will be 20 Jinryu. What can we buy with the coins? Asked Qingling. What can't you buy? You can get intel, items, weapons, services, dignity, even human lives. White Rabbit looked over Qingling's shoulders at the door of the funeral home. Most of their classmates had gathered. Wang Zikai, the idiot, noticed them then. He skipped his way to them. If it isn't my cousin. Gao Yang cut him off. Right. Wang Zikai quickly played along. Why are you here, big sister? I ran into them by accident and thought I should say hello. White Rabbit smiled at Gao Yang and Qingling. I'll make it short. Past midnight, there's gonna be a market organized by the 100 Rivers Union at the haunted house of the abandoned amusement park in Nanji district. It's held once every month. Consider it a flea market for awakeners. You're welcome to take a look. Sure. Gao Yang seemed interested. And Qingling looked bored. She would rather spend the time training with War Tiger. Do you want to go together, Qingling? Gao Yang turned to her to ask. Qingling rejected him with an impassive look on her face. No, it's a waste of time. After the funeral, Wang Zikai went home, while Gao Yang and his classmates took the bus back to school for the rest of their classes. Once the evening self-study ended, Gao Yang went to the dark alleyway near the school on his own. He was surprised to find Qingling there already, having changed into casual clothes. Whoa, you're going after all. Qingling was gone when their evening self-study ended, so Gao Yang assumed she had returned to the base to train. He hadn't expected her to wait for him at their usual meeting place. Qingling looked as cool as ever. I changed my mind. There may be items that can help me level up. True. Gao Yang quickly changed into casual clothes as well and put on a mask and a baseball cap. As soon as they walked out of the alleyway, Gao Yang's phone rang. It was Officer Huang. Did you get off school? Asked Officer Huang. Yeah, just now. I got my paycheck today. I'm going to the market. Officer Huang chuckled. Are you and Qingling going too? Gao Yang laughed quietly. What a coincidence. That's our plan too. Stay there. I'll pick you up. 20 minutes later, a regular car stopped at the mouth of the alleyway. The window rolled down to reveal Officer Huang. The man waved at them. He wasn't dressed in his uniform today. I thought you would pick us up in your patrol car. Gao Yang went up to the car and said as he opened the door. That'd attract too much attention. Officer Huang smiled. It's better to keep a low profile. Yeah, I told you we should take my McLaren. Wang Zikai whined from the passenger seat. Officer Huang said exasperatedly, that's beyond attracting simple attention. You're gonna make headlines tomorrow. Wang Zikai. Gao Yang wasn't especially surprised. He could tell what Officer Huang was up to. A monster would make a good smokescreen for them, lowering their chance of getting exposed significantly. The one and only. Wang Zikai said proudly. You aren't going on a shopping spree without me. Haha, I'm here as well, Brother Yang. Fat Jun was in the back seat. It had been a few days, and his face, while chubbier, looked a lot healthier too. Gao Yang and Qingling got into the back with Gao Yang taking the middle seat, and Qingling the window seat. Sister-in-law. Fat Jun greeted her enthusiastically. Qingling turned away, not bothering to correct him anymore. Instead, she put on her earphones and a sleeping mask before taking a rest. The last time all 5 of us were together was the Gu family's village, Fat Jun said sentimentally. It hasn't been long, yet it feels like ages ago. It's mostly because we've changed. Officer Huang put a cigarette to his lips with practiced ease while he drove. We were blindly stumbling around in the world, but now we've become awakeners of a major organization. The world is suddenly bigger. Yeah, that's what I meant. Fat Jun chuckled. I'm no longer terrified or anxious, and I feel like my feet are firmly on the ground. I can do everything with my full attention while feeling hopeful. How's the arm? Gao Yang was still a little concerned. Don't worry. It hasn't lost control since then. Fat Jun eagerly showed Gao Yang his floppy bicep. With the company of music and pleasant chit-chats, they made their way to their destination in no time. It was an abandoned amusement park beyond the front gates. The ground was covered in trash, the shops had closed down, and the walls were claimed by graffiti. The 5 of them got out of the car and vaulted over the shorter wall on the side. Soon, they found a park map and identified the haunted house. The Naji district is so empty, said Gao Yang. The neighborhood around the cattle farm station looks abandoned too. The Naji district is on the fringe of the city, and it started out as a rural region with a small population. Officer Huang took a drag of his cigarette and leisurely led the way. 10 years ago, there was an attempt to develop the region, and many construction projects were started. But it didn't work out. The district still seems like the middle of nowhere, only with a lot more abandoned construction projects. And the middle of nowhere is the only place an organization like the 100 Rivers Union can afford to settle down in. Fat June sounded proud with an important group like the 12 zodiac signs as his support. It's not about affordability, Officer Huang said with a chuckle. There's a reason the 100 Rivers Union picked this place as their territory. What is it? Fat June asked curiously. Because there aren't a lot of people, Gao Yang answered for Officer Huang. Ah, I get it now. Fat June came to a realization. Less people mean less monsters, and less monsters mean less danger. That's right. Officer Huang nodded. Gao Yang fell into thought. He now knew the territories the 3 major organizations occupied respectively. The 12 zodiac signs based itself in the Degsu district, the prosperous city center, with the neighboring Shanxing district as part of the territory. The 2 districts might not be big, but the population density was high. It was proof of how powerful the 12 zodiac signs were that they were able to gain a stable foothold where the risk of exposure ran so high. There was no need to emphasize the Kylin Guild's dominance. Their main base was located in the Feiyang district, an area as prosperous as the city center, and their territory spanned the Changzhen district, Anliang district, and Biang district, claiming almost half of the city as their own. The 100 Rivers Union, on the other hand, had to lay low in the remote Nanji district despite their large number of members, making clear their lack of confidence. That left the Dongyu district and the Zijing district unoccupied. Located on the eastmost and westmost points of the city, the 2 districts were home to all manners of smaller factions, and among them were undiscovered gems and unknown talents. For the 3 major organizations, the 2 districts were dangerous lawless lands. If Li City was compared to a coin, the 4 million and more monsters were the head of the coin, and the awakeners among the 400 and some humans were the tail of the coin. Both sides followed their own rules and unspoken agreements. In theory, an organization held the absolute power to rule and govern their territories, and they had the exclusive rights to the resources found there, especially for a S-class resource like a rune cave. If anyone wanted a finger in the pie, they better be ready for a fight. However, the reality was much more complicated than what was written in the playbook. With competition between the organizations being as intense as it was, the different organizations spared no effort in infiltrating and interfering with each other's territories. For example, the second rune cave ever found by the Awakeners was located in the Anliang district, once a fringe territory of the 100 Rivers Union. However, the Union was unable to acquire the rune circuit on their own, and in the end, the Kylin Guild got involved. Not only was the rune circuit taken from them, the Union was only allowed to rent it for free for 3 months per year. The Anliang district had slowly become a territory of the Kylin Guild. The 100 Rivers Union ended up losing both the battle and the war. They learned their lesson. That was why the 100 Rivers Union contacted the 12 zodiac signs as soon as they discovered a rune cave at the cattle farm station. What are you thinking so hard about again, Gao Yang? Wang Zikai noticed Gao Yang's serious expression and put an arm around his shoulder. We're here to have a good time. You should lighten up. Gao Yang silently snorted. What is this, a field trip? After some thinking, Gao Yang said, including the time-space rune circuit we just got, a total of 7 rune circuits have been found so far, right? Yes. This was something Qingling had been paying attention to. We have 2.5. The Kylin Guild has 3. And the 100 Rivers Union has 1.5. And who has what? Gao Yang knew the answers, but it was a habit of his to compare notes with other people. Let me think. Officer Huang scratched his head with the hand holding the cigarette, his eyes slightly narrowed. We have life, damage, and time-space, but we share time-space with the 100 Rivers Union. At the moment, the Kylin Guild has buff, knowledge, and miracle. The 100 Rivers Union only has psyche, and they got it from a trade with us. Gao Yang's heart quickened. The Kylin Guild sure lived up to their reputation. Not only did they have the most number of rune circuits, but they also had the ones Gao Yang needed. Knowledge rune circuit, or wisdom as his system called it, could level up lie detection, while miracle rune circuit could level up lucky. Over time, Gao Yang had come to learn the value of lucky. It might seem useless at first glance, but one way or another, things would be nudged into a direction that benefited him, and sometimes there were pleasant surprises. For example, he unlocked the talent pantheon once he accumulated a certain amount of luck points, and the luck points acquisition bonus granted in dangerous situations was only available after Lucky reached level 2. What would happen if he got to max level with Lucky? The more he thought about it, the more Gao Yang grew interested in the miracle rune circuit. White Rabbit said that the miracle rune circuit was the first ever rune circuit found by Awakeners, and Kylin, the head of the Kylin Guild, was the one who found it 20 years ago. That's right. Officer Huang nodded. But, Gao Yang said, she didn't tell us where it was found. Well, we aren't high-ranking enough in the organization. Officer Huang smiled awkwardly. I asked Wu Dehai about it in private once, but he didn't give me anything. Qingling said, I asked him too, and he wouldn't talk. Gao Yang was suddenly impressed with Wu Dahai. If he kept his mouth shut even when Qing Ling asked him about it, he might not be as much of a horn dog as he presented himself to be. Qing Ling's eyes flashed. But once, when I was training with War Tiger, he let some information slip. Although he didn't name the location, I guessed it. Where is it? Officer Huang and Gao Yang asked at the same time. Without any change to her expression, Qing Ling extended her right hand to them. 1 Jinmu for each of you. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Are you serious, Qing Ling? Yeah, Qing Ling said openly. I want to buy items that'll help me level up. I'm not sure if I have enough money. I'm out. I'll keep working, and sooner or later I'll earn access to the information. Officer Huang was worried about his wallet. Fine, Gao Yang said with difficulty. Tell me first. Once I get changes, I'll give you 1 Jinmu. Deal. Qing Ling grabbed Gao Yang's hand and quickly wrote a word on his palm, door. Gao Yang realized what she meant immediately. The gates of closure. Kylan found the miracle rune circuit on the gates of closure 20 years ago. Speaking of which, the location of the gates was a tightly kept secret, and most awakeners were not privy to the information. Once Qing Ling pulled back, Gao Yang thought for a while and turned to Officer Huang. Give me your hand. I'll tell you where it is at 0.5 Jinmu. Deal. Officer Huang's eyes glinted. Seriously. Fat Jun was getting exasperated. We're companions who have been through hell together. That makes us family. Is there a need to haggle over every ounce? You know nothing. Wang Zikai swiped Fat Jun on the head. My dad always told me since I was little that even real brothers should settle every account clearly. Mixing relationships and money will end up hurting both. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Since when was Wang Zikai capable of saying something wise? Anyhow, he managed to earn 0.5 Jinyu back by selling the information to Officer Huang as a secondary distributor. The abandoned amusement park was bigger than they had expected, and there was still a ways away from the haunted house. With moonlight paving their path, they walked past a dried artificial lake and returned to their previous topic. Why is the Kylan Guild so precious with the miracle rune circuit? Gao Yang asked on purpose. From what I've gathered, there are very few awakeners with miracle-type talents. I haven't heard about more than a couple. Gao Yang hadn't told anyone about Lucky for a variety of reasons. I don't know. Still, according to War Tiger, the Kylan Guild would trade anything but the miracle rune circuit. Officer Huang turned to look at Gao Yang from the front. But things may be different now. Why? Gao Yang's eyes glinted. Because we have the time-space rune circuit, Qing Ling said coolly. That's right. Officer Huang continued his explanation as he walked. During our training, War Tiger told us that the reward pool for intel regarding the time-space and the element rune circuits amount to an astronomical 50,000 Jinyu, greater than anything else in the Awakener Society, and the ones pushing the figure that high are none other than the Kylan Guild. They must need the 2 rune circuits very much. 50,000. Gao Yang was so shocked that his eyes must be shaking. Insane, right? Officer Huang looked slightly peeved. We've earned 25,000 Jinyu for the organization, yet the monthly salary and bonus combined is as little as 5 Jinyu. How does that make sense? The employers are always evil. Gao Yang complained. Whoa, that's crazy. Fat Jun was getting worked up as well. If we offer the time-space rune circuit in exchange for the miracle rune circuit, the Kylan Guild is bound to be tempted. Doesn't that make the 12 zodiac signs even more amazing? Are you an actual pig? None of us have a miracle-type talent. Why would we want the rune circuit? To prop an uneven table up. Surprisingly, Wang Zikai had been listening, and he asked after he was reminded of something. Oh, Gao Yang. What type is my talent? Which rune circuit do I need? Yours. Gao Yang quickly got into conman mode. Destiny belongs to neither of the 3 realms and is beyond the constraint of the 5 fundamental elements. You don't need a rune circuit. You simply have to work hard to exceed yourself continuously. For real. Wang Zikai was ecstatic. For real. The rest of them answered in unison, hoping to get over the topic as soon as possible. Their conversation then shifted. Meanwhile, Gao Yang wondered if he should let the organization know about Lucky once Heavenly Dog's time-space talents leveled up. Perhaps the organization would be willing to trade rune circuits with the Kylan Guild for him. However, Gao Yang didn't feel safe revealing his greatest secret. Lucky. Who is it? Leading the way, Officer Huang suddenly stopped to draw his gun. At the crossroad ahead was a weathered telephone booth, and a suspicious figure stepped out of it. He blocked the way and shone a flashlight at his own face. It's me. Me. The light hit his face from the bottom of his chin, making his complexion deathly pale and his features eerie looking. Paired with his ghostly purple hair, he looked like something out of a horror movie. Holy Mother of God. Fat Jun screamed and hid behind Gao Yang. Haha, Lizardman. What fine timing. Wang Zikai looked excited and eager, and 3 sharp bone claws shot out of the back of his right hand. I'll cut off its head to make a soccer ball. Gao Yang quickly grabbed Wang Zikai. Don't. He's one of ours. Huh. Wang Zikai was disappointed. Officer Huang also recognized the man at first glance and quickly holstered his gun. Why are you sneaking around, Zhang Wei? I didn't expect you to remember my name, Brother Yellow Ox. Flattered, Zhang Wei jogged up to them. I'm keeping watch. This place is pretty remote, but there's no telling if a monster will stumble upon it. After a cackle, he continued, last time, 2 wanderers came here at midnight for some fun time in the wild. They were a kinky bunch. If I hadn't kicked them out in time, they would have died. Zhang Wei then looked behind Officer Huang. Didn't Sir War Tiger come? Well, it makes sense. A big shot like him must be terribly busy. Why would he come to our little market? He should be going to the yearly auction held by the Kailan Guild. That's where the real treasures are. Zhang Wei talked like a machine gun. He was so enthusiastic that he rendered everyone speechless. Would you take a breath, bro? Wang Zikai frowned, irritated. My head is gonna explode. Right, right. Gao Yang snickered silently. Serve you right for all the torture you put my brain through on a daily basis. Zhang Wei was as polite as he could to the 5 guests, almost to the point of being servile. This way. The haunted house is right ahead. I'll lead the way. Soon, they saw a fake mountain quite grand in scale. The entrance at the bottom of it was made to resemble a temple for the King of Hell with 2 bright red lanterns and 2 roughly made plastic figurines. One was of ox head, and the other horse face one. Outside the door stood a young man in his 20s. His youthful face was arranged into an expression of seriousness. He must be a guard appointed by the 100 Rivers Union. Zhang Wei sauntered over. These are my friends from the 12 zodiac signs. Here to take a look around. At the mention of the 12 zodiac signs, the guard's expression immediately relaxed, and his gesture became much more respectful. This way, distinguished guests. The 5 of them walked into the haunted house. Not long after, the young guard at the door nudged at Zhang Wei's elbow. Look at you, Zhang Wei. You know someone from the 12 zodiac signs. Zhang Wei boasted. This is nothing. You know the 9th ranking awakener, War Tiger, don't you? I had a meal with him a few days ago. We're tight. That's awesome, brother Wei. SHHH, I don't wanna stand out. Understand. Gao Yang was at the tail end of the group and heard their conversation fully. Lips tugged into a smile, he shook his head without saying anything. It was dim inside the haunted house. Small light bulbs lined the walls and flickered, casting the interior in an eerie red. The 5 of them walked along a narrow corridor. At the end stood a young woman in office wear and a little boy dressed like the typical obedient child. Gao Yang took a closer look and realized they were both familiar faces. Chen Ying and Little Tian. They had met these 2 at the cattle farm station. Dark Horse, Yellow Ox, and Green Snake, Chen Ying called them by their code names. Then she turned to Fat Jun and Wang Zikai. And these are friends of ours, Gao Yang explained. Here to walk around with us. Welcome. Chen Ying said with a polite smile before looking down at Little Tian. Do a routine checkup. Yeah. Little Tian closed his eyes and activated sensory. 2 seconds later, he opened his black eyes wide and stared up at Wang Zikai, who was standing behind Gao Yang. Wang Zikai met the boy's gaze and said impatiently, What? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Little Tian quickly lowered his head and hid behind Chen Ying. Chen Ying's expression tightened. Can he be? Gao Yang caught on. Little Tian's sensory allowed him to differentiate between humans and monsters, which was why he was in charge of making routine checkups. The night market of the 100 Rivers Union was open to only awakeners. My friend, Gao Yang cut her off. He doesn't belong to any organization at the moment. Chen Ying gave Wang Zikai a good look. White Rabbit told me to expect special guests tonight. Still, I didn't expect you to bring him here. Taking her words at face value, Wang Zikai said proudly, Wow, I've been keeping a low profile, yet my reputation precedes me. Chen Ying gave him an awkward smile. Please go ahead. Once the 5 of them left, Chen Ying lowered her head to speak into the microphone at her collar. Guests from the 12 zodiac signs brought a wanderer. Blonde hair and black clothes. Always have an eye on him and make sure nothing goes wrong. Gao Yang and the others walked into the haunted house. The canopies, plastic dividers, and scary props were all torn down and piled up into a colorful mountain of trash in the corner, making space for a makeshift marketplace of hundreds of square meters. On the ceiling above were a few energy-saving lights and ceiling fans. And small trucks and street stalls could be seen everywhere. Sellers and buyers crammed into the limited space. There were about 70 to 80 of them in total. Let's split up and walk around, suggested Officer Huang. Gao Yang added, All right. We'll meet up in half an hour. Without a word, Qing Ling made a beeline for one of the street vendors. Come with me, Wang Zikai. Gao Yang didn't feel safe letting him walk around on his own. And Fat Jun, you're with me, Officer Huang said. He wanted Fat Jun close because Fat Jun's arm was still a risk factor. With Wang Zikai in tow, Gao Yang went around the night market and got to know it somewhat. Put simply, it was a flea market for awakeners with a variety of products all came with ridiculous names making random pop culture references. Captivating incense, Neo Pill, Right Hand of God, Devil Fruit, Ganjong, and Moye, Zen Pakuto, Summoning Scroll, Shadow Clone. The names were meant to catch eyes, making the products out to be some incredible treasures or divine items. Underneath all that extraneous packaging, however, the products were nothing but commonplace medicines, items, and equipment imbued with energy. Most were useless to Gao Yang, and the ones that would be of use, the 12 zodiac signs already had some in storage, and he could always apply for them when going on a mission. Nevertheless, there were some good deals. Among the limited wares of a particular shop, a fingerless tactical glove caught Gao Yang's attention. The vendor was nowhere to be seen. The black glove was sewn with a thin, refined piece of black gold on the back of the hand. There was a pattern of fire on it. Gao Yang touched the thin black gold plate and felt his hair stand on end. The amplifying glove resonated with the energy of his fire. Shop owner. Gao Yang called out, but no one showed up. Perhaps they were on a toilet break, or there was something else keeping them away. No matter. Gao Yang eagerly grabbed the glove and tried it on. With a thought, he concentrated his energy to his 5 fingers with ease, and the flow of energy when he activated his talent became much smoother. Gao Yang nodded to himself. Before fire reached level 4, the glove would be a useful amplifier for his power. He glanced down at the price tag, Fire Tactical Glove, 12 Jinryu. Gao Yang sucked in a breath. It was as expensive as it was useful. Gao Yang slowly put the glove back down. He couldn't help but think of Wu Dahai. He wondered if it was too late for him to get close to the man. Gao Yang. He turned to see Qingling standing behind him. She extended her left hand to him like it was the most natural thing in the world. Money. One, they are in charge of taking the dead to the underworld in Chinese mythologies. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. She was so unabashed about asking him for money, it was like she was robbing him blind. Do you mean, Gao Yang said tentatively, that you want to borrow money from me? Yes, I'm buying something, Qingling said brashly. Buy what? Qingling extended her right hand to Gao Yang. Around her wrist was a thin finely crafted bracelet made of black gold, etched with abstract, profound-looking patterns. The twin bracelet. Gao Yang recognized the item Wu Dahai had talked about before. Twin bracelets, also known as double bracelets, were items that facilitated training. It was said to shorten the time it'd take for its wearer to level up their talents. However, it was more of a superstition than anything, effective to some but not others, making its value difficult to prove. Its market price is 8 Jinryu, said Gao Yang. You pay too much. It's a bargain, young man, said a middle-aged woman with perm hair and dressed in a floral shirt. She was clearly the one selling the bracelet. I swear on my personal reputation that my talent reached level 4 in less than a month thanks to the bracelet. I bought it from someone else at 10 Jinryu too. What I ask for is only the original price. She held on to Qingling's hands in a friendly manner, looking like she was sharing with Qingling her truest thoughts. Young woman, keep the bracelet on, and I promise that your talent will level up in a month. Come to me if it doesn't work, and I'll let you get a refund. Gao Yang shut his mouth. I want it. Qingling threw rational thinking out of the window the moment she heard the words level up, and she turned to Gao Yang with glinting eyes. Lend me money. I'll pay you back next month. All right. Gao Yang smiled with resignation. He couldn't afford the fire-enhancing glove anyway. Judging by Qingling's attitude, if he didn't lend her money for the bracelet, she would probably drop to the ground and throw a tantrum. No, she was more likely to draw her Tang Dao and take the bracelet by force. Gao Yang took out the 5 Jinryu coin from his pocket and threw it to Qingling. She caught it and gave it to the middle-aged woman along with her 5 Jinryu. You're a real one, girl. I promise you this is a bargain. The middle-aged woman broke into a wide smile. She took the coins and inspected them with a small flashlight before checking it between her teeth. Only then did she tuck the coins into her waist pack. Then she urged, I have other treasures for you as well, young woman. Would you like to check? I'll give you an 80% discount for your second purchase. I'm out of money, said Qingling. The woman dragged Qingling away as she said, that's fine. Add my contact info if anything catches your eyes. Then we'll make a deal next month. Really, bro? Wang Zikai was irked. Did you really just give her the money? I didn't give it to her, Gao Yang corrected him with less confidence than he'd like. I lent it to her. Look at yourself. You're gonna be a pushover to your wife after you get married. Wang Zikai huffed. Here I am, I've returned. From behind them came the sweet voice of a young girl. Gao Yang turned to see a girl in a strange outfit rushing to her little shop. She quickly squatted down and straightened the small wooden plaque that said, Open. She wore a pink fisherman hat and a pair of big brown sunglasses, and her body was wrapped tightly in a blue satin fabric that looked like curtains. Stranger still, she wasn't wearing shoes. Below her delicate, fair calves were 2 petite feet, entirely uncovered. Gao Yang had seen his fair share of strangely dressed awakeners, but this girl took the cake, looking like a homeless girl wearing every style on her body. Are you the owner? Gao Yang asked, pointing at her wares. It's mine, it's mine. The girl panted slightly with what could be nervousness or excitement. Are you going to buy something? Gao Yang did want the tactical glove, but his wallet disagreed. No, I'm just browsing. Wait. Wang Zikai swung his arm to stop Gao Yang. He had never looked as serious as he did now. What? Asked Gao Yang. Brother. Wang Zikai grabbed Gao Yang's head to whisper into Gao Yang's ear, my dad said that doing business is like fighting war. It is the brave one who will win when it matters. Do not back down easily. Huh. Just leave it to me. Wang Zikai let go of Gao Yang and put his hands in his pockets, sauntering over to stare down at the girl manning the shop. Hey, how much does the glove cost? The girl looked down at the price tag. 12 Jinryu. 12 Jinryu. Wang Zikai frowned dramatically. This shitty glove. The girl picked up the glove and inspected it closely. There's no shit. There doesn't have to be shit for something to be shitty, you feel me? Wang Zikai crouched down and grabbed the glove, his expression derisive. Look at the lines, the cut, the style. It's all third rate. And the metal plate. What terrible metal work? What's the pattern supposed to be? The girl took a look at it and said vehemently, that's fire. You mean shit. Wang Zikai spoke in a booming voice, not giving an inch. Take a look at it yourself. Does it not look like a pile of shit? It doesn't. Take another look. Be objective. Does it not look like a triangular pile of shit? Does this part not look like the tip of a poop pile? Maybe, a little. See. Wang Zikai egged on. And we've been waiting here for ages. Is this how you do business? What kind of service is that? I was preoccupied. Forget it. Let's stop wasting time. Wang Zikai swung his arm. Give me an offer from the bottom of your heart, and I'll take it for your sake and consider us friends. The girl blinked at him confusedly and said in a weak voice, how much are you willing to pay? 2 Jinryu, no bargain. Wang Zikai said without pause. Gao Yang's jaw dropped. Seriously? It's basically robbery? What? The girl was too stunned to say anything. What? Do you not want to sell it? Wang Zikai frowned and dragged Gao Yang away. Come on. Forget about the shitty glove. Hey, wait. Don't go. The girl shot to her feet and reached out to them. I'll sell the glove to you? At 2 Jinryu. Gao Yang couldn't believe his ears. Seriously? That worked? Wang Zikai wiggled his eyebrows at Gao Yang proudly. A silent "you're welcome" was implied. Gao Yang gave the girl a once-over. He was beginning to wonder if she was the kind of fraud common at train stations, who lured their victims in by offering them a low price before swapping the product with a fake. Are you really gonna sell the glove to me? Gao Yang eyed her warily. Yes, we have a deal. The girl nodded vehemently and handed Gao Yang the glove with one hand while extending her other hand with her fingers splayed. Pay up. Gao Yang took the glove in disbelief and put it on. It was the real deal. A moment please. I'm borrowing money from my friend. Gao Yang was overjoyed at the gift that practically fell on his lap. He turned to look for Officer Huang for help. And Officer Huang and Fat Jun happened to be coming his way while laughing and chatting. What goody are you looking at there, Brother Yang? Asked Fat Jun. Perfect timing, Officer Huang. Lend me 2 Jinryu, please, Gao Yang said urgently. I got something good. Oh, that's too bad. Officer Huang patted on the specialized gun holster on his waist. I got something good too, and it cost 5 Jinryu. I spent it all. You. Gao Yang almost fainted. It had been a ride on an emotional roller coaster. No matter how disappointed he was, he had no choice but to reluctantly take off the glove and return it to the girl. Forget it. I'm not buying. It's not meant to be mine. The girl took the glove, the curve of her lips made clear her disappointment. Gao Yang turned to leave, but his lingering attachment made him stay his steps, and he turned back to ask, why don't you give me your number? I'll look for you next month to buy the glove. The girl shook her head. I don't have a cell phone, and I won't be here next month. Is that so? Then it can't be helped. Gao Yang sighed. Fine. It really wasn't meant to be. The moment he turned away, though, Fat Jun suddenly raised his right hand and slapped Wang Zikai in the face. The thunderous sound penetrated through the hubbub of the flea market, drawing many pairs of eyes at once. Wang Zikai was stunned for a moment. He had been the devil incarnate for years, and he had always been the one hitting people rather than the other way around, let alone getting slapped in the face. He glared at Fat Jun. You've got a death wish. Slap. Another hit in the face. This time, Wang Zikai's head was thrown sideways by the sheer force of it. When the second slap landed, Gao Yang reflexively hunched, feeling a sympathetic pain like he was the one getting slapped. Silence lingered for 2 seconds. Wang Zikai stroked his reddened cheek and slowly turned his head back. The rage in his eyes was intense enough to kill. You've got balls, Fat Jun. Brother Kai? Brother Kai, I didn't. Fat Jun looked at his right hand in panic. I don't know what happened, but I lost control of my right hand suddenly. It wasn't me, I swear. And you think I'll buy that? Wang Zikai tightened his fists, his knuckles crackling. Brother Kai? I'm sorry, Brother Kai. Fat Jun staggered back in fear. It wasn't me, I swear to God. I won't stop until I break a leg or two. Wang Zikai growled and charged at Fat Jun. Fat Jun bolted at once. Help? Help me. Shit. We've got to do something. With a long-suffering look, Officer Huang chased after them. Gao Yang was just about to do the same when a cool, soft hand grabbed his. He looked over. It was the vendor. Follow me. The girl turned around and ran, dragging Gao Yang along. Hey, wait. Gao Yang was going to say something, but the girl was stronger than he expected. Like a pair of tropical fish, the two of them dove through the crowded marketplace swimmingly and rushed out of the haunted house in no time. Finally, Gao Yang found the chance to break out of her grip. What are you doing? Teehee. The girl smiled sweetly and handed Gao Yang the glove. This is for you. For me. Gao Yang questioned his ears. Yeah, in exchange for you riding the Ferris wheel with me. The girl's voice had an upbeat lilt to it. Despite the fisherman hat and the sunglasses covering her face, her excitement and anticipation were apparent. Gao Yang was immediately alerted. There was something very strange and very wrong about the girl. He used lie detection on her. The target did not lie. Gao Yang then accessed the system to make sure that his luck points were accumulating at a regular rate. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he had ascertained that the girl didn't lie, and that she wasn't hostile to him. This wasn't a trap. He considered the glove in the girl's hands and asked for confirmation. Are you really going to give me that? Yes. The girl jumped in excitement and pointed at the Ferris wheel near them. Take that with me? The Ferris wheel. All right. Gao Yang took the glove. No take-backs. Of course. Gao Yang followed the girl as she skipped toward the Ferris wheel. His heart was still pounding with nervousness. Wasn't it a little careless of him to ride a Ferris wheel with a girl he didn't know just for a glove? Gao Yang cleared his throat and asked, What's your name? Me. The girl turned around and pointed at her face. Fresh snow. Fresh snow. Gao Yang went through his mental list of the top 100 awakeners. No matter how hard he thought about it, he didn't remember a fresh snow. I'm Dark Horse of the 12 zodiac signs, Gao Yang introduced himself. He was basically telling the girl to not get any funny ideas since he was someone with the backing of a proper organization. Dark Horse, Fresh Snow muttered before saying seriously, I don't like the name. It doesn't sound nice. Gao Yang paused and smiled awkwardly. Well, I didn't like the name at first, either. Mostly because it sounded too arrogant and would be detrimental to his plan to get stronger while keeping a low profile. Right. Fresh Snow smiled. Most of her fair, palm-sized face was hidden by the fisherman hat and the big sunglasses. Soon, they reached the bottom of the Ferris wheel. It seemed that it hadn't seen any use for a long time. Even if it wasn't broken, there would be no electricity to power it. It's not working, said Gao Yang. Are we still getting on? Yes. Fresh Snow jumped onto the pod nearest to the ground, waving down at Gao Yang happily. I'm getting to the top. Gao Yang was surprised. The girl moved well. She must be quite the formidable awakener. He was glad that he had decent agility, enough for him to climb up the Ferris wheel, at least. However, he couldn't do it as gracefully as the girl did. Using both hands and feet, Gao Yang climbed onto the nearest pod. Following Fresh Snow and jumping between the metal beams of the Ferris wheel, he quickly reached the topmost pod. Fresh Snow opened the door, and the two of them got in. The pod wasn't big, and it was dim. Sitting face to face, their eyes couldn't help but meet. It was more awkward than intimate. At least that was the case for Gao Yang. You're a member of the 100 Rivers Union, aren't you? Gao Yang asked just to fill the space. I'm not. Then the Kylan Guild. Fresh Snow shook her head. No, an unaffiliated awakener. Wrong again. Fresh Snow chuckled and put her legs up, resting her chin on her knees. I'm a ghost. She put it so simply and naturally that Gao Yang wasn't so much shocked but confused. He wondered if he had heard her wrong. Come again. I'm a ghost. Fresh Snow's smile widened. After 2 seconds, Gao Yang laughed along. Nice to meet you. It's my first time running into a ghost. It was Fresh Snow's turn to be surprised. She studied Gao Yang. Are you not afraid of ghosts? I am, Gao Yang said half-jokingly. But my teacher said that I wouldn't stand a chance against ghosts at the moment, so I'm not gonna waste my energy running away. Fresh Snow puffed up her cheeks bemusedly before breaking into a grin, revealing a sharp white canine tooth. Your teacher is right. Well, so we've taken the Ferris wheel. Gao Yang got back to business. Our deal is done, right? Fresh Snow didn't say anything. She tilted her head to look outside at the sky, her eyes distant. Gao Yang wondered if she was regretting the deal. He wasn't sure what he could say, so he looked out of the window as well. Below, the amusement park was an abandoned wasteland, and beyond it was the distant city adorned with specks of light. With heavy clouds covering the moon, the heaven and earth were awash in a dark gray. Why is the Ferris wheel different from the one on TV? Fresh Snow asked, disappointed. Mostly because the power to the amusement park has been cut off, Gao Yang explained seriously. There's no neon light, so it doesn't look good. Fresh Snow leaned toward the window, her upturned nose pressing into the fogged glass. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment. It's better to make sure both parties leave with what they want in a deal. It was clear that Fresh Snow was dissatisfied with the ride on the Ferris wheel. Although it wasn't his fault, it wouldn't hurt to do something within his ability to make her happy. After all, fragrance lingered on the hand that gifted away roses. Do you want to see fireworks? Gao Yang asked. Fireworks. Fresh Snow turned to him and nodded excitedly. Yeah, give me a moment. It's best that you close your eyes first. Okay. Gao Yang opened the pod door. Against the chilling night wind sweeping inside at once, he popped out of the pod and, with a single thought, conjured 2 unstable balls of fire in his palms, hurling them above. All right, open your eyes. Gao Yang returned to his seat. When Fresh Snow opened her eyes and looked out of the pod, the 2 fireballs were slowly descending against the backdrop of the night sky. Due to the unstable energy and the strong night wind, the flames quickly scattered into embers. Although it wasn't as extravagant and enthralling as fireworks, it was still quite the romantic sight. Whoa! Fresh Snow gaped at the display and took off her sunglasses without thinking. Then a strong gust of wind stole the fisherman hat from her head. Her silver hair ran down like a waterfall, upon which the fireworks cast golden specks of light. Gao Yang threw her a glance. The girl had stunning delicate features, graceful silver hair, eyes as red as rubies, and skin pale like that of vampires. Suddenly, Gao Yang was reminded of what War Tiger had told him. I don't have to tell you. You'll know when you see them. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but if you ever run into them, it means they have decided to kill you, and there's no escaping that. Wait, what's going on? Can the girl really be a ghost, as in a member of specters? A Chinese idiom that means what goes around comes around, but in a strictly positive sense. The crude fireworks of Gao Yang's making slowly dissipated in the night sky as Fresh Snow stared, lost in the sight. So pretty? Then she finally turned to Gao Yang, not realizing that she lost her disguise. Again? I want to see some more. Gao Yang's smile froze, and his face turned ashen. His heart almost stopped beating. A second passed as his brain refused to function. Ring. The phone in his pocket jerked him back to reality. He slowly picked up the call. It was Officer Huang. Where did you go, Gao Yang? Get back here? Something's wrong? A vendor got seriously injured and is still unconscious. Hey, are you listening? Officer Huang, Gao Yang said in a grave, trembling voice. You don't have to return the 0.5 Jinmu. What? Get everybody and run. Gao Yang hung up. He looked up to meet Fresh Snow's gaze. She blinked, her eyes beautiful like rubies. What's wrong? So you really are a ghost, Gao Yang mustered the courage to say, all the while secretly focusing his energy in his palms. I told you. The girl nodded easily with a naive look on her face. So, Gao Yang paused. You came to kill me. No. Fresh Snow shook her head, her smile coy. I came to eat you. Warning, you are in extremely great danger. Luck acquisition rate increases to 5,000 times. Gao Yang's heart sank into a bottomless pit. Fear slithered around him and strangled him like a large boa. While he had run into an enemy who pushed his luck points acquisition rate to 5,000 times before, this time, he wasn't facing a monstrous being who had lost control after injecting medicine, but someone with intelligence and the ability to plan. He knew he stood no chance, but he had to try. Just when he was going to use fire, though, his rationality broke out of the clutch of his fear and stopped him. No, something isn't adding up. Think quickly. If Fresh Snow planned to eat me in the beginning, why didn't the system notice? Why did it only notice now? Can it be that she didn't start out wanting to eat me, but came to feel the urge suddenly? It isn't impossible, but it is improbable. While there are psychopaths who confess their love and attempt to kill you in the same breath, Fresh Snow doesn't seem like such a person. Then maybe Fresh Snow isn't the source of danger. While Gao Yang was still hesitating, Fresh Snow cocked her head and smiled. But I changed my mind. Gao Yang didn't dare say anything. I've decided. Fresh Snow looked expectant. I'm going to be your friend. Friend. Gao Yang couldn't wrap his head around that. Yeah. Fresh Snow nodded seriously. We'll be best friends. Sure. Gao Yang was practically shouting in his head. As long as you don't eat me, I'll be your friends, even your slaves. A real man knows when to kneel. Okay. Fresh Snow nodded happily. You gave your word, and you have to keep it. I'll keep my word, for sure. Pinky promise. Fresh Snow reached out to him. And this is something a specter does? Gao Yang did his best to arrange his pale face into a smile, offering his hand. Pinky promise. Pinkies, then thumbs? The promise will last 100 years. Fresh Snow curled her pinky around Gao Yang's and shook it in excitement. Then she pressed her thumb to his. Gao Yang was worried that it would be some kind of evil ritual, contract, or curse, but he didn't dare say no. Afterwards, he didn't feel any change to his body, as if it was a simple pinky promise. We're best friends from now on. Fresh Snow announced giddily, but then her smile dropped. Oh, no, sister's here. Sister, asked Gao Yang. She's here to find me. Fresh Snow shot to her feet in panic and scrambled toward the door. It dawned on Gao Yang that the source of the danger was the girl's sister. I've got to go. Fresh Snow quickly opened the door, her silver hair tousled by the sweeping night wind. At some point, the moon had decided to make an appearance. The clear light illuminated her innocent-looking face. See you next time, Gao Yang. She turned around, her eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons. See you next time. Then Fresh Snow jumped and disappeared into the dark. Gao Yang's face was still stuck in a forced smile. He quickly accessed the system. The 5,000 times bonus no longer applied. He let out a long breath and slowly stood up, looking down from the pod. Fresh Snow was gone, leaving only a blue curtain fluttering in the wind, stuck in the axle of the Ferris wheel. Ring, ring, ring. The phone in his pocket kept vibrating. Gao Yang wiped away the sweat on his palms and picked up. Wang Zikai shouted from the other end of the line, Where are you, bro? Don't panic. I'm coming to save you. Grimacing, Gao Yang pulled the phone away from his ear. That almost broke his eardrum. He said with a wry smile, I'm at the Ferris wheel. Come save me. His legs might as well be jelly. No sooner had Gao Yang jumped off the Ferris wheel that Officer Huang, Qingling, and Wang Zikai rushed over to him. Leading the charge, Wang Zikai brandished the 3 bone claws protruding from the back of his right hand, ready for an epic fight. Where's the lizardman? The bastard. Wang Zikai looked around. It ran, said Gao Yang. It got lucky. Wang Zikai turned to Gao Yang. Why did you run off on your own? I wanted a freebie and almost paid with my life. Gao Yang was feeling deeply regretful. I'll tell you about it later. All right. At least you're fine. Officer Huang was sweating as well. Oh, Gao Yang turned to him. What happened on your end? Let's walk and talk. Officer Huang holstered his gun, his expression severe. As they made their way to the haunted house, Officer Huang explained what had happened. After Fat Jun slapped Wang Zikai twice with no apparent reason, Wang Zikai chased after Fat Jun in rage inside the haunted house, swearing that he would skin Fat Jun alive. Worried that things would escalate into something bad, Officer Huang caught up with them to play peacemaker. That brought them to a storage room by accident, and inside lay an unconscious man. Officer Huang called Chen Ying over immediately. The man was indeed a member of the 100 Rivers Union, and he was the vendor of the shop Gao Yang visited, as Officer Huang found out. And both Gao Yang and the fake vendor were already gone when Officer Huang got there. Unable to find Gao Yang anywhere, Officer Huang called him. In response, Gao Yang simply told Officer Huang to run. That gave Officer Huang a rough idea about what had happened. He grabbed Qingling and Wang Zikai to come to Gao Yang's rescue. Did you get grabbed by the girl pretending to be the vendor, Gao Yang? Officer Huang looked at him. Qingling's attention was on him as well. Who was she? Was she strong? Gao Yang gave Officer Huang and Qingling a look. The three of them slowed down and fell back so that Wang Zikai was some distance ahead. Gao Yang mouthed, "Spectre." "What?" Officer Huang almost cried out. Qingling frowned, her expression frosty. "It's all right," Gao Yang quickly said. "We'll talk about it more later." The four of them returned to the haunted house and entered the marketplace. Most of the vendors had closed shops. They made a circle around something, murmuring among themselves. Passing through, Officer Huang led Gao Yang through the crowd. At the center of the circle lay a young man. He was dressed in a checkered shirt, a pair of jeans, and running shoes. Beside him was a backpack. He looked like a typical programmer. Fat Jun squatted by the man's side, holding his arm with both hands to heal him. On the man's left arm were two faint indentations, like a bite mark left by an animal. "How is he?" Chen Ying asked worriedly. Fat Jun shook his head gravely, sounding lost. "The blood has stopped and the wound has healed, but something feels wrong." "What's wrong with him?" asked Chen Ying. "I'm not sure." Fat Jun stumbled on his words. "There seems to be an energy that doesn't belong to him in his body, and it's especially pronounced in the arm that was bitten. It's rejecting and offsetting my healing." Fat Jun scratched his head. "How should I put it? It feels like my healing can't find a target. It's very strange." Surprise flashed through Chen Ying's face. She sounded hesitant as she said, "It may be a curse." "Holy, a curse. What do we do?" The crowd erupted into murmurs. Gao Yang was surprised as well. There were talents that put curses on people from serial number 11 to 199, and those talents were categorized as the miracle type. That made sense to Gao Yang. Blessings and curses were two sides of the same coin, so were sanctuary and punishment. After all, both were what a god that reigned supreme would do. Among the 12 types, miracle-type talents were the rarest. "We must take him back to HQ, Chen Ying came to the conclusion while Gao Yang was lost in his thoughts. She turned to order Zhang Wei, "Make the announcement that the market ends now. Everyone is to return home and keep up their guard. I'll make a report tomorrow. Our meeting place may change going forward." "Got it," Zhang Wei answered. Chen Ying turned to Gao Yang and his companions. She opened her mouth before closing it, hesitant to say what she wanted to say. "Please speak your mind," Gao Yang offered. Chen Ying glanced at her unconscious companion. "I'm taking him back to our base. We have a member with talent, cleansing. That should remove the curse if it's indeed what he was hit with." Gao Yang nodded and waited for her to continue. "But I'm worried that something may happen on our way back. Another ambush, for example." "That's reasonable," said Officer Huang. Chen Ying smiled bitterly. "To be frank, with the second team killed in action and the first team away, I'm hoping that you would be so kind as to escort us back." Gao Yang didn't immediately say yes. If the ghost named Fresh Snow and her mysterious sister wanted to kill someone, the three of them and Chen Ying together wouldn't stand a chance. However, it seemed that Fresh Snow wasn't actually hostile to Gao Yang or the Hundred Rivers Union, and her sister seemed to have only shown up to get Fresh Snow while being wholly uninterested in anyone else. Gao Yang could make Chen Ying owe him a favor without risking anything. He turned to Qingling and Officer Huang. Through exchanges of glances, the three of them came to an agreement. Gao Yang said with a smile, "We are willing to play bodyguards, but not for free. How much do you want?" Chen Ying was too worried to beat around the bush. "How about this?" Officer Huang said with a shrewd smile. "Whatever the three of us bought today will be given to us free of charge. Deal." Chen Ying didn't even hesitate. None of the products traded at the flea market were that valuable. Although the Hundred Rivers Union wasn't that strong in battles, they did have quite the wealth accumulated. But, Chen Ying trailed off, shooting Wang Zikai a fleeting glance. Gao Yang caught on immediately. Wang Zikai was a monster. Chen Ying couldn't possibly allow him to follow them to their home base. It was too risky. Gao Yang cleared his throat and said, "Wang Zikai, why don't you return with Fat Jun?" "Why?" Wang Zikai was confused. "That's because," Gao Yang gave Fat Jun a pointed look. "Ow, ow." Fat Jun immediately grabbed onto his own arm. "I don't feel too good, something's wrong." Gao Yang put on a serious look. "Fat Jun isn't in the right state. Please take him back in case something bad happens. Remember how his arm lost control again? And he slapped you twice. Fucker." Wang Zikai flew into a rage as soon as he was reminded of that. "I told you we shouldn't keep the piece of trash around. Haha, I know you've got a heart of gold underneath all that toughness, brother Kai. You ain't gonna kill me." Fat Jun quickly rattled off flatteries. "You're the chosen one. The chosen one must be magnanimous in nature. Piss off." Wang Zikai spat, but his arched eyebrows and the curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. "None of us are confident that we'll be able to keep Fat Jun under control. You're the only one who can." Gao Yang continued to talk him up. "And it doesn't befit someone of your station to play bodyguards. Leave it to us." "Fine, fine." Wang Zikai waved a hand at them reluctantly. "I'll take care of it." Officer Huang threw his car key to Wang Zikai. "Take my car. I'll get it from you later." Wang Zikai took the key and dragged Fat Jun by the collar, cursing under his breath as he walked away. Watching Wang Zikai go, Chen Ying was both astonished and worried. "I've never seen a wanderer like that. It's a first for us too." Officer Huang smiled wryly. Chen Ying pressed her lips together. "Is he really not dangerous?" "Not at the moment. And he saved our lives," Gao Yang added with a smile. "More than once." "All right. Chen Ying was in no place to interfere with another organization's business. We can't afford to dally. Let's go. Chen Ying carried the unconscious man on her back with little Tian, Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang in tow. They left the amusement park through the back door and got into a gray SUV parked by the road. Chen Ying drove, while little Tian rode shotgun with his eyes closed and sensory activated, making sure that they weren't being followed or at the risk of getting ambushed. Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang were in the back as bodyguards. The still unconscious young man, Zhang Hao, was crammed into the seat with them. As soon as the car started, Chen Ying took out 3 blindfolds from the glove compartment and smiled apologetically. Would you please put these on? I know it's quite rude of us, and I'm not doubting your intention, but rules are rules. I understand. Officer Huang took the blindfolds. Better safe than sorry. Gao Yang took 1 blindfold from him. I understand too. Qingling didn't take the last one, but instead put on the sleep mask she kept in her pocket and began to rest. With all 3 of them blinded to the surroundings, the car drove on the main road for a good while before turning into a bumpy path. The cicada chirps and frog croaks grew louder and louder, while the car drove softly downhill. Gao Yang could tell roughly that they were somewhere in the southmost suburban area in the Nanji district. We're here, Chen Ying said after 20 minutes. Gao Yang pulled off the blindfold and found the car in a strange-looking car elevator. It descended slowly for about 30 meters. Then the metal door rose to reveal a small parking lot. Once they got out of the car, Chen Ying led them through the quiet and dim parking lot with Zhang Hao on her back. They entered a regular elevator and went further down. Soon, the door opened, and they were led into the main hall of the 100 Rivers Union's headquarters. There were dozens of office desks, arranged in clusters according to tasks. On the desks were computers, potted plants, pillows, folders, books, coffee mugs, and other everyday objects, and around the room were a water cooler, coffee machine, and vending machine selling snacks. It looked like your average company. However, some desks were covered in dust with the potted plants wilted, making it clear that they had been left unattended. They might belong to members who had passed away, or frontline members who didn't stay in the office for administrative work. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Only 3 young men were left in the office. One was working hard, another was eating instant noodles, and the other was playing a game. They all looked up when they heard the elevator door open. What's wrong, Sister Chen? They tensed up when they saw Chen Ying carrying Zhang Hao with 3 strangers following her. Chen Ying scanned the office and asked urgently, "Where's Shea?" "She's in the break room," the young man who had been playing a game said. "Call her to the infirmary, little Tian." Chen Ying turned to walk away with Zhang Hao on her back, and Gao Yang and his companions followed. Entering the infirmary on the side of the office hall, Chen Ying placed Zhang Hao on a surgical bed. She turned to the 3 of them. "Thank you. You may rest in the reception room. It's fine. We'll stay here." Gao Yang didn't want to miss the opportunity to watch another's talent in action. The door opened then, and a woman in her 30s with medium-length hair walked in. She had big eyes, round face, and clear skin. Her baby face made her look more youthful than she was. Under the white coat she wore were an office shirt and skinny jeans, and she was walking on a pair of stilettos. With a serious expression and both her hands in her pockets, she looked experienced and aloof, a stark contrast from her youthful appearance. "What happened?" Shea asked in a composed, lower voice. Chen Ying said, "Zhang Hao's arm got bitten by something, and he lost consciousness. I suspect it may be a curse." Face darkening, Shea strode up to the bed. Leaning toward her patient, she lifted his eyelids and shone the flashlight at his eyes for 2 seconds. Then she felt his pulse by pressing a hand to his neck. Her inspection moved to his forearm next, and she took a close look at the faint bite mark. Shea turned around and opened the door on the side of the infirmary. "Carry him inside." Chen Ying picked up Zhang Hao and entered. Gao Yang exchanged a look with Qingling and Officer Huang before quickly following. The room wasn't large. The square interior was minimalistic with a hexagonal altar at the center, each vertex set up with an unassuming candle stand. Judging from their texture, they seemed to be made with black gold. Gao Yang didn't have to ask to figure out that the candle stands were items for talent amplification. While Chen Ying put Zhang Hao down on the altar, Shea quickly lit the 6 candles. "Keep your distance." Shea took off her white coat and rolled up her sleeves while she warned them. They all took a few steps back obediently, keeping their distance from the altar. Shea took a deep breath and closed her eyes, putting her hands together before her chest while muttering. Then she opened her hands and placed them on Zhang Hao's forehead. Cleanse. The candlelight seemed to surge for a moment, and Zhang Hao's body was enveloped with a faint layer of white glow. Immediately after, the 6 candles went out at the same time, and the white glow dissipated. Shea pulled back like she had been electrocuted and stared at Zhang Hao in disbelief. His face was lifeless and pale, and his brows knitted tightly. Trembling, he muttered, "No, don't come any closer. Stay away from me." His weak voice spoke in starts and stops until he lost consciousness again. "How is he?" Chen Ying asked anxiously. Shea didn't immediately respond. She walked out of the room and gently closed the door. Her gaze landed on Chen Ying and then Gao Yang. "Let's move this elsewhere." The 5 of them went to the reception room. Shea made herself a cup of instant coffee, while Chen Ying poured Gao Yang and his 2 companions hot tea. Stirring the coffee in the mug with a long, small spoon, Shea said, "There's an impure energy in Zhang Hao. It's a curse. Have you cleansed it?" Chen Ying asked. Shea shook her head. "I'm not sure. What do you mean? The curse in his body is some kind of energy. Shea tried to find the right words with a frown. It's similar to an awakener's, but different. I'd say it's stranger and more chaotic. Can it be a monster's doing? Chen Ying said in surprise, but then she shook her head and answered her own question. No, monsters can't inflict curses. Who knows? Officer Huang disagreed, holding a disposable cup in his hand. We know very little about monsters. Perhaps the more powerful kinds do have a variety of talents. Chen Ying was quiet. That is a possibility, Gao Yang said in support. He had a guess about what had happened, but it wasn't something he could say with present company. It was obvious that Zhang Hao had been cursed by fresh snow, and fresh snow was 100% a ghost, a member of the specters. War Tiger had said that the specters were awakeners too, but different. No matter how different they were, however, they should have talents if they were awakeners. Shea must not have come into contact with their talents before. That was why she found it so foreign. Anyway, I've done what I can. Shea sighed softly. It's up to Zhang Hao whether he can recover. Chen Ying lowered her eyes with a bitter look on her face. I hope he will. I don't want to lose any more companions. Shea's hands around the mug trembled. She turned to the side, pretending nothing had happened. Even so, Chen Ying realized she had spoken insensitively, and she looked up at Shea. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's fine. Shea cut her off. I'm not that fragile. Chen Ying then said like she just remembered something. Have you come to a decision about your daughter? When Shea didn't respond, Chen Ying softened her voice and said, whatever your decision is, we'll respect it. I'm still thinking about it. Shea swayed the mug in her hand with her head lowered. Okay. Officer Huang checked his phone and stood up. There's nothing for us to do here. We won't overstay our welcome. Right. Chen Ying got to her feet too. My thanks to the three of you for today. I'll give you the reward as promised and arrange your ride back. Gao Yang and Qingling stood up as well. Wait, Shea called out to them suddenly and looked up at Officer Huang. May I help you? Officer Huang met her gaze. You must be Yellow Ox of the 12 zodiac signs. I am. Officer Huang nodded. Thank you, for not giving up on Wang Fei till the end. Sorrow flashed through Shea's eyes. Even though he didn't make it, Officer Huang was stunned for a moment. Are you his wife? The air went still. After a few seconds, Chen Ying broke the silence and turned to Officer Huang. Why don't you stay here for a little longer? I'll keep an eye on Zhang Hao. She left the reception room. With some hesitation, Officer Huang sat back down on the couch, and so did Gao Yang and Qingling. I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am, Officer Huang said remorsefully. I don't need words of comfort. Shea smiled with composure. And just call me by my name. Officer Huang nodded, at a loss for words. I've heard about what happened to Wang Fei in the rune cave. Shea looked directly at Officer Huang. I believe that you were telling the truth. That is exactly the kind of man I know Wang Fei as. He was a good man, as well as a good husband and father. Officer Wang's eyes flickered. There's a question I'd like to ask you, Shea. I hope you don't take offense. Go ahead. Knowing how dangerous the world is, why did you and old Wang choose to have a child? Don't you think it's cruel to bring a child into such a world? Shea didn't say anything for a moment. Instead, she stared down at the cup of coffee in her hands. Officer Huang took out a cigarette by habit, but he didn't light it. To tell you the truth, if I had known that my wife could bear children, I would have avoided getting her pregnant. Now that she's already carrying our child, however, things are different. I'm willing to give my all for the child. Do you understand what I'm getting at? After a brief silence, Shea looked up to meet his eyes. I can answer the question for you. The greater the despair, the more we need hope, Shea confessed. Officer Huang was quiet, while Gao Yang and Qingling looked bemused. Lowering her head slightly, Shea looked at the platinum wedding band on her ring finger. Wang Fei and I didn't really have a choice. We needed hope, needed salvation, needed a purpose to keep holding on. So we had a child. She gave us a new outlook on life. Shea smiled bitterly. I know it's selfish, that it's more arrogance and foolishness than anything. One day, our child may come to resent me, but I don't regret it. Officer Huang shook his head, his eyes glinting with emotions and respect. Thank you. I've gotten the answer I'm looking for. Gao Yang could understand Shea's response logically, but emotionally, he couldn't resonate with her like Officer Huang did. Now that the topic had been brought up, however, there was something he would like to ask. Gao Yang asked directly, Shea, when Chen Ying was talking to you about your daughter, was she hoping that your daughter would awaken? Shea nodded openly. Yes, that's what most members of the organization hope for. Awaken. Officer Huang was shocked. He couldn't understand. She can't be old enough for that. Shea calmly explained, as you know, the 100 Rivers Union consists of weaker awakeners, and we only got to where we are today by banding together. Now that the second team has been wiped out, we need new blood to compensate for the serious blow we suffered. Then find them elsewhere. Officer Huang insisted. Your daughter is still young. This is nonsense. It's easier said than done. Shea shook her head. Awakeners with a higher ranking talent and even those with 2 or 3 talents have all been recruited by the 2 major organizations. The 100 Rivers Union only gets awakeners with talents ranked 100 and lower. She leaned in and continued in an even lower voice, you've heard about it, haven't you? About the bottleneck for leveling up. Officer Huang and Gao Yang shared a confused look. Qingling coolly said, talents after serial number 100 can at most reach level 4. Shea nodded. Really? Officer Huang was surprised. I didn't know that. War Tiger told me during training, said Qingling. Is War Tiger your trainer? Gao Yang grumbled silently, or your personal information broker? Correct. Shea looked regretful. Most members of the union have a talent after serial number 100. No matter how hard they work, they can only get to level 4. Gao Yang was suddenly reminded of his lie detection and lucky. Was level 4 really the limit? He quickly asked, is that proven? There's no guarantee, but, Shea went on to ask, have you ever heard of an awakener with a 100 or lower talent reaching level 5? Gao Yang's heart sank. He had never heard of a case like that. Even so, you shouldn't go for a child. Officer Huang went back to their previous conversation. Shea gave Officer Huang a look. I think differently. If she has to awaken sooner or later, it's better to awaken sooner. Gao Yang thought about it for a moment and agreed, I think the same. It's better to awaken early provided there are adults to protect her. I agree. Qingling was all for awakening. It was no surprise that she would hold the same stance. Shea nodded. There was a flash of conflicted emotions in her eyes. But what I'm debating isn't having her awaken early or later. Gao Yang came to the realization. You're thinking about whether to let her awaken at all. Yeah. Shea looked lost. Sometimes, I wonder if it's better to live as a regular human and lead a life of blissful ignorance. After some hesitation, Gao Yang decided to voice his thoughts. I believed the same when I first awakened. Wouldn't it be better if I had lived my whole life in blissful ignorance, without awakening? He tightened his fists. But now, I think differently. Why? Shea asked. Gao Yang looked at the four of them in turn and asked seriously, what cause do we have to believe that regular, unawakened humans will be able to live their whole lives in peace? Shea fell into deep thought. We know nothing about this world. Gao Yang felt helpless in this regard. Who can say for sure that the rules will remain the same, that monsters won't break the rules one day and kill all humans, or that the world will remain as it is? Livestock never foresee their slaughter until it happens. The room was quiet for a few seconds. He's right. Officer Huang sighed and finally lit his cigarette. In truth, we've encountered such a monster. In the rune cave in Gu family's village, a half-human killed a family of regular humans with extreme cruelty. Shea's coffee had long gone cold. She tightened her hands around the mug, her knuckles white. After 10 seconds or so, she looked up with newfound determination in her eyes. Thank you. I've decided. I will not entrust my daughter's life to this fucking world. I'll have her take control of her own fate. Everyone was taken aback. Shea frowned in confusion. What? Have I said something wrong? Oh, no. Gao Yang chuckled. I just didn't expect you to swear. Shea shook her head with a self-deprecating smile and tucked her hair behind her ear. I'm a widow taking care of a daughter. It's better to be considered foul-tempered than an easy target for exploitation. Gao Yang allowed the moment to linger before moving on to another topic. How are you going to awaken your daughter, Shea? Shea paused. I haven't given it a serious thought. I've always wondered about the conditions of awakening. Gao Yang voiced his question. That I can tell you, said Shea. The 100 Rivers Union did a survey on how awakeners awaken. We have a sizable sample, and generally, there are 3 different scenarios. First, one simply acquires a talent one day. Second, one comes to suspect the reality of the world, or is told the truth by an awakener. Third, one witnesses an attack by a monster or becomes a victim themselves. Officer Huang nodded. I'm the first type. I acquired my talent first. Then the second scenario happened. I'm the second type, Qingling said. Then I acquired my talent not long after. Gao Yang sighed. I'm the second type and then the third type. After that, I acquired my talent. Shea took a sip of coffee. According to our study, we speculate that the 3 scenarios are merely the results of the cause rather than the cause itself. There is one important preceding condition. What is it? Asked Gao Yang. Shea hesitated for a second. We've just published an internal report, and the Kylan Guild has basically agreed to share the results soon. It should be fine for me to tell you now. Please just tell us already, lady. Gao Yang was feeling impatient. Shea extended a hand. For a human to awaken, they must come into physical contact with an awakener. Gao Yang stifled a gasp. Right, why didn't I think of that? It's so simple. He turned to Officer Huang. I got into contact with the man said to be mentally ill, and for Qingling, it must be her cousin. What about you? Officer Huang shook his head. I don't know, but given my job, I get into contact with all sorts of people every day. It's very likely for me to run into an awakener without realizing it. That makes sense. Gao Yang lowered his head deep in thought before looking up at everyone. I have another question. How did the first ever awakener awaken then? Shea shook her head. Officer Huang smiled wryly. You're getting ahead of yourself. How long has it been since your awakening? Yet you are so eager to find all the answers to your questions. What are you, the chosen savior in a rush to get your KPI up? Gao Yang smiled in embarrassment. That's a bad habit of mine. I was just like you back then and kept risking myself for answers. Officer Huang clicked his tongue. I was lucky to run into Sir Zhang, or I'd already be 6 feet under, and the weed around my grave would have been 2 meter tall already. Shea didn't know who Sir Zhang was, but she got the gist of what Officer Huang was saying. She nodded in agreement. There are too many mysteries about the world, too many answers that are beyond our ability to reach. Perhaps it's safer for us to learn them later. Gao Yang understood that Officer Huang was worried about him. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Bam! Then the door slammed open, and Chen Ying rushed in. Come with me, Zhang Hao's awake. They all rushed out of the reception room, past the office hall, and into the infirmary. Sitting up on the surgical bed, Zhang Hao looked pale and sickly, his eyes brimming with the panic and anxiety that came after a terrifying experience, and his body wouldn't stop shaking. They stood around the bed. Chen Ying put a hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder and asked with genuine worry, "How are you feeling, Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao blinked, his breathing uneven. I feel bad all over. I want to throw up, but I can't. If you need rest, I'll talk to you later." Zhang Hao shook his head. "It's okay, Sister Chen. Ask what you need to ask." Chen Ying nodded. "Do you remember who attacked you, Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao nodded slowly. "I do. It's a cat. Can it be the white cat?" Gao Yang's heart jumped to his throat. He turned to find Officer Huang and Qingling looking his way. They kept silent without the need for verbal communication. "Cat." Sheye frowned. "Was it a monster?" I don't know." Zhang Hao's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. "It was a white cat with green eyes. Very pretty. I don't know what breed it was. It was hiding in the storage room. I thought it was someone's pet." "Take your time," Chen Ying reassured him patiently. "It lunged at me suddenly and bit my hand. It hurt," Zhang Hao continued. "Then I blacked out." "Were you having a bad dream?" Gao Yang asked. "Yes. There were many people in my dreams, all faceless. They were chasing me in a long, long tunnel. I was terrified. I kept running and running. Then finally, I woke up." Gao Yang made a pensive noise. That was similar to Fat Jun's dream. Fat Jun had dreamed about being in a subway train crowded with people, and all of them were grabbing at him like they had gone mad. While Gao Yang wasn't an expert in oniromancy, both dreams gave him the impression of suffocation, of oppression, and of being haunted. Gao Yang had thought Fresh Snow was the one that attacked Zhang Hao, but it turned out to be the cat. Were they working together? Or was the white cat a monster Fresh Snow had tamed and kept as a pet? Or perhaps there were other possibilities. Gao Yang had a feeling that he was missing something, but he couldn't put a finger on it. Still, he instinctively knew that he shouldn't keep it to himself, that he had to tell Officer Huang and Qingling. Afterward, Sheye asked Zhang Hao a few questions about his physical condition, making sure that he had stabilized. "Rest well, Zhang Hao, and call me anytime if you remember something." Chen Ying stood up, knowing that she wouldn't get anything else out of him at the moment. They all left the infirmary and returned to the break room. Gao Yang was weighed down by his own thoughts, while Qingling didn't seem to care at all. Officer Huang, on the other hand, was advising Chen Ying seriously. "To tell you the truth, we've run into the white cat before. We don't know yet if it's friend or foe. While I can't tell you the details, please do as I say if you're willing to place your trust in me." "Please go ahead," Chen Ying said, taking his words to heart. "Quarantine Zhang Hao for at least half a month to observe him. That's it." Sheye frowned. "The arm that's bitten may mutate, or perhaps his entire person will. Be ready for it and make the proper preparations." Mutate. Chen Ying wasn't sure she understood. It may transform and lose control, attacking those around him. Then the mutation may stabilize, allowing Zhang Hao to coexist with it. Officer Huang paused. "But I can't guarantee that it'll happen. Worst comes to worst, you may decide Zhang Hao's fate at your own discretion." The implication wasn't lost on Chen Ying. Her expression turned grave. After a moment, she nodded. "Thank you. I understand. It's late. I have work tomorrow, and these two have classes." Officer Wang's forehead creased in exhaustion. "We will take our leave." "Of course. Thank you again." Chen Ying bowed. "I'll walk you out." Gao Yang hesitated before reminding her about what we bought at the market. "Right. My apologies. Please follow me." Chen Ying smiled apologetically. She almost forgot about it since it was so trivial. Still, Chen Ying didn't expect a great organization like the 12 zodiac signs to be so poor that their members would be so hung up on a few coins. It seemed that everyone indeed had their own cross to bear. When the three of them left the Hundred Rivers Union and reached the Shanqing district, the day had just broken. Officer Huang took them to an old noodle shop called 6th Deafman Beef Noodle. The owner was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. His face was chubby and glinting in the way that spoke of a life of contentment, and his smile was friendly. Officer Huang knew him as a mild-tempered wanderer. "Please enjoy." He served 3 beef rice noodles with fried eggs and glanced at Gao Yang and Qingling. "What did the kids do wrong, old Huang?" "The lovebirds went to an internet cafe at midnight for some alone time, and I ran into them. It's my duty to give them a good talking to before sending them to school." Officer Huang lied deftly. "Well, they look good together." The shop owner chuckled. "Study hard and don't get lost in romance until you're in college, okay?" Gao Yang and Qingling awkwardly nodded. The three of them were starving. They each grabbed a pair of chopsticks and started wolfing down the food. With a few mouthfuls of rice noodles in him, Gao Yang felt his empty stomach fill up with warmth. He decided to tell them about the white cat and Fresh Snow. He would keep quiet about Mad Red since it concerned no one else, but Officer Huang and Qingling had crossed paths with the white cat. The night old man Zhang mutated, the three of them fought it together, and the white cat had seen it all. Last night at the amusement park. Right, I almost forgot. Officer Huang was still diving into his rice noodles. "You haven't told us the details. You should be prepared." Once I tell you, you'll be involved. Unfazed, Qingling poured vinegar into her bowl. Her expression could only be described as devout. Gao Yang had long noticed that she always looked like that when she ate. Go on. We've been through hell together. No need to pull back. Officer Huang sucked in another mouthful of rice noodles. So the ghost I ran into last night was a specter. Officer Huang splattered a mouthful of noodles back into the bowl and got into a coughing fit. Qingling put away her chopsticks and handed Officer Huang a cup of water. He took it and drank slowly with his head tilted. Once he had calmed himself, his expression turned into one of surprise and regret, and he said in a lower voice, "Do you mean the specters?" Gao Yang nodded. Officer Huang swore. "Can I pretend to not hear it?" Too late. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. "And I suspect that the specter is on the same side as the white cat." Officer Wang's face darkened, and he slammed the chopsticks onto the table. "I'm done." Then he took out a cigarette and lit it like he had done it a million times, taking a couple drags. Qingling continued to savor her noodles. Although she hadn't said anything, it was clear that she was thinking. A few minutes later, Gao Yang finished retelling what had happened between him and Fresh Snow. The cigarette had burned to the end. Officer Huang smashed it in the glass ashtray and said, "What did I tell you? You're dangerous, kid, and everyone who's close to you is bound to exit stage left early. I'm sorry." Gao Yang smiled apologetically. "I didn't ask for this. I was just complaining, Gao Yang. Don't take it personally." Officer Huang smiled wryly. "After Old Man Zhang, the Gu family's village, and the cattle farm station, we are already on the same boat with our lives tied together. You should have told us earlier." "There's no next time," Qingling said. Feeling warmth filling his chest, Gao Yang nodded. "I promise." "What's next?" Having calmed down, Officer Huang picked up his bowl and started eating noodles again. "I know you. You must have thought about your next move when you told us the truth." Gao Yang looked at his bowl. "I'm actually quite lost as well, but my instinct tells me that the white cat and Fresh Snow aren't hostile to us, at least not at the moment." Qingling poured more vinegar into her bowl. "Or she would have killed us already." "Correct." Gao Yang nodded. "But she must be up to something. The fact that she isn't coming for us right now doesn't mean she won't do it in the future." Officer Huang gave Gao Yang a pointed look. "Perhaps she wants to fatten you up before eating you. That is a possibility." Gao Yang put out 2 fingers. Option A, seek the 12 zodiac signs for protection. Option B, wait and see. B. Officer Huang and Qingling said almost at the same time. Gao Yang was a little surprised. "Do you distrust the organization so much?" "At least we can't trust them fully," Officer Huang said without sugarcoating it. "Besides, it's just impractical. We can't possibly stay hidden in the Millennium Tower without showing our faces, can we? And why would the 12 zodiac signs mobilize all members to protect us? For the greater good, it makes more sense for them to kick us out." Qingling nodded in agreement. Gao Yang smiled wryly. "I prefer option B as well." He took a sip of water and pressed the rim of the disposable cup together. "I believe that Fresh Snow won't make a move against us until her true purpose is revealed. Otherwise, we would already be dead. If we make our resistance too clear, however, we risk angering her and even the group behind her, the Spectres. It's better to wait and see." Qingling nodded and made a simple calculation. Each member of the Spectres rivals War Tiger. Since we can't defeat War Tiger, we can't defeat one of them. Wait and see is a nice way to put it. Officer Huang clicked his tongue in resignation. "But put simply, we're just waiting for things to happen to us like sitting ducks." "You've got a better idea?" asked Qingling. "Idea my ass." Officer Wang's smile looked more like a grimace. "Nowadays, I pray before bed every night that I'll get to open my eyes tomorrow morning, that I'll live to see my child born." "Get stronger," said Gao Yang. Officer Huang and Qingling turned to him, surprised. "Get stronger?" Gao Yang repeated. He had made up his mind. Actually, he had made up his mind the moment he buried the candy wrapper holding his childhood dream to be a hero back into the ground under the ginkgo tree. "No matter what the Spectres are up to, we must get stronger as quickly as possible. Only then can we climb up in ranks in the organization and improve our chance of survival." "Agreed," said Qingling. "That is the only way." Officer Huang finished his rice noodles and pulled 2 tissues to wipe his mouth. "I'm going to War Tiger for training tonight. I can't afford to sit on my butt any longer." "You should have done that long ago." Qingling was most spirited when it came to getting stronger. The 3 of them parted ways after leaving the rice noodle shops. Officer Huang returned to the station, while Gao Yang and Qingling went to school. During the morning self-study, their homeroom teacher addressed the class seriously, reminding them to not grow complacent during the last stretch of their preparation for the college entrance exam. Then he called Gao Yang and Qingling to his office. The 2 of them had been missing more classes recently, and it was said among the class that they were sneaking around for coupley time. That worried the homeroom teacher, but he couldn't really reprimand them when he didn't have any proof. Qingling was a student athlete for sprinting, and she had won quite a lot of games. That would be enough to get her into a college. Moreover, she had always been prideful and did things her own way. Never once had she taken his words to heart. Gao Yang, on the other hand, had been a model student. However, his father got into a car accident recently, and 2 of his friends passed away. Li Weiwei was even his childhood friend. Worried that Gao Yang would break down mentally, the homeroom teacher didn't dare go too hard on him. In the end, they were allowed to leave after what amounted to a slap on the wrist. Qingling and Gao Yang made their way back to the classroom together. Walking at the front, Qingling said while keeping her poker face, "Let's meet at the lab instead of the rooftop at noon." Gao Yang tensed. "Have we been found out?" "No, it's too hot, and little Qingling is worried that she'll get tanned." Qingling then quickened her steps and returned to the classroom first. That made sense to Gao Yang. It was May, and it had been getting hotter while the sun was getting more and more scorching. Although Qingling couldn't care less about it, her sister was a regular girl, and it made sense that she would worry about her skin. Nothing unusual happened in the morning. At noon, Gao Yang got lunch in the cafeteria before sneaking to the back of the lab building. He looked up and noticed that a window had been opened to the firstmost lab on the second floor. Gao Yang looked around to make sure there were no unwanted eyes, and avoiding the surveillance cameras, he easily grabbed onto the window on the second floor with a dash and 2 jumps, diving into the lab. With the thick curtains and the light turned off, the lab was dim and cool. "Here." Qingling's voice came from the far side of the room. Past the lab benches, Gao Yang walked behind a metal cabinet filled with lab equipment and found a small hidden space that was a few square meters big. With her legs tucked to her body, Qingling sat on the floor eating butter bread. Placed beside her was a bottle of milk. "That's your lunch?" Gao Yang asked. Qingling didn't bother to answer the obvious. Gao Yang remembered then that Qingling had lost both her parents, and that she was living with her aunt at the moment. A stingy woman, her aunt gave her very little for living expenses. It was clear from the way Qingling savored food like the greatest treasure that she hadn't been eating well. Her good build despite the lack of nutrients could only be attributed to her early awakening. Gao Yang sat down across from Qingling and briefed her on what had happened lately, both at school and in his life in general. They met up at school to update each other every 2 to 3 days and gave each other opinions to avoid exposure. When Gao Yang was done with his briefing, Qingling had finished her bread. Like a teacher checking a student's homework, she pondered while sucking milk through a straw and eventually nodded. "You're good. Aren't you gonna tell me about yourself as well?" Gao Yang asked. Qingling was confident. "There's no need. I'm more careful than you are. I'm not going to be exposed." Gao Yang nodded. He trusted her. She had been living on her own for years. She wouldn't have survived to this day if she wasn't careful enough. With that done, Gao Yang didn't immediately leave. He had something to do. He closed his eyes. "Access granted? A question for you. Is it true that level 4 is the limit for talents below serial number 100? You do not have access to the information for the moment. What is the limit of lucky? You do not have access to the information for the moment. Stingy Scrooge? Another question. Why hasn't Lucky reached level 3 yet? Isn't it said that rune circuits are only needed to reach level 4? Lucky is a special talent with a different way of leveling up. How do I level it up then? You do not have access to the information for the moment. Please find the answer yourself. Garbage system? Fine, I want to check my stats. Constitution, 60 endurance, 62. Strength, 217 agility, 259. Willpower, 309 charisma, 97. Luck, 132. You have a total of 121 luck points. It had been 2 days since he left the rune cave at Cattle Farm Station, during which he would have accumulated 48 luck points. Yesterday at midnight, he was on the Ferris wheel with fresh snow and got a 5,000 times bonus for less than a minute, yielding him about additional 70 luck points. Although he was terrified, he had essentially earned 3 normal days' worth of luck points in 1 minute. That was a ridiculous return on investment. He should have stayed in the Ferris wheel with fresh snow a little longer. Wait, what am I thinking? The bonus came from actual killing intent. If he had kept fresh snow there, he would have ended up killed by the source of that killing intent. He must remember to never get greedy, never think that he would get away with something. He was looking for more interest, while his principle was what could be taken. Split my luck points between my constitution and endurance system. Understood. In an instant, Gao Yang felt warmth spread through his body and seep in, making his heartbeat stronger and the energy circulating throughout more stable, even, and harmonious. He parted his lips slightly and let out a breath. Access ends? Gao Yang opened his eyes to see Qingling's face. She had crawled toward him, her face almost covering his. Her warm breath scattered on Gao Yang's nose, while her long strands of hair brushed past his shoulders like feather-light kisses, and he smelled a faint fragrance from her. What are you doing? Gao Yang was suddenly nervous. What were you doing? Qingling leveled him with a demanding stare. Resting. Lie. Qingling frowned and pulled back, her expression distrustful. After a moment of silence, she suddenly looked up with a piercing gaze. I know what you're doing, Gao Yang. Shit, did she really find out? Or maybe Qingling has a system of her own. That isn't impossible. Gao Yang couldn't tell if she was testing him, or if she had actually found out. Let's check with lie detection. Do you really know what I was doing, Qingling? I do. The target did not lie. Gao Yang suppressed a gasp. Did Qingling have a system too? Do you? Gao Yang cautiously pondered every word. Have it too. Qingling frowned. Have what? Gao Yang paused. Huh? Didn't you say you knew what I was doing? Qingling was getting tired of Gao Yang's cryptic response. I know you were cultivating, but I don't know what thing you're talking about. Gao Yang relaxed. So it was a misunderstanding. Wait, give me a moment. Gao Yang closed his eyes. Access granted? System, why did lie detection go wrong? It did not. What do you mean? Is it because you're meant to help me cultivate that Qingling was considered telling the truth? I am what I am. Then lie detection was wrong? It was not wrong. Wait. I got it now. From Qingling's perspective, she didn't lie when she said she knew the truth because she truly believed I was cultivating. Correct. I've been curious about this. Can I use lie detection on myself? For example, can I say, I'm going to be safe today, and the talent will tell me that I told a lie, meaning I will run into danger today? Can I tell my fortune like that? The test will not work. Lie detection can only detect if the target has said something they do not mean. It cannot be used to tell fortunes. The result of the test has no bearing to the objective truths. Alright, I get it now. Even if a madman claims to be God, lie detection will tell me that he didn't lie as long as he truly believes so. Correct. Ugh, there's a reason the talent is lower on the list. Fine. That's it for now. Access ends. Gao Yang opened his eyes and saw Qingling staring at him with an irritated look. Were you cultivating again? No, Gao Yang smiled. Just resting with my eyes closed. Qingling wouldn't let it go. You haven't been training recently, yet you've gotten a lot stronger. How do you explain that? My talent leveled up, Gao Yang made an excuse. People get stronger when their talents level up. A cold glint flashed through Qingling's eyes. She grabbed Gao Yang's hand and tightened her grip. Ow! Sharp pain shot through Gao Yang's fingers. She was gripping him hard enough to break bones. Gao Yang inhaled deeply and resisted her with some force, just enough to prevent injury while not attracting her attention. Qingling met Gao Yang's eyes. Replicate, fire, and lie detection won't improve your strength and speed. Wu Dehai is a good example. His electricity is powerful, but he's weak in everything else. You're different. Your strength, speed, and build have all gotten better. You must have been cultivating in secret. Gao Yang felt a little wronged. That's because I've increased my stats, but I can't tell you about my system, can I? You may not believe me anyway. Will you let go of me already? Gao Yang wasn't sure what to do. No, there was a trace of defiance on Qingling's face. She looked like a child throwing a tantrum. I'm not letting go until you tell me the truth. Alright, I'll tell you. Qingling let go. Gao Yang sighed and shook his numb hand. Then he built upon Qingling's story. To tell you the truth, I have been cultivating. Tell me how. Qingling's eyes lit up. Gao Yang was speechless. She really was obsessed with leveling up. It's not that easy, Qingling. Gao Yang started bullshitting again. Everyone grows stronger in different ways. Cultivation is the right path for me, while training is yours. It's best not to do what doesn't suit you. I want both, Qingling said like it was obvious. Then I'll be able to cultivate while I rest. It's best that you don't get your hopes up. I won't know until I try, Qingling insisted. Alright. Then I'll teach you a cultivation method. Resigned, Gao Yang decided to teach her the cultivation method he had given Wang Zikai. After a few tries without results, she would give up on it herself. Listen to me, the path that can be trodden is not the enduring and unchanging path. The name that can be named is not the enduring and unchanging name. Qingling frowned. Isn't that just Tao Ti Ching? Shit, aren't you a student athlete who never studies? Why do you know that? Turns out only an idiot like Wang Zikai would be this easily fooled. Ahem, that's true, but just keep listening. What follows is different. Gao Yang had no choice but to improvise. My sincere apologies, Mr. Laozi. The nameless, the origin of the primordial. The named, the ancestor of all there is. Gao Yang only got a couple sentences out before Qingling quickly lunged at him and covered his mouth. At the same time, she lifted the thick curtain to cover the two of them with her other hand. In the dim, narrow corner, Qingling was almost on top of Gao Yang. The two of them met eyes, exchanging breaths. Slowly, Qingling let go of Gao Yang's mouth and made a gesture to hush him. Gao Yang nodded softly. Click. There was the sound of a key inserting into lock and turning. Then the door opened, followed by footsteps. Why would you have the key? Asked a girl. A boy said with an excited voice. During our lab class in the afternoon, our teacher gave the key to me. It's quiet, isn't it? There are only the two of us. The boy spoke like the male lead of a cheesy drama. This is a world for only us. Go away, the girl said in a coy tone. I'm not gonna be in a world with only you. Come on, follow me. There's a place there. Their footsteps drew close. Gao Yang's heartbeat quickened, feeling unreasonably nervous. This wasn't a big deal. Worst case scenario, he would be caught getting intimate with Qingling, which was not even worth mentioning compared to the real crises they had been through. Then the footsteps and voices got even closer. There was only a cabinet separating them. Will we stay together in college? The girl sounded sad all of a sudden. Of course. I don't believe you. My mom told me that the day a man can be trusted is the day a pig learns to fly. I'm not those scums who go through girls like clothes. The boy's tone grew angry. Do you know Gao Yang, from the next class? I do. He got together with Qingling immediately after his childhood friend died. What, are you jealous? Jealous? Why would I be? Do you think I wouldn't know? You had been pining after Qingling for the longest time and only turned to me because you knew you didn't have a chance. Who said that? That's not true at all. It is true. You always talk about her every time we chat. What? I was talking about Gao Yang. But then Qingling was brought up. I don't get it. Why do all the boys like her? Yes, she's pretty. Yes, she's got a great body and fair skin. But underneath that beautiful appearance, there's no soul. Yes, she doesn't have a soul. You boys only care about looks. I'm disappointed. Enough already. Would you stop making something out of nothing? Making something out of nothing? Fine, let's break up. Go look for someone who won't do this. Hey, that's not what I meant. Listen. The argument was followed by quick footsteps and then the sound of the door being slammed. Soon, the lab room quieted again. Qing Ling lifted the curtain and got up from Gao Yang's arms, sorting her messy clothes and hair. Gao Yang sat up too and awkwardly straightened his shirt. Don't take it personally, Gao Yang said just to have something to say. You have a soul. A soul will only slow down my blade. Qing Ling straightened her posture and looked at him seriously. Let's pick up where we left off. Pick up what? Gao Yang was lost for a moment. Teach me the cultivation method. Gao Yang almost blacked out. She was still on that? After learning the cultivation method from Gao Yang, Qing Ling had been quiet the entire afternoon, even more so than usual. In class and during breaks, she stayed in her seat. Although she kept her eyes open to avoid attracting attention, her gaze was unfocused, making it clear that she was trying hard to enter a meditative state for cultivation. Gao Yang felt bad about it, but he didn't have a choice. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang received an encoded message from White Rabbit, telling him to visit the base. Qing Ling had been training with War Tiger every night, so Gao Yang met up with her in their usual alleyway, and they each changed into casual clothes. Did the cultivation method work? Gao Yang asked on purpose. Qing Ling shoved her uniform into her bag and answered honestly, no. I told you everyone grows differently. Fighting with War Tiger suits me better. Yay, and my cultivation method is at odds with your training, Gao Yang quickly said to reaffirm her words. If you use my cultivation method and then train with War Tiger, the efficiency will suffer. Qing Ling nodded thoughtfully. She seemed to have accepted it. They went to the underground 6th floor of the Millennium Tower together, and Qing Ling went straight to the Tiger Room. On the other hand, Gao Yang entered the Monkey Room. It was a recreational space with all kinds of gaming rooms and even a movie theater. White Rabbit had told Gao Yang to go straight to the movie theater, but she didn't explain why. Gao Yang opened the door. He had expected to find a home studio, but it was an actual old-school movie theater, only smaller. There was a large projection screen, tiered audience seats, and a film projector in the small room above, from which a beam of light shot through the small window to project image on the big screen. An animated film was playing. It was very old. Gao Yang believed it was called Uproar in Heaven. He had watched it when he was a child. It told the story of the Monkey King running rampant in the Heavenly Palace with his golden cudgel in defiance of the tyrannical authority of the Heavenly Court. After beating up the Heavenly soldiers, he returned to Mount Huiguo to enjoy a life of freedom with other monkeys. Here, Dark Horse. Gao Yang was staring at the projected film when a voice startled him out of his reverie. It was Dragon? He sat in a corner seat dressed in the same everyday clothes he wore last time. With his hair running down his shoulders, he tucked his legs to his chest to fit himself in the chair, his soft facial features and beautiful, heterochromatic eyes giving off an androgynous impression. Gao Yang rushed up to him. Here, sit. Gao Yang sat down beside Dragon, secretly feeling cautious and a little afraid. Although Dragon was on the same side as he was, someone so powerful would naturally inspire fear and awe in others. Sorry for calling you here so late at night, Dragon said gently and amicably. It's fine, said Gao Yang. But I thought you had gone back to hibernating, Captain. Do you wish for me to return to the coffin so much? Dragon was in a good enough mood to joke. Oh, no. It's just that the spy has been dealt with, and given how precious your time seems to be, it should be saved for something more important. Gao Yang mixed truths with flattery. The film entered its climax. The Monkey King escaped from the alchemy cauldron of the Supreme Venerable Sovereign with his newly gained fiery eyes that could spot evils, and he started wreaking havoc without reservation. Dragon seemed lost in the film with his head slightly tilted, and he forgot to respond to Gao Yang. Colorful lights scintillated as they cast on his face. His heterochromatic eyes looked almost inhumanly beautiful, yet there was a childlike innocence to his gaze. Finally, Dragon returned to reality and smiled at Gao Yang. I have watched this film many times, but I still love it. Gao Yang nodded. The Monkey King was also his hero when he was a child. But a friend of mine didn't like the film. Dragon's eyes turned melancholy. He said that if the Monkey King was going to return to Mount Huiguo in the end, why must he go through all the trouble and tribulations? Why didn't he just stay? Gao Yang listened. What do you think? Dragon asked suddenly. Were you the Monkey King, would you barge into the Heavenly Palace and start trouble? Gao Yang focused his mind and steadied his breaths. He wasn't foolish enough to think that Dragon would waste his time talking about a movie with him. This question was an important one. If he gave the wrong answer, it would surely affect how Dragon saw him, and even his fate going forward. However, he didn't have the ability to read minds, and he didn't know what Dragon was thinking. Should he ask Dragon a question instead and try to get a feel of his attitude with lie detection? No, that was a lowly trick Dragon would surely feel insulted by, no different from suicide. Then as usual, honesty would be the best policy. I will, said Gao Yang. Dragon looked at him with calm eyes and an impassive expression. There was no telling whether the man approved of his answer. After a moment, Dragon asked, Why? Gao Yang asked himself the question. Was it because he would be bothered by the Heavenly Court's hubris and arrogance? Was it because he wouldn't tolerate the oppression and derision? Was it because he would feel the impassioned urge to prove himself to the world? Yes, but more than that. The greatest drive to Gao Yang was an instinctual desire and calling rooted in the very core of his soul. Because the heavenly court was there, said Gao Yang. Dragon remained quiet, his eyes glinting. Then he chuckled. White Rabbit spoke the truth. Perhaps we are the same kind of people. Gao Yang wasn't sure what to feel. He asked tentatively, is that a compliment, Captain? It's not a good thing to be like me. Dragon smiled sadly. After a brief pause, he continued, we've gotten 2 rune circuits since you joined, Dark Horse. It's unprecedented. You're our lucky charm. Oh, no, Gao Yang said humbly. I just got lucky. Luck is a part of strength, and an important part at that. True, Gao Yang admitted. 7 rune circuits have now been found. Things will get more turbulent. Dragon sounded a little concerned. The path forward will only be more arduous. Gao Yang nodded. Before I go to sleep, Dark Horse, I have a mission for you. Me. Yes, a mission direct from me to you. Gao Yang was surprised. Not even War Tiger knows. I didn't tell him. Dragon smiled knowingly. But someone like him will end up getting involved one way or another. Huh, he sounds like those master strategists from history. I don't think I'm strong enough for that, Captain. Dragon leveled him with a genuine gaze. It will be dangerous for you, but there is no better candidate than you. You must understand that nothing in the world will wait for you to be ready. Gao Yang kept his expression under control, but in his head he was shouting, are you joking? You're the biggest shot among all Big's hots, Mr. Dragon. A mission from you must be S-class at least. And me? I've only awakened for a month. I'm at best a second-rate awakener. Are you sure you're gonna entrust an S-class mission to a second-rate awakener? I won't force you. I'll tell you about the mission first, and you may decide if you are going to take it. Okay, be yourself from now on, said Dragon. That's it. Gao Yang was taken aback. That's merely the first step. Dragon smiled. When the time comes, the mission will knock on your door. But I don't know what it is. Let me give you a code. When it shows up, you'll know. Then you may decide to take it or leave it. How mysterious. I guess it fits him. Gao Yang nodded. All right. Then he mustered the courage to say, if I take the mission and complete it, Captain, will I be rewarded? Dragon chuckled. Of course. Great. What do you want as a reward? I don't know yet. How about this? I'll grant you a favor within my ability as long as it doesn't go against my principles. Okay, deal. Gao Yang nodded. Although the promise sounded a little empty, someone like Dragon could more than fulfill the kind of wishes Gao Yang would have at this stage. Give me your hand, Dragon said. Here's the code. Gao Yang offered his hand, and Dragon wrote down a few words on his palm. When Gao Yang returned home in the early morning, his mother and sister had already gone to bed. Gao Yang tiptoed across the living room and entered his bedroom, shutting the door behind him. He pulled out a self-help book called Fitness for Prisoners from his bookshelf. The book was very informative about how one could train themselves in limited space, achieving the same result as someone doing weight training in a proper gym. Gao Yang actually bought the book before his awakening. There was a time when he found himself too frail and resolved to get fit, but after flipping through a couple pages, the book ended up collecting dust on the shelf. Now was the perfect time to go back to it. Although he could get stronger by simply putting points into his stats, physical training was still important, and he decided to do both. Fresh snow and the white cat hung above him like the sword of Damocles. It could fall on his neck at any time. Tonight, Dragon gave Gao Yang a secret mission. His path ahead would surely be littered with all manners of dangers. And at some point, Qing Ling's determination and drive to get stronger had gotten to him. If someone without a system like her was so diligent, what excuse did he have to stay idle? Changing into a tank top and a pair of shorts, Gao Yang placed down a yoga mat for simple warm-ups. Then he started doing one-arm push-ups. Before his awakening, he couldn't even do one rep, but now, his breathing was still steady after finishing a set. Gao Yang started the next set with his other hand. He pondered while he trained, and an hour flew by without him quite noticing. He'd done 12 medium difficulty sets with 10 reps each. At the end, he was entirely drenched in sweat. He took a warm shower in the bathroom and changed into pajamas before retiring to bed. It was Saturday tomorrow and the Dragon Boat Festival. They didn't have school. Gao Yang slept in a little. 9 o'clock in the morning, his sister Gao Xingxin barged into his room. Up, you lazy ass. Gao Yang opened his eyes and was immediately awake, but he pretended to be half asleep and rolled on the bed lazily with his blanket between his legs. Get up, come on. His sister ran up to his bed and kicked him in the back. Humph. Gao Yang put up his best act. Another 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. Enough sleep? Wake up already. His sister grabbed his arm with both hands and dragged Gao Yang up with great difficulty. Gao Yang rubbed his eyes and turned to his sister. Her baby fat face puffed up as she pointed at a clear plastic bag by his bed. Inside was a potted jasmine. Delivery came. Someone gifted you flowers. Me. Gao Yang was surprised. Yes? Who gave you that? Gao Yang got off the bed and picked up the pot. There was a small card tucked in. He unfolded it and saw a line written in elegant handwriting. Best regards for the holiday. Gao Yang folded the card. A friend. Friend. His sister didn't like it. What kind of friends give each other flowers for the Dragon Boat Festival? It's none of your business. Gao Yang ruffled her hair and put the potted jasmine on his desk. It must be a girl? I'm gonna tell mom. His sister trailed off and suddenly shouted, "Whoa, bro, you, what now?" Gao Yang scratched his head with feigned irritation. It's too early for all the shouting. You have muscles. Gao Yang looked down. One side of his pajama top was caught in the waistband of his pants, and a small part of his abdomen was revealed. The faint lines of ABS could be made out. Ugu. Gao Yang straightened his pajamas, pleased. I've been training. Looks good, huh? The flower, and now the training. His sister pointed an accusatory finger at him. You've got a girlfriend, brother. I don't. Gao Yang rolled his eyes. I told you I would let you know if I've got a girlfriend. I don't believe you, you liar. Have it your way. They argued while they walked out of the room together. Their mother looked bright today. She was dressed in a pretty monochrome dress with light makeup, looking respectable and graceful. Gao Yang wasn't boasting when he said that his mother looked young. When she went shopping with Gao Xingxin, some people even mistook them as sisters. There's breakfast in the kitchen. Grab some bites. We're going soon, she urged them as she combed her hair before the mirror. Today was the day they took Gao Yang's father home from the hospital. Got it. Gao Yang walked into the kitchen and shoved a pickled mustard green bun into his mouth. An hour later, they arrived at the hospital to go through the discharge process for his father. His father was optimistic by nature. Although he knew he would probably be wheelchair-bound for the rest of his life, he didn't stay depressed for long and instead adapted to his new life quickly. Gao Yang pushed the wheelchair as he and his family left the hospital lobby, chatting and laughing. When they got to the curb, Gao Xingxin hailed a taxi. Gao Yang lifted his father into the back seat and folded up the wheelchair, putting it inside the trunk. He did all that without a pause or fumble like he'd done it countless times. When he got into the car, his father praised him to the heavens. Our Yang Yang has grown into a man. His father slapped him on the shoulder. Look. He's gotten so much more well-built. Of course. His mother smiled from the passenger seat. Our son is now the pillar of the family. He's a real man. His sister scoffed on the side. What's that, Xingxin? His father asked. Don't delude yourself, Dad. Do you think Gao Yang turned into an adult for us? No. Gao Xingxin pouted and snorted. He's got a girlfriend. I didn't. That's not it. Don't speak nonsense. Gao Yang quickly denied it. She doesn't know what she's talking about, Dad, Mom. His father laughed heartily. You should focus on studying for the entrance exam, Yang, but once you graduate, you should bring your girlfriend home to introduce us. His mother chuckled as well. Yang is old enough to want a relationship. But don't cross the line, okay? You have to do things properly. Dad, Mom, I don't have a girlfriend, Gao Yang said, exasperated. Another great surprise was waiting for them when the parents and children got home. Gao Yang's grandmother was there, watching TV from the couch. Granny. Gao Xingxin didn't even take off her shoes before she ran up to the old woman and threw her arms around her. I've missed you. His grandmother stroked her hair and pinched her face. Granny has missed you as well, child. Why didn't you tell us, mother? I could have picked you up. Gao Yang's mother helped him push his father into the hallway. His grandmother chuckled. There's no need. Gao Yang's uncle came to the city for business today, so he brought me along. I've shown you a humiliating side, mother. His father tapped on the wheelchair and said self-deprecatingly. Your son will be a useless man from now on. I won't be able to even catch up to you. You weren't that useful before, his grandmother chided, the love in her eyes at odds with her words. Rest well from now on. With all of us here, the family will stay strong. How wonderful. We're all together again for the holiday, his mother choked out with reddened eyes. She hurriedly turned to enter the kitchen. I'll make something delicious today. I'll help wash the vegetables. Gao Yang followed her into the kitchen like the considerate son he was. At noon, they had a full meal all together. And they ate some rice dumplings for the occasion. The five of them conversed with smiles on their faces, the atmosphere light and warm. Halfway through the meal, his mother suddenly put down her chopsticks and said, Our two children have matured a lot during this time, most of all Yang. If not for him, I would have broken down already. True. His father patted him on the shoulder from his wheelchair. Old Qing told me it was thanks to Yang that the factory overcame the hurdle. It's mostly Wang Zikai, said Gao Yang. I only introduced them. Yang, you've been coming home late or even stayed the night outside sometimes. His mother's tone grew heavy with concern. Is it because you've been messing around with Wang Zikai? Gao Yang nodded while eating. He had gotten used to using Wang Zikai as an excuse. That's not messing around, sweetheart. His father spoke up for him. His mother was displeased. Then what? That's social functions for business. His father gave her an obsequious smile. For business? He's still a student, and studying should be his top priority. His mother sighed heavily. Yang, the entrance exam is coming in a month. You can't start slacking off now. It'll decide your future. What would decide my future had already happened, Mom. It was my awakening. Gao Yang put away his bowl and chopsticks to nod at her reassuringly. Don't worry, Mom. I haven't let all this get to my study. I've actually gotten better grades recently. That's good. His mother relaxed a little. In the afternoon, Gao Yang got some cramming done in the study room. After awakening, his increased stats had made his mind clearer and keener. His memory was thus enhanced, and while he had been a good student before, it had become even easier for him to do well in tests. After dinner, they pushed Gao Yang's father around the neighborhood. His father greeted everyone they met with such optimism that their neighbors weren't sure if they should offer words of comfort. Once they returned home at night, Gao Yang started today's training. Then he took a shower and returned to his bedroom late. He turned off the light, locked his door and window, and pulled the curtains. Then he turned on the lamp on his desk and checked the potted jasmine. There was nothing noteworthy about the pot itself. He shifted his focus to the flowers. As expected, there was a faint, red fingerprint on one of them. Gao Yang picked off the petal with the fingerprint and put it to his lips for 2 seconds. Then he burned it by conjuring fire at his fingertip. He lay down on his bed. Soon, he found himself pulled into a sweet dream. Gao Yang opened his eyes and found himself submerged in an outdoor hot spring the size of a regular room. On one side of the hot spring was a thriving cherry blossom tree. The pink petals fell like rain and floated on the steaming water. All around him was white snow, vast and desolate. Cherry blossoms weren't winter flowers, of course, but inside the world conjured by sweet dream, Lu Qingying was God. She could shape it according to her wants and needs. She was inside the hot spring as well, naked. With her hair tied up, she was submerged in the water from below her sensuous collarbones. She hooked a leg up to reveal her calf, a posture that was clearly meant to be seductive. It wasn't the first time Gao Yang was exposed to her trick, and he remained unfazed. You call? Yeah. Lu Qingying gave him an enchanting smile. How clever. I was wondering if you would guess that the flowers were from me. Gao Yang smiled in lieu of a response. As I thought, you knew me well. Lu Qingying spoke like they were close with a gentle, soft voice. Gao Yang cut in, let's get to business. It's no longer a secret that the 12 zodiac signs executed Ghost Horse. Is that so? And it's known that the 100 Rivers Union and you have found the time-space rune circuit. Right. Gao Yang acted calm, but inwardly, he was feeling a little disappointed. He had planned to earn a few coins with those trivial news, but Lu Qingying was more well-informed than expected. There are 3 questions I'd like to ask. Go on. First, did Dragon take care of Ghost Horse himself? That's a C-class intel. Second, what is Dragon's talent? That's S-class. Third, what is the force behind Ghost Horse? A-class. Gao Yang was surprised. He had wanted to ask Lu Qingying about the faction supporting Ghost Horse since the man was working with Mad Red, and he was determined to find out who Mad Red worked for to avenge Wan Sisi. I want to know about the group behind Ghost Horse as well, Gao Yang said calmly. Do contact me if you learn of it. Of course. Lu Qingying smiled. It won't be cheap though. No worries. I'll pay the appropriate price, Gao Yang said in a confidence tone. He would first make her investigate the issue before thinking about price. A thought came to him then. I'll give you something for free. Mad Red, talent, detonation. He belonged to the same group as Ghost Horse when he was alive. You may start with that. Thank you. You're welcome. After thinking about it for a moment, Gao Yang continued, of your 2 other questions, I'd answer only the first one. Ghost Horse was personally dealt with by Dragon. The rest I cannot tell you. Lu Qingying nodded like she had expected it. Deal. C-class intel is worth 3 Jinmu. You may visit my restaurant anytime to get your reward. Gao Yang was filled with complicated feelings. The 12 zodiac signs paid him only 5 Jinmu after all the life risking he did for them, yet giving the woman a useless piece of information earned him 3 Jinmu. Still, he must be careful. The fact that Dragon had personally dealt with Ghost Horse did reveal a few things. First, it meant that Dragon took the matter seriously. Second, it proved that Dragon was powerful enough to easily resolve the matter. Third, it signified that the 12 zodiac signs were ready to face their enemy. All those were things the 12 zodiac signs wanted the outside world to know though. Gao Yang had merely helped spread the message a little faster. He believed it didn't constitute betrayal. Then let's finish things here tonight. Gao Yang was about to close his eyes when Lu Qingying called out to him. Wait. She smiled. I caught a hint of emotion earlier. It seems that you are dissatisfied with some aspects of your organization. Let me guess. Is it about authority, resources, relationship, or pay? This woman? Gao Yang admitted openly, yes, I am a little dissatisfied with the pay, but it makes sense for me to be paid less since I'm new. Lu Qingying nodded with a smile, her beautiful eyes glinting. I visited you today for another matter. I wonder if you're interested. Tell me what it is first. Would you like to work for someone else? Gao Yang hid his surprise. Seriously? Am I that well known already? I've only joined for what, a month? Yet I'm already getting headhunted? Thank you, but it's not something I'd consider at the moment. I've guessed as much, but I suggest you meet up with them to see what they have to offer at least. It'll be a chance for you to find out how another organization treats their members, which wouldn't hurt. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Don't worry. You'll be meeting up in my dream without leaving a trace. You won't be able to see each other's faces, and your voices will be modulated. She smiled faintly and added, he doesn't know about our exchange of information. And you're free to deny that you've accepted the meeting afterward. We'll meet in the dream. Gao Yang asked in surprise. You can do that. I humbly present to you what level 5 sweet dream is capable of. It was amazing for a talent to reach level 5. Gao Yang knew that there was a bottleneck to overcome for a talent to reach level 4, which would require the matching rune circuit. And past level 4, leveling up was no longer a matter concerning rune circuits. It was entirely up to the individual. At the moment, the highest a talent had reached was level 7. It was said that there was still room for the talent to develop, but it was terribly difficult. That was why the current consensus was that the max level for a talent was level 8. Gao Yang sorted through his thoughts. I can't trust you fully yet. Who knows if you'll betray me? That hurts. Lu Qingying didn't look hurt at all. She glided a delicate finger through the surface of the water, causing ripples along the way. Well, since I've agreed to help, how about I tell you their offer on their behalf? That I don't mind. Here's the basics. The monthly pay is 30 Jinmu. You're allowed priority to any rune circuit other than the miracle rune circuit. You have access to all new weapons and equipment owned by the organization. Office romance is allowed. You may deal with any monster as you see fit. And you may negotiate for other conditions in person. What the hell? It was so obviously a counter to what the 12 zodiac signs offered. In comparison, the 12 zodiac signs might as well be a group of monks starving themselves on purpose. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Got it. I'm sure you've guessed what organization it is. Lu Qingying smiled. Let me know if you're interested. I have a question, said Gao Yang. Why would an organization like them be interested in a newbie like me? I had the same question. Lu Qingying smiled. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't doubt your abilities, but you keep quite the low profile from what I know. You haven't attracted too much attention. That's what I think. I have an explanation for that, and I can tell you for free. Gao Yang looked up at her. It's said that someone made a recommendation. Gao Yang frowned. Let's end things here. Gao Yang closed his eyes. Access granted? There were 3 formal organizations in Li City, the 12 Zodiac Signs, the Kailan Guild, and the 100 Rivers Union. It wouldn't be the Union. They couldn't afford to make such outlandish offers. That left the Kailan Guild. The pay alone was 10 times the pay offered by the 12 Zodiac Signs, and that would amount to 360 Jinmu per year, which meant he would earn 720 Jinmu in 2 years, more than the cost of Wu Dehai's 600 Jinmu prosthetic arm. Moreover, Wu Dehai's arm was most likely one of the Kailan Guild's equipment for frontliners she had mentioned, which would be accessible to Gao Yang as long as he joined. Wouldn't that be several times more impressive than the tactical glove he bought at the flea market? In the unawakened world, it was essentially an offer of tens of millions of annual income with a bonus of a villa, an expensive car, and employee stock options. And he would have taken it in a heartbeat were it a simple job offer. However, the world he found himself in was one of awakeners. There were hidden threats, unknown schemes, and unpredictable dangers all around. He couldn't be more careful. At the moment, what concerned Gao Yang most was the one who recommended him. Who could it be? Someone from the 12 zodiac signs? That wouldn't make any sense. But he didn't know any other awakeners outside of the few members of the 100 Rivers Union he had crossed paths with, and not only did they not know him properly, they were in no place to make a recommendation to the Kailan Guild. It couldn't be the Spectre, Fresh Snow, could it? The Spectres were said to be living nightmares for all awakeners, and the two sides were mortal enemies. Wait, could it be that while the Kailan Guild acted like the righteous head of the Woolen, they had been secretly colluding with the evil sect that was the Spectres? That would fit in a Wuxia story. Damn it, my curiosity is killing me. Access ends. Gao Yang opened his eyes and turned to Lu Qingying. Ahem, I've changed my mind. I'd like to talk to their representative. Really? Lu Qingying looked pleased. Thank you. For what? Frankly, I don't really care how your meeting goes. She rose from the hot spring as she spoke, the water running down her body with a splash. Gao Yang quickly looked away. As if she wasn't bothered by his presence at all, she sauntered out of the hot spring to the cherry blossom tree, picking up a luxurious silk bathrobe from the wooden stand below it and putting it on. With her knees pressed together, she knelt beside a tea set and started making tea. But the other party did request me to arrange a meeting. Failing to make it happen would hurt my reputation. Thank you for doing me the favor. Well, remember to give me a discount next time. Gao Yang was only half joking. Haha, you're a practical one. Lu Qingying made 2 cups of light tea, and placing them on 2 wooden trays, she sent them away on the water. The trays parted and moved in 2 different directions. One reached Gao Yang, while the other floated to the other side of the hot spring. With a wave of her hand, Lu Qingying conjured a quaint folding screen with the drawing of a peacock in full bloom, dividing the hot spring in half. Are you ready? Asked Lu Qingying. I am. Gao Yang took a deep breath to clear his head. Lu Qingying snapped her fingers. The steam rising from the hot spring thickened at once, and soon, a figure emerged on the other side of the screen. Talent, sweet dream. It lives up to its reputation. The voice had been modulated to sound like the average man. Nothing about it stood out. You're too kind, Lu Qingying said. Her voice was as soft and captivating as ever, but there was a hint of reservation and deference to it. It seems the guy is quite the big deal, Gao Yang thought. And judging from his remark, this seemed to be the first time the man had ever dealt with Lu Qingying. Of course, there was the possibility that he was putting up an act. His headhunter seemed to be the straightforward type. Stretching his shoulders a little, the figure behind the screen said, I'm Black Tortoise, one of the 4 elders of the Kailan Guild. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Dark horse of the 12 zodiac signs, Gao Yang said, compelled to match the man in projecting importance. The pleasure is all mine. The 4 elders of the Kailan Guild were, respectively, the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. Gao Yang had heard from Wu Dehai that all 4 of them had talents among the top 10 on the list. They rarely made an appearance and led the Kailan Guild as core members. Basically, they held positions similar to that of War Tiger in the 12 zodiac signs. Has Miss Lu explained the purpose of this meeting? Asked Black Tortoise. She has. And your answer? I'm still considering it. Gao Yang couldn't reject the man outright. Otherwise, him accepting the meeting would be no different from toying with him. After a moment of silence, Black Tortoise said, to my knowledge, you have only joined the 12 zodiac signs for less than a month. That is true. So you can't be loyal to the organization already. I won't say I'm loyal to them, Gao Yang said while choosing his words carefully, aiming to make himself sound dignified. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. You're young, Black Tortoise said approvingly, but you're more mature than I expected. Gao Yang didn't say anything to that. The man continued, a clever bird chooses the right tree as home, and a wise official chooses the right master to follow. The Kylin Guild will be the better choice for you. He sure was confident. As expected of a member of a major organization, they had the power to back the confidence up. I don't know your organization at all. Knowing is a two-way effort. What title are you offering? Gao Yang pretended to be interested. Protector. Gao Yang knew a thing or two about the ranks in the Kylin Guild. From the top of the pyramid to the bottom were guild master, elders, protectors, elites, and members. The guild master was naturally Kylin. The 4 elders were Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. There were usually about 6 protectors. They were essentially the first officers of the elders, each leading an independent operations team. There were about 10 elites, and the rest were members. The elites and members were split between the different operations teams. If Gao Yang was to jump ship, his supervisor would be Elder Black Tortoise, making him a mid-ranking manager. I'd like to know who recommended me, said Gao Yang. You'll know once you join officially and gain the approval of the higher UPS. Gao Yang fell silent. It seemed that he couldn't get more information out of the man. I heard that, Lu Qingying said after listening to the conversation quietly. The Kylin Guild imposes a trial period. Yes. On the other side of the screen, Black Tortoise picked up his teacup and took a sip. The trial period is 1 month, but that's for open recruitment. Those who enter through recommendations aren't required to go through a trial period. Gao Yang picked up his cup and made a show of savoring the tea as well. Lu Qingying smiled. Perhaps Dark Horse can join through open recruitment. Didn't you say you weren't interested in how the conversation went, Miss Lu? It seems you're actually very invested. Still, it made sense. If Gao Yang joined the Kylin Guild, he would be able to provide her with even more information. Recruitment done under the table may be efficient, but it'll put Dark Horse in a difficult place. Lu Qingying smiled. He joined the 12 zodiac signs only a little while ago. It hurt his reputation if news got out that he jumped ship to the guild without warning. Black Tortoise didn't say anything. Gao Yang chewed on her words. Open recruitment is another story. You may send an official invitation to Dark Horse of the 12 zodiac signs and hold the negotiation through the official channel. Lu Qingying chuckled. That way, Dark Horse may prove his loyalty to the organization if he chooses to reject the offer, and if he decides to join the guild, it'll be done in an honest, open way without the risk of tarnishing his reputation. Gao Yang paused. That was a good middle ground. There was a problem, of course, which was the attention he would be attracting. After all, he would become the one person the 2 major organizations were vying for. That would give anyone cause to find out more. After some thinking, Black Tortoise said, that works for me. Would you mind the Kylin Guild sending you an invitation, Dark Horse? Asked Lu Qingying. Gao Yang was hesitant. He did mind. He didn't want to stand out. But then he suddenly remembered the secret mission Dragon entrusted to him. Had the man guessed how things would pan out? Was this related to his mission? Then perhaps he should let it run its course. I don't mind, Gao Yang said slowly. However, I've yet to come to a decision and make no promises. That's reasonable, said Black Tortoise. Then I'd say the 2 of you have reached a tentative agreement. This marks the end of the conversation. Both Gao Yang and Black Tortoise fell silent. Now, I'll separate the 2 of you. Lu Qingying curled up her lips. Allow me to remind you that this meeting shall be kept secret. Should either of you reveal the information, I will deny everything, and I will reject any collaboration with the violator in the future. Gao Yang and Black Tortoise nodded. Soon, the steam rose and spread. Both the screen and the man on the other side vanished. Lu Qingying knelt down under the cherry blossom tree beside the hot spring. You should stay with him, said Gao Yang. I want some time on my own. Ha, Black Tortoise said the same. Lu Qingying put on a look of disappointment. There was no telling if it was her honest feeling. Neither of you are the romantic type, it seems. Gao Yang was just about to access the system when the hot spring started rippling all over. The cherry blossoms started wilting and falling at an accelerated speed as well. The world was shaking and quickly crumbling. You're waking up already? Lu Qingying was a little surprised. Yes. Gao Yang kept up a front to hide his nervousness. Not knowing how long the trade would last, he hadn't set an alarm. This late, he shouldn't be waking up unless someone disturbed him or got too close to him. Who's in my room? Gao Yang opened his eyes and immediately rolled to a stand, energy concentrated in his 2 hands. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. In the silence of the room, the quiet moon shone through the swaying curtains. He didn't see anyone. His window had been closed. Someone was in his room earlier. Gao Yang quickly accessed his system. His luck points hadn't spiked. He rushed to the window and zeroed in on his desk. His brows knitted as he picked up a silverish white strand of hair. Under the gentle touch of the moonlight, it looked like translucent silk. The white cat? Gao Yang's heart jumped to his throat. He had considered applying to the organization for some trap items to install in his room, preventing intrusion while protecting himself. However, he was worried that he might anger the white cat instead, and he gave up on the idea. While the white cat didn't seem hostile to him at the moment, it wasn't good for his heart to see it popping up out of nowhere when he least expected it. Gao Yang sighed. It wasn't a good feeling to not be in control of his own fate. It reminded him of the animated film Dragon had talked to him about, Uproar in Heaven. Although the Monkey King could have led a blissful life in Mount Huiguo, it got on his nerves that the Heavenly Court was watching everything in the mortal world from a seemingly unreachable height. Perhaps that was the real reason the Monkey King ended up stirring up trouble in heaven. Gao Yang no longer felt like sleeping, but he wasn't sure what he should do. Then his phone rang. Wu Dehai had sent a photo to their encoded chat room. In the break room, he and War Tiger were playing games on the couch while having beer and fried chicken. Every day, this guy sent photos to the chat room for attention. Gao Yang usually found him annoying, but at this moment, fellow members of the organization seemed like a source of comfort. Gao Yang responded. Dark Horse, can I join? Electric Mouse, come. True brothers play games until sunrise? White Rabbit, you're still up. Dark Horse, can't sleep. Aren't you up too? White Rabbit, well, unfortunately, I stumbled on a real good novel right before bed. Next thing I know, it's already early morning. Electric Mouse, what novel? Let me see. White Rabbit, it's written by someone called Violent Waves, titled My Buddy is the Chosen One. The relationship between the two very good friends is amazing one. Electric Mouse, no thanks. Electric Mouse, come on. Dark Horse, Teacher War Tiger is a total noob. He can't even beat me when I have a robotic arm. War Tiger, help, my disciple? 3 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang rode the private elevator to the underground 6th floor and entered the rabbit room. Inside the break room, War Tiger and Wu Dehai were still playing a game on the couch. It looked like a fighting game. Gao Yang walked in just in time to see a large K.O pop up on the screen. War Tiger had a chicken bone in his mouth while he held a controller and insisted, the combos don't make sense in this game. No excuse for being a noob. Wu Dehai stood on the couch, his voice impassioned. You've lost 30 times in a row? You have to honor your word and take me and Qingling to the next mission. It'll be my chance. Wu Dehai. War Tiger sighed and shook his head. Don't you understand that you're never getting Qingling? Why? Wu Dehai insisted. She's the only girl who agreed to let me touch her. Well, it didn't actually happen, but still. War Tiger scoffed. Do you really think of Qingling as someone who will do anything to get stronger? Wu Dehai paused. Is she not? War Tiger knocked him in the head with the controller. Think with your thick head. If Qingling really is that kind of person, why hasn't she let you or other perverts have their way yet? Wu Dehai gaped. That's right. Why? Because little Qingling would reject the advances for her. Gao Yang cut in with a smile. No matter how many times it happens. Bingo. War Tiger nodded approvingly. For survival and power, Qingling, the dominant personality, has abandoned many things. But her other self, little Qingling, has helped protect what she shouldn't give up as a regular girl. No matter how close you think you've gotten to success, little Qingling will always take a stand when necessary and kick you as far away as possible. Wu Dehai opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. So, War Tiger spread his hands. Little Qingling is a part of Qingling. You have to make her accept you before Qingling will. But do you think it's possible? Shit. Wu Dehai slumped into the couch, finally coming to a realization. How am I supposed to make little Qingling not hate men? Well, she doesn't hate all men. War Tiger smirked and turned to Gao Yang. Wu Dehai looked over his shoulder to glare at Gao Yang. Dark Horse? I hate you. Haha. Gao Yang smiled awkwardly even though he had been dragged into the conversation as an innocent bystander. Wu Dehai, you brat, War Tiger said exasperatedly. You would have gotten into the top 30 in power ranking if only you were as persistent in getting stronger. Oh, I haven't checked it for a while. Wu Dehai forgot about his frustration as soon as he heard the mention of ranking. Nisakia Genie, show me the real-time ranking. The screen immediately changed to display the ranking for Awakeners. Wu Dehai quickly found himself, and he flailed around in triumph. 54th, I've made a big leap. War Tiger didn't seem surprised. Well, our organization did find the time-space rune circuit. And after surviving the ambush, you got the most advanced prosthetic arm, courtesy of the Kylin Guild. All that has boosted your fame. Gao Yang quickly found that Qingling, Officer Huang, and he had entered the top 70. But don't let it get to your head, Wu Dehai. War Tiger crossed his arms. Below the top 30, the ranking is all based on empty fame. It has very little to do with actual power. Of course I know that. Wu Dehai then muttered, but fame will help me get girls. Gao Yang's eyes lit up as he checked the top 10 on the list. Teacher War Tiger, both you and Captain have moved up a spot. Oh, is that so? War Tiger smacked his lips at the screen. Well, that proves how important people consider the time-space rune circuit. Yeah, we almost died to get it. Thinking about the strange space still made Gao Yang shudder and gave him chills. He went through the top 10 Awakeners again with more care. 10th, Vermilion Bird. 9th, White Tiger. 8th, War Tiger. 7th, Black Tortoise. 6th, Azure Dragon. 5th, X. 4th, Alcoholic. 3rd, Surnamed Lee. 2nd, Dragon. First, Kylan, surnamed Li, was the head of the 100 Rivers Union. It was certainly a very unassuming name. Alcoholic and X didn't seem to belong to the three major organizations. They must be prominent unaffiliate awakeners. Among the 12 zodiac signs, Dragon and War Tiger claimed 2 spots of the top 10, while the Kylan Guild claimed the rest of the 5, making their dominance in the field clear. Haha, Wu Dahai cackled. Every time I check the top 10, I feel like I'm visiting a zoo. War Tiger chuckled as well. Well, if you guys get into the top 10 as well, it'll be an actual zoo. War Tiger's phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at the screen, his gaze darkening. Who can it be at this hour? Asked Wu Dahai. It's an encoded message. War Tiger made some clicks on his phone. A moment, I'll connect through Bluetooth. Soon, War Tiger's phone screen was projected on the big screen before them. It was an invitation from the Kylan Guild. Fucking hell? Gao Yang almost screamed out loud. Aren't you working too efficiently, Kylan Guild? Don't you ever sleep? Wouldn't you give me some time to prepare myself? One Xiong, a word to describe violent waves, is a synonym to Pengpai, the author's pen name. And White Rabbit described the novel as depicting a touching Xiangdi Qing, bromance/male friendship, which can actually be a euphemism for M/M relationship in China to avoid censorship. To the 12 zodiac signs. First, we would like to offer our genuine congratulation to you for discovering 2 rune circuits in the matter of a month. It is of great importance to all awakeners, and we are one step closer to our common goal. According to the agreement for the free movement of talents among organizations in Li City, this guild hereby issues our sincere invitation to Dark Horse, Green Snake, and Yellow Ox of the 12 zodiac signs. We hope that the 3 of them will consider joining the Kylan Guild and work together with us for a better future. We look forward to your speedy response. Kylan Guild. June 4th. Wu Dahai read through the invitation word by word and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Holy shit! Crazy? The Kylan Guild is openly recruiting you? Talk about honor." Gao Yang knew this was coming, but he didn't expect Qingling and Officer Huang to be included. Well, there were 3 possibilities. First, Black Tortoise did want the 2 of them too. Second, they were a smokescreen for Black Tortoise to cover up the fact that he wanted Gao Yang. Third, Black Tortoise hoped to achieve his goal by applying pressure, the subtext being, "I'm asking for 3, but you should at least give me 1. Otherwise I'll consider it an insult, and I won't be as polite next time." Haha, how interesting. War Tiger crossed his legs and rested his feet on the tea table, a bemused expression on his face. Leisurely, he took a sip of beer. Then his phone rang. It was White Rabbit. She had received the encoded message as well. War Tiger unlocked his phone and put her on speaker. Her yells immediately rang through the room. Kylan Guild, the thursing XXXXXXXXX. Who do they think they are? What disgusting XXXXXXX? They fancy themselves the boss? I'll XXXXX their XXXXXXXXXXX. Gao Yang and Wu Dahai gaped. This was the first time they heard White Rabbit curse, and the number of swear words she got in as well as the sheer variety were honestly quite impressive. White Rabbit was in charge of human resources for the 12 zodiac signs. The headhunting must have hit her most sensitive nerve. "Calm down, Rabbit," War Tiger reassured her simply. "Calm down? How am I supposed to be calm? They're openly after our members? All 3 of our newbies? What, are they just gonna render all my hard work this year useless?" War Tiger placated her. "That's a little unfair. Didn't you get Heavenly Dog from the Kylan Guild as well? That's not the same." She raised her voice even further. Heavenly Dog was still in his trial period, and he was thinking about jumping ship because he didn't like the Kylan Guild. Only then did I approach him. I play my role with impeccable ethics. War Tiger thought about it and said, "Well, why don't we give the 3 of them some time to decide for themselves?" No. White Rabbit was ready to kill a man. "None of them are leaving, or I'll break their legs. And you talked about your work ethics. I don't care. All right. Go back to your bromance novel." War Tiger hung up and turned to Gao Yang. "What do you think, Yang Yang?" Gao Yang hid his guilt under a mask of nonchalance. "Not interested." "Really?" War Tiger curled his lips. "It's the Kylan Guild. Putting aside all other matters, the pay they offer must be several times higher. That's not all." Wu Dahai looked envious. "There are so many beautiful girls there, and they allow office romance." "Then why don't you go?" asked Gao Yang. "I'd like to, but they didn't invite me, did they? If I go, I'll be the lowliest pawn." Wu Dahai huffed from his nose. "I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." "Got it." War Tiger put an arm around Wu Dahai's neck. "Heize, my boy, Uncle Tiger doesn't like how you put it." "Ow, ow." Wu Dahai cried out. "Chicken? Is that how you see the 12 zodiac signs?" No. Wu Dahai begged for mercy with his face flushed. "I misspoke. I'm uneducated. I made a mistake. Please spare me, Uncle Tiger." War Tiger let go of him and threw him a disapproving glance. "Besides, you ain't the head of a chicken in the 12 zodiac signs. At best you're the chicken butt. If you go to the Kylan Guild, you're gonna be the phoenix's poop." Came morning, Gao Yang went to school. The self-study session and the rest of the morning passed uneventfully. At noon, Gao Yang secretly met up with Qingling in the second-floor lab for information exchanges. Gao Yang made sure to bring a lunchbox to the cafeteria to get Qingling 3 vegetable dishes, 1 protein dish, and a meaty chicken leg. Qingling didn't turn his offer down. With great seriousness and awe, she finished the lunch Gao Yang prepared for her. The chicken leg was so big that she got oil all around her mouth. Gao Yang stifled a laugh and gave her a napkin. She cast the chicken bone away, wiping her mouth before wiping her fingers. It was cute how seriously she went about it. Once she was about done, Gao Yang asked, "What do you think about the Kylin Guild's offer?" "I'm not going," Qing Ling said decisively. "Why?" Qing Ling's reasoning was simple. "I can keep getting stronger following War Tiger, but it may not be the case at the Kylin Guild." "True." Gao Yang nodded. It was a very Qing Ling answer. "What about you?" "I'm still considering it." "What is there to consider?" Qing Ling frowned, feeling a mix of confusion and displeasure. "Well, as you said, the strong rule over the weak in this world, and the Kylin Guild is stronger than the 12 zodiac signs," Gao Yang said in a half-joking tone. "It makes sense for me to consider getting a more powerful support, doesn't it?" Qing Ling fell silent. She wanted Gao Yang to stay. They were companions, and companions should stick together. But why wouldn't she go with Gao Yang then? It was because while Gao Yang was important to her, he wasn't as important as her pursuit of power. Then she was in no place to ask Gao Yang to stay. He had every right to prioritize himself over his companions as well. "Do what you want," Qing Ling said coldly. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang and Qing Ling met up in their usual alleyway and changed into casual clothes before heading to the Millennium Tower, located in the Daegsu district. Outside of Dragon, everyone was going to the underground 6th floor of the Millennium Tower to discuss the matter of the Kylin Guild's headhunting. The meeting would be led by War Tiger and White Rabbit. As usual, Gao Yang and Qing Ling walked arm in arm, pretending to be a loving couple. They exited the subway station late at night. At some point, it had started pouring. Although they wouldn't mind braving the rain to get to the Millennium Tower, two humans walking in pouring rain would attract unwanted attention. Since they still had time, they decided to get away from the rain under an awning by the street, waiting for the rain to relent a little. As soon as they got some shelter, a song started playing inside the flower shop behind them. It was a song by the king of milk tea, Zhou. "What is most beautiful isn't the rainy day, but the awning we have found shelter under." 1. Gao Yang awkwardly cleared his throat and looked to the side at Qing Ling. Her dark hair was drenched, the tip of the strands dripping droplets of water on her fair neck and collarbones. She took out a rubber band from her pocket and gathered her hair with both hands to tie it into a high ponytail. Gao Yang noticed on her wrist the twin bracelet she bought back in the haunted house market. "Does it work, the twin bracelet?" Qing Ling didn't say anything, but her hardening expression made it clear that she hadn't yet overcome the obstacle on her path to leveling up. Gao Yang shut his mouth out of consideration. "Hey, why are you staying out there? Come on in." The glass door behind them opened, the wind chimes clinking. Gao Yang and Qing Ling turned around, surprised. "One Jaichu's secret?" The young woman standing inside the flower shop was dressed in a patterned apron, her brunette curls cascaded softly down her shoulders. She was a gentle but stunning beauty. Songstress. Gao Yang recognized her at first glance. Then he looked up at the signboard. It said, "Let life be beautiful like summer flowers." "Ah, so this is where your shop is. It's quite close to the base." "Yeah." Songstress nodded with a smile. "Come in and have a seat. The rain will stop soon. Then we'll go together." Gao Yang and Qing Ling walked into the flower shop. They were surprised again when they saw a college student with delicate features and a small ponytail behind his head. With both hands in his pocket, he had a wireless headphone on his head and a black messenger bag on his shoulder, looking at a potted split-leaf philodendron closely. "Heavenly Dog." Gao Yang called out to him. Heavenly Dog slowly turned around and lifted one side of the headphones, waving at him and Qing Ling. "Hey, you're here to get out of the rain too." Gao Yang noticed his drenched bang and the wet spots on his shoulders. "Yeah, forgot my umbrella," Heavenly Dog drawled. "It wouldn't do for others to see the shop occupied by 4 humans." Songstress smiled and quickly turned around to flip the board that said open on the outside to closed. "Why don't you go to the 2nd floor? I'll be right with you after closing down shop." "Okay." Heavenly Dog yawned and walked up the small stairs on the far side of the shop. Gao Yang was hit with a bout of drowsiness as well. They really had to avoid talking to Songstress too much. The 2nd floor of the shop was actually a mezzanine level with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The living room was renovated in the style of a cozy coffee shop with wooden floor, beanbag sofa, rugs, potted creepers, window walls, and a bar. They sat down on the sofa. Neither Heavenly Dog nor Qing Ling were the talkative sorts, and the 3 of them exchanged glances without saying anything. Soon, Songstress walked up. She gave them a smile and made a gesture telling them that she would be making coffee. Then she moved to the bar to do just that. After a moment, Gao Yang initiated a conversation with Heavenly Dog. "Do you come to Songstress shop often, Heavenly Dog?" "On holidays, I buy flowers for my mother." After a pause, Heavenly Dog added, "She likes flowers." "Ah, that's so." Gao Yang didn't want to waste his time beating around the bush too much, so he got to the point. "I heard that you used to be a trainee at the Kylin Guild." Heavenly Dog slumped into the sofa with his eyes slightly narrowed. "Yeah, I awakened during my freshman year in college. The Kylin Guild approached me then." "Why didn't you stay?" "I don't like it," Heavenly Dog said concisely. Care to explain?" "Well, it feels like going to work." Heavenly Dog sighed softly. "Working is troublesome." Gao Yang nodded in understanding. In comparison, the 12 zodiac signs was a lot more relaxed. Outside of the dangerous missions they went on, like the exploration of rune caves, the organization operated more like a studio where everyone was friends, or even a big extended family. From the bar came the sound of water rushing through the coffee machine. Songstress gave them a small smile and gestured at them to wait a little longer. Gao Yang's mind wandered. The 12 zodiac signs was likely a gathering of mostly kind-hearted people with moral codes. After all, the test where they had to refrain from killing a wanderer would have disqualified many awakeners. And most of them were ruled by hard and disliked structure. White Rabbit was an exception, of course. She was a workaholic, but her workaholism stemmed from her seeing the organization as her family, and she cared deeply. Silence returned. Gao Yang turned to look out of the window walls. It was still pouring rain, and the street was free of any pedestrians. The lively neon light bloomed in the vapor of rain like watercolor. It was the perfect setting to enjoy a cup of freshly made coffee with the company of gentle music. And a fat cat for snuggling would be the icing on the cake. How did some novels put it? Yes, it was a moment of quiet serenity amid the chaotic times. Gao Yang's straying mind suddenly came to a sharp focus. Through the window, his eyes zeroed in on the narrow alleyway across the road. There stood a man in all black holding a black umbrella. Even with the pouring rain obscuring the figure, Gao Yang could tell that it was Ghost Horse. Beep. A small truck sped through the damp road, blocking his line of sight, and when it moved out of the way 2 seconds later, Ghost Horse had already disappeared from the alley. What's wrong? Qing Ling had noticed the minute change in Gao Yang's expression. I think I saw. Gao Yang stopped himself when Songstress came up to them with 3 cups of coffee. Enjoy. He took a cup and said, I thought I saw an old friend from school. I must have seen it wrong. Qing Ling took her cup and didn't push. Under the guise of enjoying the coffee, Gao Yang fell into deep thought. That man was Ghost Horse. He was sure he hadn't seen it wrong. But was it truly possible for someone to come back to life? At least none of the talents from serial number 11 to 199 were capable of such a feat. Of course, there was the possibility that among the top 10 talents was an unbelievable power capable of bringing the dead back to life. He did know of a talent that could achieve something similar though. Feigned death, serial number 58, life type. According to the information provided by the list, users of feigned death would come back to life a certain duration after their death so long as their head, heart, and body weren't seriously damaged. Did Ghost Horse have feigned death? Was he actually an awakener with 3 talents? It didn't seem likely. Since Dragon could tell that Ghost Horse had teleportation, it didn't make sense for him to miss a 3rd talent. Assuming that Ghost Horse had truly come back to life, why did he show up near Songstress' shop? Did he simply miss her? Or was he observing her for a chance to convert her? If it was the latter, wouldn't it be safer and more convenient to approach her through telepathy? Gao Yang decided to keep it from Songstress and Heavenly Dog for the moment. He would tell Qing Ling and Officer Huang, and War Tiger too, so that the man could make the call. Half an hour later, the pouring rain stopped. Songstress led the 3 of them through the back alley and a lesser-known shortcut to arrive at the back door of the Millennium Tower. As usual, they rode the private elevator to the underground 6th floor. Before the meeting, Gao Yang caught War Tiger when he was alone and told him about Ghost Horse. Are you sure about this? I can't be 100% sure, Gao Yang said honestly, but I feel like I should let you know ASAP. Good man. War Tiger patted him on the shoulder. All right, I'll look into it. Let's go to the meeting first. 10 minutes later, everyone outside of Dragon gathered in the mouse room, sitting around the long conference table. White Rabbit led the meeting. She projected the encoded invitation from the Kylan Guild on the screen and rattled off a litany of curses, insulting everyone at the Kylan Guild and their whole extended family. Only then did she calm down. Take a breather, Rabbit. War Tiger laughed and made a palm-down gesture at her. With a huff, White Rabbit sat down. War Tiger turned to the other members. Well, what do you think? As the ones being recruited, Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Officer Huang weren't in the place to share their thoughts. I don't get it. Why did they go for the 3 newbies? Wu Dahai spoke up first. They should have gone after the experienced, outstanding members like us. War Tiger shook his head in disappointment. Good question. Stop asking. Are you a moron? White Rabbit rolled her eyes. Recruiting senior members like us would be no different from welcoming wolves into their fold. Why would they do that? She then turned to the 3 of them. They are different. They have only joined a while ago. In other words, they weren't loyal to the organization, and they would be easy to train and win over. Haha. Dead Pig guffawed before saying something surprisingly astute. I would pick them too were I at the Kylan Guild. In the 1 month since their joining, they have entered 2 rune caves and got something out of it both times. Who knows how else they will surprise us. There are a lot of benefits to getting them. Well said. War Tiger smiled knowingly. If they agree to join, it's a great plus. If they don't, this offer will serve as a significant temptation that will go on to undermine the solidarity of the 12 zodiac signs. There's no downside to it. Those fucking snakes. Wu Dahai growled. We can't let them have their way. It seems the prophecy of 7 is true, Heavenly Dog said with a hint of concern in his usually lazy voice. What is the prophecy of 7? Gao Yang was ever the curious one. I told you about the risk assessment model done by an awakened mathematician, didn't I? White Rabbit turned to Gao Yang. Remember? Gao Yang nodded. Well, Wu Dahai cut in loudly. That guy also said that the moment the 7th rune circuit was found was the moment a civil war between awakeners would break out. That's known as the prophecy of 7. The meeting room fell silent. Gao Yang was immediately reminded of Mad Red, of Ghost Horse's betrayal, of the unknown entities that were Fresh Snow and the White Cat, and the mysterious mission Dragon gave him. Perhaps the prophecy of 7 was right, and a storm had already been brewing. War Tiger clapped and said, "Let's not stray too far from the main agenda. About our 3 newbies getting headhunted." War Tiger smiled carefreely. "I believe we should respect their wishes and allow them to decide whether to stay, but White Rabbit believes that we are a team, and that the decision should be made by everyone." White Rabbit still sounded angry. "Neither of us can convince the other. So, let's put it to vote." War Tiger stood up and put his hands on the table. "Outside of the 3 members in question here, everyone else is to cast a vote. Those who agree with me, put out rocks. Those who agree with White Rabbit, go with scissors. Let's get started." White Rabbit urged. "Don't hesitate and don't look at each other. Follow your heart, you hear me?" Everyone raised their hands one after another. Lovely Lamb, Woo-Da-Hai, and Dead Pig went with scissors, while Songstress, Heavenly Dog, and Mischievous Monkey made rocks. That was about what Gao Yang expected. Lovely Lamb and Woo-Da-Hai probably simply didn't want them to go. Dead Pig might look easygoing, but he was an adult who had been through his fair share of difficulties and would think about the matter more practically. Thus, he wouldn't want the organization to lose valuable manpower. Songstress seemed like an artistic soul, and Heavenly Dog was a free spirit. Both would value freedom and disapprove of restrictions. It was only natural that they wouldn't impose limits on others. As for Mischievous Monkey, someone his age would be beyond rules and follow the flow rather than trying to force a matter to change course. 3 and 3. That's a split. War Tiger seemed conflicted for a moment before he suddenly raised his fist. "I vote myself." "I vote myself too." White Rabbit quickly made a scissor. "That's 4 to 4. Have you forgotten something, Rabbit?" War Tiger reminded her with a grin. Gao Yang was the first to come to the realization. Teacher War Tiger is the vice captain, and according to the rules, the votes of captain and vice captain are weighted in a split vote, each considered 1.5 votes. "That's right, haha." War Tiger put his hands on his hip and stuck out his tongue at White Rabbit. "I win." At that moment, everyone had to wonder if the middle-aged man had the mental maturity of a 3-year-old. White Rabbit tamped down the urge to punch him and inhaled deeply to calm herself. "Fine. It's the result of a vote. I'll accept it." She turned to Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang. "Whether you're going to leave or stay is up to you." She immediately turned to stalk out of the meeting room and slammed the door shut. It seemed that she didn't want to face the results that were to come. "No rush. You should sleep on it and give me the answer tomorrow." War Tiger clapped. "All right. That's it for today. You're dismissed." 3 o'clock in the morning, Officer Huang offered Gao Yang and Qingling a ride home. Officer Huang drove out of the Millennium Tower, but instead of going straight to their homes, he stopped at an old street in the neighborhood. Inside a quaint alley was a laundromat that seemed to have gone out of business. The rusty rolling door was half open. The signboard hanging precariously over the door said, "Aqiang Laundromat." "Are you sure this is the place?" Gao Yang asked Officer Huang as he closed the car door. Officer Huang checked the name card in his hand. It was for Aqiang Laundromat, and on the back, someone had written, "All 3, to A.M." Officer Huang wasn't sure what was happening either, but War Tiger had handed him this name card after the meeting. "Let's check." The 3 of them scanned around to make sure they weren't followed and that the old street lights weren't equipped with surveillance cameras. Only then did they cautiously bend down to enter the laundromat. The rolling door dropped close, making the sound of metal unfurling. With the light turned off, the interior was pitch black. And the dozen washing machines started at once, making rotating sounds. The chorus of sounds blended and morphed into white noise, which wasn't unpleasant to the ears. Suddenly, there was a spark on the far side of the laundromat, lighting up the dark corner. Someone was smoking. Then War Tiger's icy voice came from the corner, "Come here." After a pause, Officer Huang said in a purposefully casual tone, "It looks like you're going to assassinate us, Teacher War Tiger." "Yeah, I don't even dare approach," Gao Yang agreed. "I'll give you 3 seconds, said War Tiger. "If you don't come here, I'll go to you." The 3 of them walked up to him. Only when he was close enough did Gao Yang get a good look at War Tiger. Awash in shadow, the man sat on a blue-weathered plastic stool dressed in a pair of shorts and a wife-beater. He smoked leisurely with his legs crossed and his back pressed to the wall. "Do you know why I called you here?" asked War Tiger. "For the headhunting thing?" asked Gao Yang. "That's right. What do you think?" War Tiger took a drag and slowly exhaled the smoke. "Uncle Tiger isn't the devil, but I hate liars. Understand?" Loud and clear. Officer Huang was quick to swear allegiance. "I'm not going to the Kylin Guild." "Because?" asked War Tiger. "Because I believe in the future of our organization more. Spare me the empty words. And the base is close to both my home and my workplace," Officer Huang said seriously. "The Kylin Guild's base is too far." "Well, I suppose it counts as a reason." "What else?" "You've agreed to help me figure out my wife's pregnancy." "Yes, and I will do everything I can to help you. Just wait for good news." War Tiger waved him away. "All right. Next." Qingling went ahead and gave her answer. "I'm not going to the Kylin Guild." "Because?" War Tiger asked the same question. "You can make me stronger." War Tiger smiled. "Does that mean you will stay with us until you can defeat me?" "Yes." "Good." War Tiger took another drag of his cigarette, pleased. "How about you, Dark Horse?" I'm not going, Gao Yang said before he even recognized what he was saying. Because your other hand is holding a dagger. Do you really think I wouldn't notice? Who knows if you wouldn't execute me here if I say I wanna leave. You sure are crazy enough to do that. My companions are here, Gao Yang said honestly. And Captain told me he had high expectations for me. He promised to reward me as long as I do my job well. He couldn't reveal Dragon's mission in full, but War Tiger should be smart enough to figure it out. After a short pause, War Tiger nodded. Then he slowly tipped his head back and exhaled white smoke into the darkness, casting the dagger in his other hand aside. It clanged as it hit the floor. Good. The three of you will get to walk out of this place alive. Gao Yang shuddered. He's crazy? Totally mad? Don't blame me for being heartless. War Tiger's smile was somewhat rueful and resigned. There's something Dragon and I agree on. War Tiger stood up and cast the cigarette butt at the wall, sending a sputter of sparks. From now on, the competition between organizations for talents, resources, and influence will gradually reach a plateau, and it's only a matter of time before the civil war breaks out. All three of you are new blood with great potential, and you know quite a lot of secrets about our organization. I cannot allow you to join the Kylin Guild, or you will become a great risk for us. Is the prophecy of 7 really true? Officer Huang asked, unable to accept it. We're all awakeners, and we're after the same goal. Why can't we overcome the difficulties together? And who told you that we shared a goal? War Tiger asked. Officer Huang was silent. You're a cop, Yellow Ox. How can you know less about human nature and desires than Wu Dahai? Officer Huang smiled wryly in the dark. How can I not know? I know it all too well. He simply didn't want to face reality. He was going to be a father. Even though the world was already a hellish place, he hoped for it to be a little less harsh for his child. Pull your head out of the sand and discard your wishful thinking. Be ready to fight. War Tiger raised his voice. The 12 zodiac signs will not be the first to open fire, but we will not be the first to get hit. Since you've chosen where your allegiance lies, you will stay true and steadfast. Got it. The three of them nodded. War Tiger then said, there's another reason I asked you to come. What is it? Asked Gao Yang. Among the three of you, War Tiger said in a low voice. At least one will join the Kylin Guild. What? Officer Huang was caught off guard, but it didn't take long for him to figure out what the man was suggesting. Do you want one of us to be a spy? Gao Yang spelled it out for him. Yes, War Tiger said. We'll seize this chance to plant someone in the Kylin Guild. Officer Huang sucked in a breath. You're asking us to go on a suicide mission, Teacher War Tiger? It's the Kylin Guild we're talking about. It hadn't been long since the matter with Ghost Horse was settled. Although he was an enemy, he served as a good example for them. He had been laying low with great caution for so many years, yet he still ended up exposed. It would only be more difficult to be a spy in the Kylin Guild. Rather than walking on high wire, it would be akin to walking on a strand of hair. I'm not going. If you want me to go, I'd rather you kill me now. Officer Huang didn't even bother to think of an excuse. I'm not going either. Qing Ling was also determined. I want to get stronger. How about you, Yang Yang? Don't call me Yang Yang. Every time you use the cringy nickname, it's because of something bad. Gao Yang swallowed his words and after some deliberation, he decided it was too much of a risk to play spy. I don't want to go either. Alright, War Tiger said like he had expected their answers. I admit it is a little too much. How about this? You won't be a spy. Simply stay in the Kylin Guild and observe. When you've gained the trust of the guild and when the right time comes, you'll decide if you're gonna play the proper role of a spy. If the right time never comes, Gao Yang asked. 2 options. War Tiger extended 2 fingers. First, resign and come back to the 12 zodiac signs. Second, continue to lay low and wait for the right time to come. War Tiger continued, bottom line is we must have someone planted in the Kylin Guild. It's fine if you don't act as a spy, but you will be our eyes and ears. Officer Huang thought for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, teacher. My answer is still no. I'll go, said Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Officer Huang called out in surprise. Are you out of your mind? This is not a joke. I'm not out of my mind. I've thought things through. Gao Yang smiled at Qing Ling and Officer Huang. You stay with Qing Ling. I won't be a spy, but I'll be an observer in the Kylin Guild. Gao Yang agreed because he recalled the mission Dragon gave him. For some reason, he had a feeling that the mission had something to do with this. Qing Ling had talked to Gao Yang about it in the morning, so she wasn't too surprised by his decision, and she didn't say anything. Little Yang Yang. War Tiger patted him on the shoulder. I'll miss you, for real. But truth be told, you are the best candidate. To play this role, you need to be brave and strategic, and you must know to be patient and lurk around like a worm. You are a grade A lurker. Gao Yang suppressed a snort. Was that supposed to be a compliment? But let me be clear about one thing. I'll be an observer and nothing else, Gao Yang said. You can't force me to do any espionage. I'm not stealing confidential documents, assassinating people, or collaborating with your mission on the inside. Don't worry. War Tiger made him a promise. The Kylin Guild is a rival of ours rather than an enemy. It won't come to that just yet. Gao Yang joked. Alright. I'll consider this a training period at a big corporation. Good, War Tiger said approvingly. You have to look at the bright side. When am I going? You're a high school student and have to go to class during the day. How about tomorrow evening? I'll give you a ride. That soon. Gao Yang was surprised. He had thought he would be given a few days for some training and maybe swear an oath. Then he would have a proper send-off with his companions. After all, there was no telling when he would get to return. He didn't expect War Tiger to so decisively give him away tomorrow. Soon. War Tiger shook his head with a smile. Others have been setting up the board before the prophecy of the seven was even known. We're lagging behind way too much. It's time for us to adjust our rule to not make a move until a move is made against us. With awakening came a boost in stamina. It wasn't a big problem to skip sleep for a night. Gao Yang, Qingling, and Officer Huang were in no mood to go home and retire to bed. When the dawn was going to break, they went to the 6th Defman beef noodle. They each ordered a bowl of beef rice noodle with fried egg and dug in. Halfway through the meal, Officer Huang put away his chopsticks and said disapprovingly, "I still think you're being too rash, Gao Yang. If all three of us stood our ground earlier, War Tiger wouldn't have forced us." Qingling didn't say anything, but it was clear from the little change in her expression that she agreed with Officer Huang. Maybe so. Gao Yang laid down his chopsticks as well. He couldn't tell them about the secret mission from Dragon, so he opted to give them an awkward smile. "Do you remember what you said before, Officer Huang?" "What?" "You said that I was dangerous, and that staying near me would bring an early death." Officer Huang smiled wryly. "I didn't mean it seriously. Why would you take it to heart?" "Because you may be right." Gao Yang thought of Li Weiwei, Wan Sisi, and Old Wang. A wave of sadness crept up to him. "I'm afraid we won't get to eat rice noodles together after this." "Nonsense." Officer Huang cheered him up. "The support of an organization is temporary, while companions are for forever. Remember, we are on the same boat no matter where you are." Touched, Gao Yang nodded in response. Then for the first time since he knew them, he advised them like an adult would a child, "Keep close to War Tiger, Qingling, Officer Huang. Take care of yourselves and stay alert." Qingling's hand stopped for a moment with noodles between her chopsticks, and she said with steel in her voice, "Worry about yourself." Gao Yang said self-deprecatingly, "Don't worry." As War Tiger said, "I'm a grade A lurker." Qingling dropped her chopsticks suddenly and looked up to meet his eyes. "What?" Gao Yang felt self-conscious under her scrutiny. He wondered if he had gotten something on his face. Then Qingling quickly took off the twin bracelet on her wrist and handed it to him. "Take it." Gao Yang asked after a pause. "What?" "It's useless to me," Qingling said. "I don't have the money to pay you back, so I'll give you this for the debt." "Ah, right." Gao Yang took the bracelet. He could still feel the lingering warmth from Qingling. "Don't die." That was all Qingling said before going back to her rice noodles. "Roger that." Gao Yang nodded with a smile and put on the bracelet. Late at night, a black jeep parked by a road near the school gate. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang purposefully stayed until everyone else had left and walked out of the almost empty campus. He first went to the usual alleyway to change into casual clothes and put on a mask before heading straight to the jeep, getting into the passenger seat. With one hand on the driving wheel, War Tiger cast the cigarette butt in his other hand out of the window, into the trash can. "Uncle Tiger will send you off to your last day." "What?" Gao Yang was just about to put on his seatbelt. He almost jumped out of the car at the man's words. War Tiger laughed. "Don't worry. That's not what I meant to say. I mean I'm sending you off on your last day with us." "Right." Gao Yang's heart was in his throat. His soul almost left his body. War Tiger started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The jeep sped through the night. War Tiger said in a low voice, "You told me yesterday that you might have seen Ghost Horse. I went to the cemetery to check his grave today." Gao Yang's eyes glinted. "And the body's gone," War Tiger said with a dark look on his face. As expected, he hadn't seen it wrong. "It seems very likely that Ghost Horse has been brought back to life." War Tiger glanced at him. "That's another merit on your record. I really will miss you." Gao Yang looked up at the man's profile as he drove. "There's a favor I'd like to ask you, Teacher War Tiger." "Go on." "Both Qingling and Officer Huang have saved my life, and they were the ones who guided me into the world of awakeners." All right. Enough with the sentimental stuff, or I will break into tears." War Tiger raised a hand. "I swear to you that I will do everything in my power to ensure their safety." Gao Yang nodded. "Your promise is reassuring." War Tiger fished out an almost empty pack of cigarettes and put one in his mouth. Having a weakness isn't necessarily a bad thing. It can be used against you, but sometimes, it makes you stronger. Gao Yang fell into thought. War Tiger continued, "More importantly, those with weaknesses are less likely to lose their way in their pursuit of their goals." "Thank you, teacher. It's enlightening." And Gao Yang was being genuine. Traffic was smooth this late at night, and War Tiger was able to drive fast. They reached the Qingyang Bridge in no time. On the other end of the bridge was the Feiyang district, the Kylin Guild's territory. Gao Yang was reminded of something. "Teacher War Tiger, how am I supposed to contact you in the future?" "You don't. Just do what you have to do." War Tiger smiled. "Remember, you will be under comprehensive monitoring once you join, and you can't be too careful until you've earned some trust." Gao Yang nodded. "Be patient and accumulate strength without attracting attention. You have to fool yourself in order to fool the Kylin Guild. When the time comes, I'll find a way to contact you." "Understood. And I'd like to make something clear." War Tiger's eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, but his gaze turned icy. "You may give up and come back to us, but you will not betray us." If you get tempted by them and turn into a double agent, I won't let you off the hook. No matter where you go, even the edge of the world, I will find you and kill you. I swear on my honor. Gao Yang was prepared for that, yet he still couldn't help but shudder. Of course. War Tiger broke into a friendly smile. Little Yang is the best. I'm sure you won't disappoint me, right? Right. That's right. Gao Yang gave him a matching beam. War Tiger parked the car by the ancient-themed walking street and let Gao Yang off. He walked through the boisterous crowd enjoying their nightlife with his hands in his pockets and his face covered by a cap and a mask. Spotting an opening, he dove into a hidden alleyway and made several turns, entering the walled city of 10 dragons. Gao Yang came to an involuntary stop when he walked past the dying tree at the center of the cyberpunk-style plaza. He could still remember the time he came here to have barbecue with White Rabbit and Wu Dahai like yesterday. It was his first foray into the world of awakeners. He checked his phone and saw that he had been kicked out of the encoded chat group of the 12 zodiac signs. It was done by White Rabbit. Not knowing the truth, she must hate his guts now. Gao Yang smiled bitterly and put his phone back in his pocket, walking toward the brightly lit building on the side. It was the Black Tortoise branch of the Kylan Guild. Past the revolving door, the front desk was still manned by the two young women dressed in black and white kipeo respectively. Greetings. This is the Black Tortoise branch of the Kylan Guild. How may we help you? Dark Horse, formerly of the 12 zodiac signs. Gao Yang took off his mask and did his best to speak in a low, steady voice. Here to join the guild. A moment, please. The woman in black leaned in to check the computer. She got back to him soon. Ah, that's right. It is registered in the system already. The woman in white took a look and turned back to him with a smile. Mr. Dark Horse. Congratulations on joining the Kylan Guild. You will be a protector and the captain of the 5th operations team, under Elder Black Tortoise. You will need a protector name for onboarding and relevant materials. Protector name. Gao Yang hadn't thought about it. Whatever I want it to be. No, there are naming conventions to follow. The woman in white smiled. The name for a protector consists of two parts. The first is a number, and the second is a natural element, such as tree, grass, flower, forest, wind, fire, ice, thunder, water, flame, earth, gold, wood, light, or shadow. Gao Yang blinked. That sounded like how people used to make up guild names in online games. Gao Yang's lucky number was 7, and shadow would fit his role as someone observing from the dark. 7 Shadow, Gao Yang said. Wow, what a great name, the two women said at the same time, giving him a polite and disingenuous smile. Gao Yang suspected that they would still praise him even if he named himself Two Walls 1. Please follow me, Protector 7 Shadow. The woman in black walked out of the front desk to lead the way. What? Another dead? It was then a man marched out of the lobby while talking loudly into his phone. Gao Yang gave him a once-over. The man seemed to be about 190 centimeters tall too, built burly like a bear and densely packed with muscles under the gray t-shirt and jeans. He had a full head of hair and his body was covered in thick hair as well. He also had a bushy beard. From a distance, he looked like a large gray bear. With his phone in hand, he shouted at the front desk, "Where's Live Snake? Why isn't he picking up? I'll contact him for you." The woman in white immediately took out her phone. Forget it. The man glanced at Gao Yang and narrowed his eyes. Where did the kid come from? He's our new. Ah, the new guy, the man interrupted roughly. Good. Do you drive? Get the car for me. Oh. The man turned to leave but turned back when he remembered something. You got a new code name? You can't use your old one. 7 Shadow, Gao Yang responded. After half a second, the man shouted at the women at the front desk, "What are you two doing? Why didn't you explain the rules to him?" He then patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. You may not know the rules since you're new, young man. Let me tell you. You are free to eat whatever you want, but you must not name yourself whatever you want. You ain't got the right to call yourself 7 Shadow yet. Understand? The women at the front desk seemed troubled. Mr. Grey Bear, you may not know. So he is called Grey Bear. Gao Yang almost laughed. I know all I need to know. Grey Bear cut her off, the muscles of his face twitching along with his thick beard. This kid is coming to the 5th team. That makes him one of my guys. Why would you fucking let him get a protector name? You want him to get punished. Well, wouldn't there be another possibility? Gao Yang smiled politely. For example, I'm here to be a protector. 1 It's pronounced the same as the slang by, which basically means moron. 2 6'3". Stunned, Grey Bear stared at the young man who was significantly shorter than he was. No, forget young man. This was a boy who was still wet behind the ears. You. Grey Bear's mouth twitched. Protector. Yes, said Gao Yang. Ah ha ha, ha 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 ha. Grey Bear slapped his thighs as he guffawed, shaking with the sheer force of his laughter like a flower shaking in a storm. His voice rumbled and reverberated throughout the lobby. After a while, he took a breather and stared down at Gao Yang, arms akimbo. You? A protector. Correct. Ha 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 ha. Grey Bear burst into laughter again. The two receptionists couldn't bear to watch the farce play out any longer. Thankfully, the one in white kipeo got a call then. With a sudden change of expression, she jogged up to Grey Bear and said, "A call for you, Mr. Grey Bear." Ha ha, ha ha ha. For me? Who is it? Grey Bear took the phone, still laughing so hard that he had trouble breathing. The receptionist said, "Elder Black Tortoise." The laughter died in an instant. Grey Bear reflexively wiped his hands on his jeans and took the call with deference. Elder Black Tortoise. Yes, he's arrived. Yes, of course, of course. You don't have to worry. He ended the call and returned the phone to the receptionist. Then he turned to Gao Yang and sniffled awkwardly, scratching his head because he didn't know where to put his hands. After a few seconds, he offered Gao Yang a hand with an obsequious smile. Nice to meet you, Captain Seven Shadow. I'm the vice captain of the 5th Operations Team, Grey Bear. Nice to meet you. Gao Yang nodded and purposefully didn't take his hand. His situation was different now. As a protector, he had to act like a mid-ranking leader. Sir Black Tortoise told me to show you around. However, a case came up, and I have to go at once. Grey Bear was conflicted. When Gao Yang didn't say anything, he quickly explained, my day job is a police officer. Haha, a murder. Gao Yang was curious. Yes, serial murder? The culprit is disgustingly bold. Grey Bear was a little worked up. Gao Yang suggested, aren't you short on hands? Take me with you. I won't trouble Captain Seven Shadow with something this trivial. You need a driver, don't you? Gao Yang curled his lips. No, no. Grey Bear quickly put on a servile smile. I'll drive. Please. Grey Bear led Gao Yang out of the walled city of 10 dragons and climbed into a private car. He fished out a uniform for Police Hands 1 and handed it to Gao Yang. Captain Seven Shadow, due to your age, I'm afraid I'd have to trouble you to play a police hand for me. When we enter the crime scene, please refrain from speaking up unnecessarily. After all, it was the monster's territory outside the walled city of 10 dragons. I understand. Gao Yang climbed into the car and quickly changed into the uniform, putting on the cap. Grey Bear focused on driving and stopped talking. With his uniform buttoned up and straightened, Gao Yang accessed the system. He could now do it without closing his eyes. Access granted. Status screen. Constitution, 121 Endurance, 122. Strength, 217 Agility, 259. Willpower, 309 Charisma, 97. Luck, 132. You have a total of 86 luck points. It's been 3.5 days since I last allocated my luck points, and I haven't encountered any danger during this time. The number makes sense. Split my points between Constitution and Endurance. Constitution, 164 Endurance, 165. Strength, 217 Agility, 259. Willpower, 309 Charisma, 97. Luck, 132. We're good. Access ends. In an instant, Gao Yang felt his body heating up. A concentration of warmth bloomed in his chest before spreading to the rest of his body in tandem with his heartbeat, injecting every muscle and every bone with newfound energy and vitality. And perhaps due to his physical training, the benefits the points allocation brought seemed more significant and lasting. His body was able to better accept and consolidate the increased stats. I didn't expect you to be interested in my case, Captain Seven Shadow, Grey Bear said after a while just to break the silence. Gao Yang didn't immediately respond. He hadn't tagged along on a whim. On one hand, spending time with Grey Bear alone would give him a chance to ask him about the Kylan Guild. On the other hand, murder investigation might end up getting him in danger, a more moderate one, and he would be able to accumulate luck points quicker. At the moment, Gao Yang planned to spend his points on Constitution and Endurance rather than luck and talent comprehension until the two stats reached at a decent level. Since Gao Yang didn't say anything, Grey Bear opted to explain the case. The murder is quite troublesome though. The serial killer's MO is extremely cruel, and this is their 6th victim. Gao Yang nodded. He knew that given his age, he would be subject to doubt for taking on the role of protector and team captain in the Kylan Guild. It would be akin to a transfer student becoming the class president as soon as they entered the school. It was only natural for the classmates to be doubtful. That left Gao Yang with one option. He had to play it cool and show it to everyone that he was not to be trifled with. From now on, he would be the mysterious and aloof type. Tisk, the victims are all monsters anyway, grumbled Grey Bear. It was obvious that Grey Bear was more interested in matters about awakeners. He asked tentatively, Captain Seven Shadow, I heard that your previous organization forbids unjustified killing of wanderers. Yes. But why? Grey Bear didn't understand. If someone newly awakened has an offensive talent, how are they going to reach level 3 if not through killing monsters? What do you think? Gao Yang asked. Well, Grey Bear did give it some thoughts. They can kill monsters in rune caves or kill other types of monsters, but the cost is way too high. It doesn't make sense. There are a lot of rules that don't make sense in the 12 zodiac signs. Gao Yang purposefully expressed grievances for his former organization. Haha, that's right. The Kylan Guild is the best. Of course, Gao Yang said with an impassive expression. Captain. Grey Bear glanced at him through the rearview mirror, curious. May I ask about your age? Does it matter? Of course not. Grey Bear smiled apologetically. This mouth of mine just won't stop after it gets started. Tell me more about the case. Gao Yang decided to start with the serial murder. It would be too obvious if he asked the man about the Kylan Guild immediately. Oh, okay. There's no connection between the victims. It looks completely random. Judging by the murder scenes, though, the culprit seems to be a fanatic of some evil cult. Gao Yang nodded. Anyway, it's quite creepy. You will see soon. Grey Bear made a full rotation with the driving wheel and turned into an old district. After a few minutes, the car stopped at a messy alleyway that had seen better days. The worn street sign at the alley said, White Apricot Alley. Inside were pink signboards for bathhouses, massage parlors, beauty salons, and health services too. Gao Yang glanced at Grey Bear. With a knowing smile, Grey Bear said, yeah, it's that kind of place. The latest victim seems to be a regular visitor. Their conversation was interrupted by a young officer emerging from the alley. His stature was small, but well-built. His skin was tanned, his hair shaved, and his eyes bright and intelligent. Here you are, Uncle Xiong. He offered Grey Bear a cigarette. I've quit. Grey Bear waved a hand at him. They spotted a shadow in my lungs in my last health check. You should smoke less too, young Lu. Haha, I'm still young. Officer Lu grinned. I'll quit after 2 years. He then turned to Gao Yang. Who is this, Uncle Xiong? Private Eye. Grey Bear had already come up with a cover story. The investigation has seen no results, and the higher UPS are getting impatient. I brought him in for help. Perhaps he'll lead us to a breakthrough. Got it. Officer Lu quickly handed Gao Yang a cigarette. Well met, sir. May I ask for your surname? I don't smoke. Thank you. Gao Yang pressed a fist to his mouth and coughed, lowering the pitch of his voice. No need for the honorific. I'm Jin Tianese. You may call me Mr. Jin 3. Of course, Mr. Jin. Officer Lu turned around to take the lead. This way. Please follow me. In China, in addition to the regular police force, there are also auxiliary police, Fujing, and police hands, Xiejing. The auxiliary police are basically contracted officers, while the police hands aren't actually police officers, but helpers hired temporarily to fulfill certain needs. 2. These are the kinds of establishments that often serve as a front for sex workers. 3. A play on the young detective Kindaichi from the Kindaichi case files. In the Chinese rendition of the name, Kindaichi is pronounced Jintianyi. Gao Yang and Grey Bear followed Officer Lu into the White Apricot Alley. It was so narrow it felt like the walls were closing in on them, and the haphazard clusters of signboards glowed with neon light. Under their feet were all kinds of garbage and dirty puddles. The air was filled with the pungent smell of cheap perfumes. Women wearing skimpy outfits and thick makeup stood outside their shops, smoking while watching Gao Yang and the 2 officers walk along the alley, their expressions lazy and numb. Soon, Officer Lu reached a massage place at the end of the alley called Authentic Thai Massage. Outside the door were restriction lines and an officer standing guard. Grey Bear showed the officer his badge, leading Gao Yang into the establishment. Inside, the light was dim, and they found themselves surrounded by a gaudy pink. The front room for welcoming customers had a tea table and a couple cheap sofas. On the table were edible seeds, snacks, and braised food. The cigarette butts in the ashtray were all covered in vibrant lipstick. A few scantily clad women were being questioned by the police with their heads lowered. One of them was an older woman. Her body had long lost its youthful figure under the extravagant red dress. Framed by her permed hair, her face was covered in thick foundation, creased and cracked by her wrinkles. She was obviously the owner of the massage parlor. With a name-brand handbag in her right hand and a lady cigarette in her left hand, she kept rubbing her chest and vehemently protested in a husky voice, I don't know anything. The customer came for a massage, and I sent him a few of our ladies. But he was dissatisfied with all of them and kicked them out. It was so busy that I didn't have the time to humor him, so I decided to let him be. Half an hour later, I opened the door to the room he was in, and holy mother of God, I almost had a heart attack. Are you the owner? Grey Bear went up to the woman. The owner gave him a leery wink. Greetings, officer. You must be their captain. Please call me Little Luo. Grey Bear didn't play along. Given our age, I'll call you Sister Luo. Why don't you show us the crime scene? Oh, no. The owner freaked out. It's the last room on the 3rd floor. Please go ahead on your own. I'd sooner die than subject myself to the sight again. All right. Stay here. I'll come back to talk to you. Grey Bear turned to go up the stairs. Gao Yang and Officer Lu followed. Past the narrow, twisty stairs that violated all sorts of safety regulations, they reached the 3rd floor. The place was a renovated old building. The years of neglect filled the air with a smell of rot and decay mixed with the fragrance of massage oil. It was a strange smell to say the least. Officer Lu briefed them on the victim. His name is Duangang 1. Duangang. Grey Bear snorted. What a great name. Officer Lu continued. He was 43, single. He ran a phone repair service in the neighborhood and frequented establishments like this, but it was his first visit to this particular shop. Estimated time of death was an hour ago. The cause of death was a stab in the chest with a dull item, resulting in excessive blood loss from the heart. Gao Yang and Grey Bear made it through the dim hallway as they listened and reached the room at the very end. The wooden door was slightly ajar. Grey Bear walked up to carefully open it, and immediately, they were assaulted with the pungent smell of blood and gore. Grey Bear reflexively covered his nose, while Gao Yang held his breath. He could now easily do so for a couple minutes. Inside was a massage room about a dozen square meters big. There was no window, and cast in a pink light, the walls were covered in posters for erotic films that left little to imagination. On the massage bed in the center lay a man in his underwear. He was overweight with dark complexion and visible pores, and he lay prone with his limbs splayed and his head drooping from the edge of the bed. His open mouth was filled with black blood, and his pupils were dilated. His face was twisted in fear, but not to an inhuman extent. His chest was a bloody mess with a half-meter-long black iron stake protruding from it. From the wound, his blood spread evenly across his upper body, drenching the bed and the floor with wet, viscous red. There were signs of resistance. The bottles of massage oil on the small table had been thrown to the floor, and the crude closet in a corner of the room was broken. Notably, on the wall that the victim's head was pointing toward, his blood had been used to draw a pattern on top of the mess of erotic movie posters. It was a circle. Surrounding it were sharp lines that could be light or fire, and at the center of the circle was a vertical eye. As Grey Bear said, it looked like a symbol for some evil cult, giving off an ominous feeling of bad omens. Just to be safe, Gao Yang quietly accessed his system to make sure his luck points were accumulating at a regular speed before slowly walking into the room. He had seen quite a lot of dead monsters before, some in a worse state than this man, so he wasn't too bothered by the scene. The inexperienced Officer Liu, on the other hand, had to work hard to maintain his composure, but his pale face belied his calm front. Gao Yang checked the dead body carefully. Under the nails was ash, most likely from the wall. He probably got it when he was struggling. His expression was one of terror, but with a trace of confusion. It seemed like he had seen something horrifying that he couldn't comprehend. It's the psycho serial killer, Grey Bear concluded when he saw the pattern on the wall. That's left in every crime scene. Gao Yang asked calmly. Yes, Officer Liu was the one who answered. We looked it up and couldn't find a source. Experts speculated that the killer is likely a psychopath or a fanatic following a new cult. Gao Yang inspected the pattern and the circle at the center in particular. He didn't share any of his thoughts. A few minutes later, the three of them walked out of the room. As they went down the stairs, Grey Bear asked Officer Liu, "Are the results for fingerprints out?" "They're all fingerprints from those working here, and none on the victim's clothes. No suspicious traces or substances were found at the scene either." "Has the surveillance footage been checked?" "Yes. The place doesn't follow the usual safety measures. The front room on the first floor is the only place with cameras." Officer Liu thought for a moment. "And the windows on the second floor don't have security bars." Grey Bear nodded. "Which means the killer may have entered the room through the windows and snuck away after committing the crime." "It's possible," Officer Liu said. "But we haven't found traces for that on the windows either." They returned to the front room on the first floor. Sister Liu was still appealing to the officer's understanding. "What should I do? After what happened, how am I supposed to run this business in the future?" "Business? You may forget about it in the foreseeable future." Grey Bear gestured at the woman. "Tell your people to pack up shop and come to the station to give statements." "Wait," Gao Yang called out to Grey Bear. Grey Bear quickly turned around. "7, Mr. Jin, what have you found?" Gao Yang didn't deem that a response and instead took a step toward the owner. "How has the business been, Sister Luo?" "Good, good. We've been fully booked every evening." Sister Luo sounded proud. "Our girls are experts at giving massages. They have all been trained professionally." "Massage?" Grey Bear snorted. "That's all they do." Sister Luo was unfazed. "Of course. This is a legitimate massage parlor." "Do you keep books?" asked Gao Yang. "Oh, I do. But I'm not good with computers, so I write everything down instead." "Please show me," said Gao Yang. Grey Bear didn't understand why Gao Yang would ask to check the account books, but he believed the young man must have a few tricks up his sleeves to become a protector as soon as he joined, and at such a young age. So Grey Bear played along. "Go. Fetch it for Mr. Jin." "Of course." A moment. Sister Luo turned to enter the back room. Soon, she returned with a thick account book. Gao Yang took it and flipped through a few pages, paying special attention to the dates. He looked deep in thought. Then he closed the account book and returned it to Sister Luo. "That's it for me." Gao Yang didn't let it show, but he had come to a hypothesis. One, his name is pronounced the same as, which means a serial work, be it novel or comics, going on hiatus. When Gao Yang and Grey Bear left the White Apricot Alley, Grey Bear couldn't help but ask, "Did you find something, Captain?" Gao Yang said cryptically, "I have some theories, but they still need work." Grey Bear nodded, waiting for Gao Yang to continue. But instead, Gao Yang checked his phone. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. "I have to return to the Black Tortoise branch. There are still some administrative procedures to take care of. I'll drive you." "It's fine. Go do your work." Gao Yang played the firm leader. "Tell the 5th team to be at the Black Tortoise branch tomorrow past midnight. We're having a short meeting." "Understood. But past midnight?" "Well, I'm still a high school student who has classes during the day and self-study in the evening. I'm only free after that. Don't ask questions. I have my reasons." "Of course." Grey Bear smiled. "Then I'll go back to the station, Captain." "Wait," Gao Yang added. "Bring me a dossier of the previous victims. Copies will do." "Okay." Grey Bear got into his car. "This kid seems to know what he's doing," he thought. "He must be the real deal." He trusted Elder Black Tortoise's judgment, at the very least. At midnight, Gao Yang returned to the Black Tortoise branch in the walled city of 10 Dragons. In the brightly lit lobby, the 2 receptionists were still on shift. 7 Shadow. The receptionist in black kipao walked up to him. "We've been waiting. Do you have time for the registration now?" "I do." And that was what Gao Yang returned for. "Okay. Please follow me." She led him to an office and opened a cabinet with a key, taking out a formal contract. Gao Yang spent some time going over it. Spotting nothing wrong with it, he signed. Then the receptionist took out a biometric scanner for Gao Yang's voice, iris, and fingerprints. Finally, she produced a finely crafted box. Inside was a gold Kylan brooch. What's this? Asked Gao Yang. The guild brooch, the receptionist explained with a smile. It differs according to the rank. Regular members are given bronze brooch, elites, platinum, protectors, gold, and elders, diamond. Am I supposed to keep this on? It may look impressive as hell, but will attract way too much attention. Only when attending an internal meeting or an official awakener function. You may do with it as you wish outside of such events. What if I lose it? The receptionist chuckled with a hand covering her mouth. You tell good jokes, Protector 7 Shadow. I'm not joking. I mean every word. If you lose it, you'll have to apply for a replacement and pay a fine of 20 Jinryu. So it's best that you keep it safe with you. Gao Yang grumbled inwardly, that's a lot. But acceptable given my new salary. Am I allowed to leave now that we've finished registration? Yes, congratulations on joining the Kylan Guild officially. She smiled. According to the standard procedures, I still need to take you around to get to know the facilities and receive your personal items. Now, it was midnight. Anytime. She gave him an easy smile with no trace of exhaustion. All right. Then take me on a tour. Please follow me. She led him out of the office to a staff elevator. They entered with a card. She punched in the code and pressed -3F. Soon, the elevator came to a halt, and the two of them walked out. Gao Yang was stunned. Outside, it looked like a small, brightly lit subway platform. By the platform was a tunnel where a few cars were parked, each an independent vessel that resembled a capsule. These are the Hyperloop capsules, meant for quick transportation between the branches. She walked to the first capsule and opened the door. Come in. Where are we heading? The White Tiger branch in the Changjun district. That's where the dormitory is. Gao Yang nodded and entered the capsule. It wasn't big. There were 2 rows of 2 single chairs with the center occupied by a terminal. At most, the capsule would fit 5 people. The woman in black closed the door. They each took a seat and put on their seatbelt. She made some clicks on the terminal, and soon, the capsule started moving. It rushed through the tunnel like a maglev train, stable despite the impressive speed. Please wait a moment. We will arrive at our destination in 5 minutes. She was still smiling. Gao Yang had long noticed that the woman in black kipeo didn't seem like an awakener. She acted so perfectly proper that she was more like an AI. That was only his subjective impression of her, of course. What's your name? Gao Yang asked. Xiaoya, she said. Are you a cutie? Gao Yang tested her with a jargon. What's a cutie? She looked confused. It seemed that she was a wanderer. Gao Yang was taken aback. Is it really okay for the Kylan Guild to employ wanderers for basic services? How long have you been working at the Kylan Guild? Xiaoya blinked, a look of confusion flicking through her face. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Don't you have a home to go back to? The Kylan Guild is my home, she said without thinking, like it was the standard response. Where's your family? The Kylan Guild is my family. The feeling of discrepancies grew. Then Gao Yang noticed a flash of light on the side of Xiaoya's face. On her temple, which had been covered by her bang, was a light green tattoo that looked like a web. Or it would be more accurate to call it a brand. Realization dawned on Gao Yang. He speculated that it was a summon-type talent, meant to control living beings with weak will for one's own uses through brainwashing. However, such power must be limited in duration and range. Gao Yang looked down to observe her. Under her long sleeve, there was a sturdy black gold bracelet on her wrist, and on the bracelet was the same web-like pattern. Gao Yang would have gasped if he could. The Kylan Guild was certainly in a league of its own. They had reached a terrifying height with the use of talents and black gold items. Rumble. Soon, the capsule slowed to a stop. We've arrived. Xiaoya released the seatbelt with a smile and opened the door. Gao Yang followed her to the platform and then the member-exclusive elevator. She again punched in the code and pressed 50F. The elevator ascended quickly without pause, reaching their destination in less than 1 minute. The two of them walked out into a hallway paved with red carpet. On both sides were the rooms. It looked like a high-class hotel. Floor 45 to 51 are for members of the guild. Xiaoya led the way in the front. Don't worry. There's airtight security measures in place as well as added protection implemented with guard-type talents. The safety is guaranteed. Soon, Gao Yang was led to room 5007. Xiaoya stepped to the side of the door and smiled at Gao Yang. This is your room. You may unlock it with your fingerprints. Gao Yang placed his right hand on the sensor. Beep beep. Identity confirmed. Welcome. The door opened. Gao Yang entered his room. Standing outside, Xiaoya bowed with her hands clasped on her abdomen. It's late. I'll leave you to rest. Please call the front desk if you need anything. The staff of the White Tiger branch will provide you with any services you so require. Okay. Before closing the door, Gao Yang added, I almost forgot. Would I be able to take the capsule train back myself? Gao Yang asked. Xiaoya answered, yes. The control is simple. You may unlock it with your fingerprints. However, there will be a record for every trip. Okay. Thank you. Gao Yang closed the door and turned around to turn on the light. He was immediately stunned speechless. His dorm room was a luxury apartment flat that was at least 500 square meters big. The far side was an open fan-shaped window wall, beyond which was a small bathing pool. Gao Yang turned to enter the walk-in closet. There were clothes for a variety of occasions, including suits, casual clothes, training clothes, operation clothes, and outfits for stealth missions. The sleeves were all printed with an inconspicuous Kylan pattern. There was also a rectangular metal cabinet. Gao Yang opened the door, his eyes lighting up. There were guns, magazines, daggers, basic medicines, and support items, a full inventory of everything one would need. At the 12 zodiac signs, they were only allowed to carry these weapons and items on missions, and they had to submit a report on how much they had used afterward. At the Kylan Guild, on the other hand, these were nothing but everyday necessities like bottled water placed by the bed in hotels, replaced the next day when finished. Gao Yang clicked his tongue and shook his head. He could only describe the way the guild did things with one word: flex. He took some time to look around the flat and made sure there weren't any hidden cameras or bugs. Then he made a decision. He took out his phone and sent his mother and father each a message, telling them that he would be spending the night at Wang Zikai's place. Of course, they most likely wouldn't see the messages until tomorrow. Wang Zikai had become his go-to excuse these days, and it worked every time. Gao Yang opened a couple taps to fill the bathing pool with warm water. Walking on the soft rug barefooted, he got a can of iced cola from the fridge and took off his clothes, drinking the cola while he enjoyed a hot bath and the view of Li City at 3 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yang was reminded of the successful people in movies. This must be how their lives were. Their jobs and high salary were the envy of other people. They were allowed to boss around their subordinates. They lived in luxurious houses. And if they had a beautiful lady as their wife, that would truly make them the top 1% of all. Wait, what are you thinking, Gao Yang? This is only your first day joining the guild, and you've already let the money and luxury get to you? What a disappointment. You must remain strong-willed and not lose sight of your goal. You're here to be a potential spy, not to enjoy the benefits. And can you really afford to enjoy this? Remember the White Cat? Fresh Snow? The faction behind Mad Red? Remember the now resurrected Ghost Horse? The Crimson Tides? The Gates of Closure? And the mysterious and terrifying Pride Monsters, Life Monsters, and Death Monsters? How about the mist world of mysteries and cruelty? Gao Yang took a deep breath and slowly composed himself. Still, the bath is so nice. Ah, the cola no longer seems enough. I think, I'm a bit hungry. There's spam in the fridge, I think. I should make instant noodles and pan-fried 2 slices of spam. Alright, let's. After enjoying a late-night snack that filled him with guilty pleasure, Gao Yang got less than 3 hours of sleep before going to school. He spent his morning self-study resting with his eyes closed. Nothing unusual happened. Then he spent the morning doing test papers since they no longer had classes with the entrance exam coming up. At noon, Gao Yang had lunch at the cafeteria. He purposefully made a detour to the back of the lab building when he walked past it, looking up at the lab on the 2nd floor. The window was half open. After some hesitation, Gao Yang turned away. He and Qing Ling belonged to different organizations now. Although they were still in the same class at the same school, it would be too suspicious for them to meet up in private. It was best to avoid it. In the afternoon, Qing Ling was absent from class. She must have skipped the rest of the day in favor of training at base. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang went home and explained to his family why he had spent the night at Wang Zikai's place again. His father was the only one in support. The rest of his family were worried. Gao Yang acted like he was taking their scolding to heart, when in truth he was already thinking about the next time. Then late at night, once he made sure that his family had fallen asleep, he headed to the walled city of 10 Dragons in the Feiyang district on his own. During the 1 month he was with the 12 zodiac signs, he had learned quite a few things. For example, White Rabbit had told him that being late by a few minutes would lend him importance. Gao Yang paid attention to the time and waited until he was 3 minutes late. Then he walked into the Black Tortoise Tower and entered the assigned meeting room. All members of the 5th team had arrived. Good. Gao Yang was pleased. As expected of a large organization, the members were punctual. There were 5 people inside. Grey Bear sat on a single sofa dressed in military-style casual clothes and a newsboy cap. The platinum Kylan brooch on his chest was especially eye-catching. On the long sofa across from him sat 2 young men and 1 young woman. The man on the left was dressed in all black. One side of his hair was shaved, while the other side was longer and dyed with highlights of different colors. His ear was lined with silver rings like a display stand, and his face was covered in thick gothic makeup with the lips the color of pork liver. It wasn't a style Gao Yang appreciated, but he had to admit it was unique and memorable. The man sitting in the middle looked a lot more mundane. He seemed to be in his 20s, dressed in white shirt, khaki cropped pants, and casual dress shoes with a pair of black, thick-rimmed glasses. He looked neat, bookish, and a little shy. The girl on the right was physically small. Drowning in the loose, boyish t-shirt and denim overall, she looked even more petite. Her brunette hair was cut into a puffy bob, and she seemed lost in the mobile game she was playing with her legs tucked up. Gao Yang noted that all 3 of them were wearing bronze Kylan brooch. Generally, each operations team at the Kylan Guild consisted of 6 members, all direct subordinates of the Elder. The 5th operations team answered to Black Tortoise, and there were 1 protector, 2 elites, and 3 regular members. In addition to Grey Bear, there should be another elite. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from above Gao Yang's head. He dodged to the side reflexively, and a figure emerged, stabbing at where he had been with a short sword. The middle-aged man wearing camouflage rose to his feet. He had gray, short hair and sharp features. An ugly scar ran from his left eye through his nose bridge to the bottom of his right ear, obviously left by a blade. His thin, pale lips were sharp like razors. Good reflex, the man said. His low, slimy voice was like the skin of a cold-blooded animal. Is this how you welcome me? Gao Yang said calmly, but inwardly, he was cursing up a storm. Fucking son of a gun? You think I put points into my agility for nothing? And you were actually trying to kill me, weren't you? This is how I welcome people. Don't you like it? The scarred man put away his short sword and smirked insidiously. I'll let it go this time, but not again, Gao Yang commanded seriously. Although he might not be able to defeat the man in a fight, he had to come out strong. Ha! The scarred man's eyes glinted. Gao Yang had won some respect from him. That's how Lithe Snake is. Grey Bear stood up. He grows on you, Captain. He's not a bad guy. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but instead turned to the 3 young members on the sofa. Allow me to introduce them. Grey Bear pointed at the young man with colorful hair. This is Ronnie. Ronnie glanced sideways and nodded at Gao Yang as greeting, his earrings clinking as he moved. Grey Bear then pointed at the bookish man in white shirt. This is Xiren. Xiren nodded at Gao Yang politely, giving him a friendly and awkward smile. I'm Xiren. She for West, and ran for Burning. Nice to meet you, Captain. Gao Yang nodded. This is the only girl on the team. We call her Can. Grey Bear shook his head resignedly and added, she's practically deaf when she plays games. She doesn't even know when monsters are talking to her, let alone humans. The bob-haired girl was indeed entirely focused on the game and didn't seem to hear a word they were saying. The team seemed like trouble to manage. Gao Yang suppressed a sigh, suddenly reminded of something his homeroom teacher always said, you are the worst class I've taught. Grey Bear strode up to grab Ken's phone from her. I'll give it back. Ken screamed like a startled squirrel, brandishing her teeth and nails to get back what was hers. I'm about to win. The crystal on the other side is gonna blow up. Grey Bear pushed her down with a hand on her head. I'm gonna blow you up first if you keep playing. I've lost 5 matches in a row. I've got to win this one. Captain's here. Grey Bear shouted. Huh? Really? Where? Ken looked around nervously like she had just come to her senses, her eyes meeting Gao Yang's. Oh boy. Ken flung herself back into the sofa, tucking her chin inward so much that she got triple chin. New captain, is pretty hot. This girl is pretty likable when she isn't lost in games, Gao Yang thought contently. Perhaps I should show her more favor going forward. Ahem. Gao Yang cleared his throat. I'm 7 Shadow, your captain from now on. Yay. Ken raised a fist happily. The others greeted him one after another. Do you play Honor of Kings, Captain 7 Shadow? I play Amin de Chiao. Ken took her phone back from Grey Bear and skipped her way to Gao Yang's side. Let's add each other as friends. Stop fooling around. This is work time. Grey Bear grabbed Ken and threw her back onto the sofa. Gao Yang suppressed a laugh and maintained his poker face. I have a mission for you tonight. Really, Captain? I thought we would meet and have a meal together, then topping it off with a gaming session at an internet cafe. Ken cried out, sprawling on the sofa upside down. You're driven? Lithe Snake leaned against the door with his arms crossed. Interesting. Xiren adjusted his glasses and pursed his lips. Gao Yang couldn't tell if he was excited or worried. Ronnie didn't say anything either, his thick gothic makeup covering any emotion he might or might not be showing. A mission now? Grey Bear was surprised. Should we report to the higher-up first, Captain? That won't be necessary yet. Gao Yang turned to Grey Bear. Have you brought the dossiers for the serial murder? I have. Grey Bear turned to pick up the envelope on the sofa. Here it is. Gao Yang sat down on another seat and laid the documents inside the envelope on the tea table. There were photos taken at the crime scenes of the previous victims, as well as the victim's personal information. The others curiously approached. Ken squatted by the tea table. Given her small stature, she was able to rest her chin on the table and popped her head up. Whoa, that's bloody. So violent. It's the 6th case for the serial murder, Grey Bear said, troubled. The commissioner has been after my hind. Having 2 jobs at the same time is really difficult, Uncle Seong, Xiren said considerately. Playing house with wanderers, Lithe Snake said snidely. What a waste of time. Grey Bear huffed. The world would be a chaotic mess if all awakeners discard the pretense we collectively uphold. I agree. We know nothing about monsters. It's better not to go against their rules. Who knows what the price will be? Ronnie finally broke his silence. Despite his edgy appearance, he had a strange way of splitting his sentences to a somewhat comedic effect. I think differently about that. Xiren's eyes lit up, and he adjusted his glasses again. I believe there are many discrepancies in the world that we should continue to explore. Enough? Stop already. Grey Bear didn't want to get them started. You two won't shut up once you start talking about the mist world. I've gotten quite tired of it. Gao Yang was actually interested in the topic. He would talk to the two about it when the opportunity came up. Now, though, they had business to attend to. If he hadn't speculated wrong, he would be able to prove himself to his team and establish his authority tonight. Eyeing the photos of specific parts of the dead bodies, Gao Yang focused on their eyes and fingers. After going through the 6 victims, he looked up and asked, have you noticed a commonality between them? Well, I think, Ken bit her lower lip and said with feigned seriousness. They all died terribly. Just keep your mouth shut if you don't have anything to contribute. Grey Bear smacked her lightly on the head. What about the rest of you? Asked Gao Yang. Xiren shook his head and admitted, they differ in sex, age, and job. I don't see anything in common. Ronnie nodded. The culprit probably picked them at random in order to attract attention to promote their cult. Lithe Snake didn't even give a response. He played with his short sword with his other hand in his pocket. He didn't seem interested in anything outside the world of awakeners. No, there is a commonality. Gao Yang smiled cryptically and rose to his feet. Grey Bear, put these back and let's go. Where to? Getting the culprit. We're awakeners. Why are we bothering ourselves with monsters business? Lithe Snake disapproved. What little goodwill he felt for Gao Yang had evaporated. You'll be interested. Gao Yang waved at them. We'll talk on the way. 1 o'clock in the morning, the 6 of them crammed into a car and headed to the White Apricot Alley. Grey Bear drove with Lithe Snake riding shotgun. Gao Yang, Xiren, and Ronnie took the back seat, while the Slimkin was sandwiched between Xiren and Gao Yang. With her phone in her hand, the girl impassionedly gave Gao Yang a sales pitch. Let's play a match, Captain. It's fine if you don't know how. I'll carry you. I played a Chiao really well. If you keep talking about personal matters, I'm gonna throw you in the trunk. Grey Bear's threat was only half in jest. Fine. Ken gave up reluctantly. Captain, Grey Bear said. I've told Officer Liu to keep the crime scene under control with a team. All right. Will you explain now, Captain? Xiren was curious. What do the victims have in common? How did you narrow down the suspects? Gao Yang didn't keep up the mystery longer than necessary. Change your perspective, and you'll find the commonality easily. Have you considered that the culprit may be a monster? The car was silent for a moment. Then Ken said with visible confusion, of course it'll be a monster, Captain. What else can it be? Grey Bear was disappointed as well. Their captain had been all cryptic for so long, only to say something so obvious in the end. He was wondering how he should make his feelings known in a roundabout way when realization dawned on him, and he jumped. I get it now. The culprit is a monster. Huh? What? Ken was completely lost. Why are you speaking something obvious as well, Uncle Xiong? Lithe Snake had caught on as well, and his disinterested gaze lit up. Interesting. Things are finally getting fun. Then Xiren and Ronnie exclaimed at the same time. I got it. I got it. Gaya, stop that. Would it kill you to speak plainly? Ken cried out, face flushed with frustration. This is workplace bullying. Ken. Gao Yang explained with a smile, I mean that the culprit may not have committed the murders as a person, but as a monster. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ken had finally caught on, her eyes widened. Do you mean that the monsters are killing each other? Very likely. Gao Yang nodded. From that perspective, it's easy to find something the victims have in common. They are all, Grey Bear sucked in a breath. Wanderers. Correct. Gao Yang nodded. I checked the eyes and the fingers of the victims in particular. I've seen all 3 types of wrath monsters, slaughterers, devourers, and summoners. While they revert back to their human forms after death, monstrous traits remain, such as the size of pupils and the color and glossiness of the eyes, as well as the color, length, and hardiness of the nails. There are differences. Lithe Snake nodded. He had killed his fair share of wrath monsters. Gao Yang continued with his analysis. Judging from the crime scene, the victims must have undergone terrible tortures both physically and mentally. No matter what wrath monsters they are, they should have shown signs of losing control and transformation. These victims, however, have turned completely back to their human forms after death, and it doesn't seem from the signs of resistance that they were particularly strong. Thus, I conclude that the victims were wanderers. What about this? Xiren proposed another possibility. What if the killer was an awakener? I've considered it, said Gao Yang, but it's unlikely. Why? Ken didn't hesitate to ask. Awakeners kill monsters to level up their talents. There's no reason to go through the trouble of making the crime scenes look like those of a psychotic serial killer. Gao Yang paused. Besides, to level up a talent, an awakener has to use said talent to kill monsters. There are no signs on the body indicating the uses of talents. Grey Bear smiled. That's why I excluded that as a possibility early. He slowly turned the driving wheel. And this is the Fei Yang district. No awakener with a sound mind would pull something like this under the watch of the Kylan Guild. But, Ken stuttered as emotions overcame her. Don't monsters follow the heavenly way as well? Why would they break the rules? I encountered a monster that broke the rules back in a rune cave. Gao Yang was talking about the Gu family's village. After mutating, a half-human went against the heavenly way and killed regular humans, so it isn't impossible that a monster would kill their own kind for some unknown reason. The others fell silent. The conclusion was challenging their preconceived notions of the world. Have you figured out the culprit? Grey Bear believed Gao Yang must have an answer given how confident he sounded. I'm not certain yet. And Gao Yang wasn't. But he did believe that it was worth a shot to follow up on his speculation. Who? Someone we met yesterday. The owner. Grey Bear blurted out. Gao Yang nodded. True. The victim died in her establishment, and she was the first to find the body. She is a prime suspect. Grey Bear spoke as he thought. But we've interrogated her, and we found no evidence related to her. Evidence is for people. We treat monsters the awakener way. All right. Grey Bear nodded. Then he looked up at Gao Yang through the rearview mirror. But how did you come to suspect her, Captain? Did you notice something about the pattern? Asked Gao Yang. What about it? The circle at the center. What's wrong with it? The stroke was made clockwise from the top. Grey Bear narrowed his eyes in thoughts before breaking into a smile. Do you mean for the majority, the circle would be drawn counterclockwise? Is that so? Ken had been listening with rapt attention. She quickly drew a circle on the palm of her left hand with her right. Oh, that's true. I did it counterclockwise. That's usually the case for a right-hander, Zyron chimed in. It's the case for me. And the circle of the pattern is drawn clockwise. Grey Bear grinned in pleasant surprise. The culprit is very likely a lefty. Gao Yang smiled. Yeah, I wasn't too sure, but I took a chance and asked the owner for the account book. It's usually the case for small businesses like hers to keep handwritten records. He turned slightly and said, I looked at the dates in the account book. The zeros are all done clockwise. Grey Bear was satisfied. Their new captain proved his competence. That's not enough to guarantee that she's the culprit. Lithe Snake cut in. Lefties are common. It's all right. I'll know as soon as I ask her. And lie detection is meant for times like this. He took his whole team with him just in case. Although he now had an 80% chance of defeating a wrath monster on his own, accidents happened, and as the team captain, he could call on his team to come with him for safer leveling up. He would be a fool to not take advantage of his position. 2 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at the White Apricot Alley. On their way here, Grey Bear had ordered Officer Lu to block off the alleys and empty all establishments of employees and customers. That was something Gao Yang had requested. While it wasn't likely, Sister Luo could be a summoner. Wait a moment in the car, Grey Bear said as he opened the door. It'll attract too much attention for 6 awakeners to show up together. Gao Yang nodded. Grey Bear went up to the alleyway and shared a few words with Officer Lu. Officer Lu nodded and said something into his radio. Then a few more officers walked out from the alleyway, gathering their teams and departing. Once they made sure there wasn't anyone around, Gao Yang and the others got out of the car. With all the shops closed and the neon signboards turned off, the White Apricot Alley looked dark and oppressive. Gao Yang paused when he stepped into the alleyway. What is it? Asked Grey Bear. Gao Yang extended a hand. Come on. Put your hand on mine. What for? Lithe Snake looked confused. This is our rule, Gao Yang ordered. Just do it. Whoa, it's getting me pumped up. Ken was the first to oblige. Zyron and Ronnie didn't say anything before joining in. Grey Bear put his hand on theirs and silently laughed. At the end of the day, their captain was young, and while he might be mature in other ways, he had a Chennai side. Lithe Snake reluctantly offered his hand, his expression icy. Once Gao Yang was sure that everyone was touching part of his hand, he made a conscious thought. Detected 5 replaceable talents. Disorientation, level 3, serial number 68, rune type, Psyche. Mute, level 3, serial number 63, rune type, Support. Beastly, level 4, serial number 59, rune type, Buff. Gecko, level 4, serial number 42, rune type, Life. Invisibility, level 3, serial number 37, rune type, Support. Gao Yang was surprised to find out that when he detected multiple talents, he could match a talent to their owner. And it caught him off guard that the one with the most high-ranking talent wasn't Grey Bear. The one with invisibility wasn't Grey Bear, but Can, who seemed to be the slacker of the team. Invisibility did fit her role, though. Lithe Snake's gecko allowed him to walk along walls and ceilings, move swiftly, and see clearly in the dark like geckos, which were perfect for infiltration and assassination. Moreover, he could regrow his limbs once he lost them and had excellent regenerative power, making him a hybrid of warriors and assassins. Grey Bear's Beastly, as the name suggested, allowed him to transform into a great beast, significantly increasing his explosive power, damage output, and defense. He was the tank of the team. Zyron's Mute allowed him to make everyone within a certain range unable to use talents for a certain duration, which was similar to how the silence debuff worked in games. Used well, it could be clutch in a battle, but Gao Yang remembered that there were many restrictions. And given that the talent worked on both friends and foes and it being level 3 at the moment, it wouldn't be too useful yet. Ronnie's talent was Disorientation, which inflicted psychic damage through special screams and rendered everyone in the effective range disoriented. Again, it didn't differentiate between friends and foes. Ken's Invisibility, while useful, didn't last long at level 3. And Ken didn't have any other talent, which was a shame. If only she had Ghost Horse's teleportation in addition to invisibility, she would be one hell of an assassin. All that analysis happened in seconds. Gao Yang then replicated level 4 Gecko from Lithe Snake. May the odds be in our favor, Gao Yang declared as cover. May the odds be in our favor, the others repeated haphazardly before pulling their hands back. Congratulations, Replicate has leveled up. Level 3 Replicate, allow one to replicate any talent with a serial number greater than 20. Method, touch the target's body for 0.8 second. Number of talent replicated, 1 storage duration, 4.5 hours. Use duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 7 hours. Stats bonuses of level 3 Replicate, willpower plus 200, charisma, 40. Status screen updated. Constitution, 164 endurance, 165. Strength, 217 agility, 259. Willpower, 409 charisma, 77. Luck, 132. Gao Yang stood still with his eyes squeezed closed, his breathing quickened and his face flushed. The pleasure of leveling up almost pushed him to climax. It was all he could do to not let it show. Come on, Captain, Ken called out to him, looking over her shoulder. Gao Yang opened his eyes and exhaled deeply before quietly catching up to them. Deep into the alleyway was the Thai massage parlor. The signboard was off, but the interior was still lit up with warm light like it normally would be. Gao Yang stopped a short distance from the massage parlor and ordered, Xiren, Ronnie, and Can, keep watch on the alleyway and don't let anyone through. Grey Bear, Lied Snake, come with me. Okay, no problem. They each took on their assigned role. Gao Yang accessed the system to check his luck points. Then with composure, he headed to the massage parlor with his two teammates following behind him. When they entered, Sister Luo was sitting before the counter with half a cigarette in her mouth, flipping through the account book with a gloomy expression. By her side was a calculator. Beep, beep, beep. She tapped on the calculator in a flurry. Ma'am. Grey Bear greeted her while taking out his badge. I was here yesterday. Why did you come again? We're closed. The girls have returned home too. No longer in a cooperative mood, Sister Luo gave them the cold shoulder. I've given my statement and told you what I knew. What else do you want? Are you only satisfied once my life work goes out of business? Grey Bear smiled at her like her reaction didn't surprise him. We're only doing our job. I'd ask for your understanding. He exchanged a glance with Gao Yang before turning back to Sister Luo. There's something else we'd like to ask you. Go on. This isn't a good place for it. Why don't you come with us? Whatever you want to ask, do it here. Sister Luo had lost her goodwill. I'm not going anywhere today. All right. Grey Bear didn't push. He shot Lithe Snake a pointed look. With his arms crossed, Lithe Snake walked to the door and stood with his back against it, casually blocking off the exit. Gao Yang also took a few steps back to guard the stairway to the second floor, his energy gathering in his hands. Grey Bear was standing before Sister Luo at an angle, blocking the door to the back room. Now all the possible escape routes were cut off. Looking down at Sister Luo, who was still preoccupied with the account book, Grey Bear steadied his breathing and got ready for a fight. Ma'am, did you kill the man who died at your shop? Grey Bear asked. What? She looked up in surprise and raised her voice. Why would I kill him when we were total strangers? Look at how the murder killed my business. Besides, how was a woman like me supposed to? Calm down. Calm down. They had anticipated her response during their earlier discussion. Gao Yang didn't use lie detection on her. It wasn't yet time. What I'm trying to ask is, Grey Bear gazed at her sharply, did you kill the monster? What monster? Sister Luo looked up at him confusedly. Did you kill this monster? Grey Bear repeated. Then he pushed on, you killed your own kind. Sister Luo froze, her gaze going blank for 2 seconds before there was a strange flash of light. Her face was suddenly ashen, and fear brimmed her eyes like she was recalling something horrifying. She kept shaking her head and trembling as she muttered, No. I didn't kill, it wasn't me. I'm human. I'm not a. She couldn't utter the word monster no matter how she tried. Gao Yang activated lie detection. The target lied. Grey Bear. Gao Yang shouted. It's her. Grey Bear growled. The sculpted muscles covering his body bulged while more hair grew at an unusual speed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an actual Grey Bear that was more than 2 meters in height. At almost the same time, Sister Luo leapt up from behind the counter and pounced on Grey Bear. He weighed nearly 200 kilograms, yet he was tackled to the ground, barely withstanding the impact. Straddling Grey Bear, Sister Luo clawed at him with all her nails growing over 10 centimeters into long claws, her face deathly pale, eyes bulging like 2 yellow marbles, and limbs transformed into appendages that were long and slick. It wasn't me, not me, I didn't kill. She was clearly a wanderer, and she had lost control. Grey Bear crossed his arms to block the claws with his thick pelt and skin. Gao Yang would like to provide support with fire, but with the two all tangled up, he might end up hurting his teammate. Lithe Snake, on the other hand, remained by the door, not moving even an inch as his lips curled into a cold smirk. His gaze shone with absolute trust. Ha! Grey Bear howled and broke out of his position as a passive defender. Blocking the attacks with his 2 thick arms, he managed to seize Sister Luo's hands. Unable to break out of his hold, Sister Luo screamed and struggled thoughtlessly. Grey Bear growled again, tightening his grip and breaking her wrist bones. Ah! Sister Luo cried out in pain. Grey Bear rolled up and flung her away with a powerful swing of his hands, sending her hurtling into the counter with a heavy thud. She collapsed in the corner of the room. Trembling, she drooled from her mouth, her pupils dilated to the point of almost taking up the whole irises. Her expression was angry, fearful, and disoriented. Grey Bear steadied his footing, chest heaving. Damn, even wanderers are not to be underestimated once they go berserk. Lithe Snake shot Gao Yang a glance. Do we kill her, or take her back for interrogation? Gao Yang pondered. To his knowledge, wanderers usually lost their rationality after going berserk, making it impossible to communicate with them. Then when they calmed down, they would revert back to their human form and forget what they had done as monsters, making it a perfect loop of ignorance. However, this wanderer had killed her companion with purpose while transformed. There must be something more to it. Let's bring her back, Gao Yang concluded. All right, leave it to me. Grey Bear stalked up to Sister Luo, who was cowering in the corner of the room. Thud, a monster broke through the thin wooden door of the back room, splattering wooden shards everywhere. It all happened so quickly that Gao Yang only caught a faint look of its appearance. The skimpy dress had been torn by the monster's large build, revealing a body covered in small grayish-green scales glinting with a cold, slick shine under the light. Its head had lost its original shape with the forehead significantly widened and the chin unnaturally shrunk, forming an upside-down triangle. Its eyes bulged from the skull and turned into a pair of giant, deep red light bulbs. On the outward sides of its arms, milk-white bone protruded from the skin and morphed into shape blades. The monster looked like a mix of lizard, mantis, and fly. It was undoubtedly a young wrath monster, and a slaughterer at that. It took only a moment for Gao Yang to figure out what had happened. She must be a massagist here who, for some reason, hadn't left as she should. Sister Luo had been too anxious to care, and the slaughterer ended up witnessing 3 awakeners ganging up on a berserking wanderer. Her monster side thus awakened. Without hesitation, the slaughterer lunged at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was quick. With an agile sidestep, he dodged the sharp bone blades coming down at him by a hair. Without pause, the slaughterer turned around and charged at Lithe Snake as he stayed by the door. Lithe Snake had already unsheathed the short sword at his waist. Clang! The sword parried the slaughterer''s blade arm. Lithe Snake crouched slightly and generated great power from his waist, not giving an inch. The stalemate lasted less than 2 seconds as veins popped out of Lithe Snake's temple. It was no child's play to block a slaughterer''s full-force attack. Lithe Snake couldn't stand his ground for much longer in a battle of raw power. Knowing that, Grey Bear growled and pounced on the slaughterer like an enraged bear. Although slaughterers coveted blood like their lives depended on it and didn't have a sound mind, their instincts in battles were sharp, especially for a young slaughterer like this one. It quickly retracted its blade arms and moved away from Grey Bear's incoming attacks with a quick twirl, shifting its target back to Gao Yang. Fire! Gao Yang wasn't going to give it a chance to get close. 2 torrents of fire shot out of his hands and devoured the slaughterer. Ah! It screamed as the flames blazed. With a swift jump, it held onto the ceiling fan above it. It swung with great power and leapt toward Grey Bear, landing on his broad shoulders. Then it raised both arms, crossing and swinging the bone blades at Grey Bear's neck to decapitate him. Swish, swish, swish. Lithe Snake's 3 daggers came just in time, 2 hitting the slaughterer in its hard face without leaving a wound, while the last buried into one of the monster's red, light bulb-like eyes. Splash! Thick blood splattered. The slaughterer stopped attacking with a pained scream. With a cry, Grey Bear seized the opening to raise his arms and grabbed the heels of the monster standing on his shoulders. He brought his arms down, slamming the monster hard onto the floor. Gah! Holding fast, Grey Bear then swung the slaughterer toward a wall with a scream. Then he slammed it into the tea table, the sofa, and the floor. Bam! Thud! Clang! During those 30 seconds, the slaughterer was a ragdoll at the mercy of Grey Bear's whims, slamming into all kinds of things and rendering the room a ruin of broken furniture and objects. When the slaughterer had just about lost its ability to resist, Grey Bear raised it high and slammed it toward his knee. A crack, followed by a scream. The slaughtera's spine was broken. It rolled to the floor. Before it could put up a struggle, Grey Bear kicked it away. As soon as it rolled to a stop by Lithe Snake's feet, he stabbed its heart with his short sword without hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 stabs came with splattering blood. Finally, the slaughterer stopped moving, and a pool of blood formed on the floor. The slaughterer's body slowly shrunk amid the crimson blood into a young woman. Her tattered clothes did nothing to cover the terrible state her body was in. It was a pitiful sight. But Gao Yang quickly pushed aside the misplaced sympathy. If he had made a misstep, the one dying a terrible death would have been him or his teammates. Whose kill should the wrath monster be? Grey Bear turned to Lithe Snake, breathing heavily. Half and half. Grey Snake shook off the blood on the short sword and put it back into the sheath at his waist. Then we're still even, said Grey Bear. You're making it a competition? What are you, a pair of 5-year-olds? Gao Yang didn't bother to voice his thoughts. He simply said, get back to business. They turned to the toppled counter in the corner. To their surprise, Sister Luo had gone missing. Although their fight with the slaughterer had lasted no longer than a minute, the 3 of them had been highly concentrated and couldn't afford to spare a glance at the subdued wanderer. It was clear that Sister Luo had rushed out of the front door. They quickly followed. Outside the door, the left led to a dead end, while the right led to the exit. However, the alley should be under their teammates' watch. The trio keeping watch ran up to them. Are you all right? Xiren was worried. We heard fighting. Killed a slaughterer, Lithe Snake said concisely. A wanderer ran off, said Grey Bear. Did you see it? No. Ken raised her hand seriously. We didn't even see a fly. Gao Yang had guessed as much that Sister Luo wouldn't have run toward the exit. He quickly turned around and made it to the dead end of the alleyway. The wall was 4 meters tall. In the dim light, Gao Yang was just about to conjure fire to take a good look at the wall, but Lithe Snake beat him to it with his night vision. There's fresh blood on the wall. Must be the wanderer. Lithe Snake easily climbed onto the 4-meter-tall wall and crouched down. There's also blood on the edge. She went to the other side. With a double jump, Gao Yang reached the top of the wall as well. The other side was a new neighborhood. No wonder the tall wall was here to separate it from the old buildings. Can you track her down? Gao Yang asked. Of course, Lithe Snake said confidently. She's been bleeding, which makes it easy to track her. Okay, I'll track her down with you. Gao Yang looked down at the others standing below. You 4, go around to the new neighborhood and keep watch on the exits. As soon as you spot the target, contact us. Okay. Come with me. Grey Bear made a gesture and led the other 3 teammates away. Lithe Snake and Gao Yang jumped off the wall, landing safely. Past a covered parking lot with retractable hood, Lithe Snake found a few drops of blood on the ground. She went that way. Gao Yang and Lithe Snake kept tracking the missing wanderer by the blood trails she left. At midnight, the area was silent and empty. Gao Yang said worriedly, hopefully she didn't run into any of the houses. She wouldn't have. Lithe Snake played with his throwing knives with a half-smile. Wanderers, once triggered, act like wounded animals. They trust no one and usually find a secluded place to hide in and lick their wounds until they turn back into their human forms, their experience all forgotten. How did you know? Gao Yang asked and quickly frowned. Did you kill wanderers often? Lithe Snake's gaze turned derisive. I have no interest in wanderers, but I know an awakener whose idea of a fun time is torturing wanderers. He gave me a tour of his wonderland. It might as well be hell. Gao Yang fell silent, his chest filled with a repulsive feeling he couldn't put into words. He summarized many traits of the wanderers. I learned them from him. Lithe Snake paused and turned to walk onto a nearby lawn. Crouching down and taking a look, he waved Gao Yang over. Gao Yang approached and saw droplets of still wet blood on the grass. She's near. Gao Yang and Lithe Snake crossed the lawn to the cluster of new buildings in the northern part of the neighborhood. These buildings had yet to be handed over to the buyers. With no residents, the area was silent. The 2 of them walked up to the wall and spotted blood on a metal fence gate. The wanderer went in. Lithe Snake shot Gao Yang a glance. Gao Yang looked through the fence gate. On the other side was a small traditional market. This late at night, the market was of course empty. The stand and shop owners would only come in when the morning came. The 2 of them carefully vaulted over the gate. The market was an enclosed space structured like a courtyard house. All the shops on the sides were closed with metal rolling doors. At the center were blocks of cement platforms, meant for the stands to be set up on. The platforms were filled with vegetables covered by tarpaulins. There were also cages for fowls chained and locked together. When Gao Yang and Lithe Snake walked past the cages, the chickens and ducks clucked and quacked at them. The market wasn't that big. The 2 of them soon ran its parameters once. Lithe Snake pointed at the other exit, where a locked rolling door was. In other words, Sister Luo must not have left the market. She was still somewhere inside. Gao Yang nodded silently to let him know he understood. Gao Yang believed he and Lithe Snake should be able to easily flush out Sister Luo and subdue her. Still, it was better safe than sorry. He decided to call the rest of the team over. Since the operation was one they initiated on their own, they didn't get equipment from the guild, and thus they weren't equipped with radios. Gao Yang had to use his phone to send Grey Bear a message, at the market north of the neighborhood. Tell everyone and come ASAP. Grey Bear was closest to the market. He made it here in less than a minute. Due to his size, he made quite the noises when he vaulted over the metal fence gate. You got her? Grey Bear asked. No, but she must be inside. Gao Yang believed the 3 of them should be enough and decided no to wait. Take the only exit here, Grey Bear. Lithe Snake and I will flush her out. Then he added after a pause, remember, don't kill her. We want her alive. Without the need to discuss it, Gao Yang and Lithe Snake each took a side and slowly stalked toward the cement platforms at the center. They shared a glance and each grabbed a corner of one tarpaulin cover. It was too dark. To be on the safe side, Gao Yang conjured a small fireball with his other hand and illuminated the whole market, making it much easier to see. Of course, Gao Yang knew that Lithe Snake could do without the light. They nodded at each other slightly and silently counted down from 3. With a flutter, they lifted the tarpaulin cover at the same time. Under it were all kinds of vegetables and wares, as well as 2 chairs. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Quack, quack, quack. The birds made noises from the cages beside them. Gao Yang shared another glance with Lithe Snake before slowly making their way to the second cement platform covered by tarpaulin, maintaining a distance of a few meters to surround it. 3, 2, 1. Flutter? Another miss. That left only one platform still covered. Christ, I'm dying of blue balls here. Grey Bear, who had been watching everything play out, lost patience and quickly stalked up to them. It's just a wanderer. Aren't you being overly cautious? Before Gao Yang could stop him, Grey Bear grabbed the last tarpaulin cover and yanked it off. Their target wasn't there. It can't be, Gao Yang thought, taken aback. Lithe Snake's sharp eyes glinted with confusion. He didn't believe his judgment was wrong. Grey Bear looked around and said as a friendly jab, hey, did you too lose the wanderer? Gao Yang didn't say anything, feeling embarrassed. Still, he wasn't the expert tracker here. The one whose reputation was on the line was Lithe Snake. Yeah, as long as I don't feel embarrassed, the only one embarrassed will be my teammate. It must be here. Lithe Snake was displeased by the doubt thrown his way. Then find it. Grey Bear raised his voice. Suddenly, a fishy smell permeated the air. Or it would be more accurate to say that the place had always smelled fishy, but it became even more pronounced now. Behind Gao Yang was a water tank housing a sizable school of fish. They suddenly started swishing about, releasing a more pungent smell into the air. Watch out. Gao Yang sprang to action, pushing Grey Bear to the side while using the counterforce to throw himself the other way. Splash! A figure leapt out of the water tank with a bone chopper for slaughtering pigs, the blade thick and sharp with a honed tip. Grey Bear was too big to be agile, and given he had been pushed away by Gao Yang rather than reacting on his own, he was a little slow to get out of the way. He managed to take the bone chopper with his thick shoulder rather than the back of the head as the monster intended, at least. Ugh. Grey Bear howled and rolled sideways to a stop, holding his bleeding shoulder. Ha. He activated Beastly immediately to enhance his physical abilities, which lessened the pain and stopped the bleeding quickly. The assailant was none other than Sister Luo. She was entirely drenched with greenish-gray complexion and elongated limbs. Her features were beginning to distort as well. Swinging the bone chopper around, she rushed at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was stopped short for a moment, not by fear, but shock. Sister Luo used a weapon. Berserking monsters didn't usually use any weapons outside of their own body parts due to the loss of their mental faculty. This meant that Sister Luo did retain some degree of rationality, and she weaponized it to kill her own kind, creating the serial murder case. But why would she go against the heavenly way to do that? This was no time for Gao Yang to dwell on the question. He quickly dodged Sister Luo's attacks. Gao Yang could have easily dealt with her with fire. However, he wasn't confident in his control, and he would end up critically injuring the Wanderer and accelerating her loss of control and death, if not burning her to crisp outright. Gao Yang quickly conjured an unstable fireball and hurled it at Sister Luo. It scattered into embers and waves of heat as soon as it hit her, but Sister Luo had been staying in the fish tank. With her body entirely drenched, the intimidation tactic didn't work. She kept chasing after Gao Yang while swinging the bone chopper, and Gao Yang kept retreating and dodging, grabbing the cages to block the attacks every now and then. The startled chickens and ducks skittered around while their feathers flew in the air. Swish, swish, two throwing knives sunk into Sister Luo's arm, seizing an opening. And thud, the heavy bone chopper fell to the ground. Sister Luo quickly looked over at Lithe Snake, who wasn't far from her. Her bulging eyes were filled with rage and despair. She dashed toward him. Lithe Snake slowly drew the short sword at his waist and waited for Sister Luo to get close. Don't kill it, Gao Yang reminded him. I know. Lithe Snake smirked. Bang! The gunshot startled everyone. The pitch-black market was lit up for a fleeting moment before plunging into darkness again. Sister Luo froze mid-charge. She hadn't yet collapsed from the shot in the chest. Staggering, she continued forward. Her mind seemed to clear for a moment. Her damp face was filled with confusion and fear, her lips slightly parted. When she reached out toward Lithe Snake, it looked more like she was imploring him to help her rather than attacking him. Bang! The next shot hit her forehead. Sister Luo toppled backward, her transformed limbs spasmed before they stopped moving. Who is it? Gao Yang didn't have the time to check on her. He turned to the direction the gunshots came from and concentrated energy in his palms. Lithe Snake quickly hid behind a cement platform with 3 throwing knives in his hands. The shooter didn't say anything. He stood before the metal fence, raising his gun with both hands. Under the faint backlight, Gao Yang made out a figure that belonged to a young man. Stop! Grey Bear shouted. Grey Bear had already deactivated Beastly and turned back into a normal human. Holding his bleeding shoulder, he slowly walked to the metal fence. Young Lu, don't shoot. It's me. Uncle Xiong. Officer Lu was still holding his gun with both hands, his body trembling slightly and his face pale. Are you all right? I'm all right. Grey Bear coughed and said with a smile, nice shot, young man. Officer Liu's expression darkened further. Although he was a sharpshooter, and this wasn't his first time shooting someone, it was his first time killing someone. Is she dead? Officer Liu sounded overwhelmed and remorseful. I saw her attacking you. I didn't have the time to think. Grey Bear patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. You did the right thing. Recognizing Officer Liu, Gao Yang and Lithe Snake stepped out from their covers with their weapons put away. Instead of approaching the man, they stayed by Sister Luo's body to make sure that Officer Luo didn't get a look at her until all traces of her transformation disappeared, and only her human form remained. In the end, Gao Yang opted to grab a tarpaulin cover to conceal her body. Only then did the two of them approach the officer. You're Jin Tianese. Officer Liu was shocked to recognize Gao Yang. Why are you here, Mr. Jin? I came to get the killer with Officer Xiong, said Gao Yang. The serial killer. Officer Liu's eyes lit up. The one I killed was the culprit. Yeah, it was getting dangerous. Thank God you made it here in time. Despite blaming Officer Liu for messing things up, Grey Bear offered words of encouragement. After all, he was playing the police officer here rather than an awakener. Why are you here? Lithe Snake asked coolly. That was what Gao Yang was going to ask. Oh, right. Officer Liu holstered his gun. Uncle Xiong told me to evacuate the White Apricot Alley, so I did that with a few other officers. When we were heading out, I realized my wallet was missing. I thought I had maybe dropped it somewhere in the alley. Officer Liu licked his lips. When I returned, I saw Uncle Xiong rushing out with a few other people. He didn't seem to hear me when I called out to him. I was worried that something bad had happened, so I chased after him. Take your time. Grey Bear gestured at him. Officer Liu nodded. You ran to the southern exit of the neighborhood, Uncle Xiong, and when I caught up with you, you ran off again. I followed you to this market. None of them said anything in response. Oh, about the murderer. Officer Liu was just about to walk towards Sister Luo's body when Grey Bear grabbed him. Hey, she's dead. Spare yourself the sight and notify the others on the team. We're gonna secure the scene. Oh, okay. Officer Liu took out his phone. Grey Bear, Gao Yang, and Lithe Snake came up to Sister Luo's body. Grey Bear asked in a lowered voice, what do we do? Gao Yang pondered as he threw glances at the metal fence gate from the corner of his eye. With Sister Luo dead, we have no choice but to do things the standard way. Gao Yang gave Grey Bear a look. Tell the others not to come. All right. The moment the word was out of Grey Bear's mouth, Lithe Snake and Gao Yang sprang to action at almost the same time. Lithe Snake pushed Grey Bear away and dodged to the side, while Gao Yang dropped down quickly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired, 2 missing entirely, and 1 brushing past Grey Bear's beard. The shooter, naturally, was Officer Lu. With no previous attachment to the man, Gao Yang and Lithe Snake had been wary of Officer Lu the whole time. Gao Yang didn't believe a word of Officer Liu's explanation on how he got here. It was too much of a coincidence. Not even a novel author would write like that. Lithe Snake thought the same. Even while they talked to Grey Bear, their eyes had been on Officer Lu. Gao Yang immediately noticed that while talking into his phone by the gate, Officer Lu had secretly put his other hand on his holstered gun. The moment Officer Lu drew the gun, Gao Yang and Lithe Snake reacted accordingly. The near miss with death told Grey Bear all he needed to know. The 3 of them took cover in the darkness. Grey Bear clenched his teeth, struggling to reconcile with the turn of events. Did he wake up? Waking up referred to a monster revealing its true self upon finding an awakener. I'm not sure, Gao Yang said quietly in the dark. It doesn't feel right. No matter if Officer Lu was a delusion monster or a wrath monster, he should have trusted his own body more and attacked the humans immediately after waking up, not resorting to schemes. Yet Officer Lu played dirty. He first killed Sister Luo to make it seem like he was trying to save the 3 of them, lulling them into a false sense of security. Only when they were some distance away from him and in the right shooting range did he attack, aiming to kill all 3 of them in one fell swoop. To maximize gains and success at the lowest price and risk to their knowledge, that was an exclusively human way of thinking. The 3 of them fell silent. In the pitch-black market, they were well hidden, while Officer Lu was out in the open. Gao Yang gestured at Grey Bear and Lithe Snake, telling them to stall for a moment rather than counterattacking immediately so that they could learn more about Officer Lu. Haha. Officer Liu's voice came from the metal fence gate. You were quick to catch on. Are you a man or a monster? Grey Bear still found it hard to believe. He called out with his back pressed to a cement platform. What do you say, Uncle Xiong? Officer Lu asked. His voice had lost all warmth, leaving only chillingness. It doesn't have to be this way, young Lu, Grey Bear implored, pained. It really doesn't. We can pretend that nothing happened. All right. I think so too. Do you know, you're the one I respect the most in the department. You're a father figure for me. Why don't we talk this out? Please come here so that we can have a good chat. I was too rash. It's true that it doesn't have to be this way. Grey Bear's heart sank. He was now 100% certain that the man wasn't the young officer he knew, but a cunning and dangerous enemy. Officer Lu was still standing by the exit. Hearing no response, he scoffed in disappointment. Don't you trust me, Uncle Xiong? Gao Yang shook his head at Grey Bear. Grey Bear stopped talking. The stalemate between the side in the open and the side in the dark continued. Officer Lu quickly lost patience. There's no use hiding. You may hide for the moment, but you can't hide forever. Why is it that you humans never learn? He walked to a wall on the left. Gao Yang popped his head out slightly. Shit, there's a switch there. Clack. Officer Lu turned the electricity on. The market was suddenly as bright as in broad daylight, leaving the 3 of them with nowhere to hide like mice waiting to be caught. Gao Yang looked down. Although he was behind cover, his slanted shadow exposed him. He quickly rolled to the side. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shots hit the pile of vegetables that acted as cover, sending broken leaves flying everywhere. Bang, 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 bang. The series of shots forced Lithe Snake and Grey Bear to come out of their hiding places. Gao Yang counted. All 15 bullets had been fired. He didn't hear the sound of the magazine being replaced. He took a deep breath and stood up from behind a shelf. Lithe Snake and Grey Bear had revealed themselves as well. The 3 of them stared at Officer Lu. With a smile, Officer Lu cocked his head lazily with the emptied gun dangling from his finger. He cast it aside with a flick of his wrist. Come at me together. Gao Yang's heart skipped. How powerful must the man be for him to be so arrogant? Then a system alarm rang in his head. Warning, luck acquisition rate increases to 2,000 times. Gao Yang sighed in relief. That's it. That wasn't too bad. The threat was essentially as big as Mad Red. Even in the past, he managed to defeat the man with some difficulty. Now that he had grown and had the help of 2 experienced teammates, he believed his odds of winning were good. Still, he had to be cautious. A misstep could be lethal. Officer Lu didn't act like the typical monsters, and Gao Yang had to deal with him differently. Staring at the officer not far from him, Gao Yang contemplated his strategy. Then suddenly, a dizziness hit him from the back of his head. He saw duplicates in his vision before everything turned back to normal. What immediately followed was a rush of overwhelming rage rising in his chest, apropos of nothing. Yet he couldn't ignore it, nor could he tamp down the anger with his rationality. Before Gao Yang could figure out what was happening, he felt a hostile presence coming up to him. It was Grey Bear, having transformed into a beast. His towering figure loomed over Gao Yang, ready to lunge at him and tear him apart. What's going on? Is Grey Bear a traitor? Gao Yang didn't have the time to dwell on it. He dodged out of the way, and as soon as he steadied his footing, he heard something sharp cutting through air. Instinctively, he ducked down. Two throwing knives whipped past the top of his head. It was Lithe Snake. Gao Yang's eyes widened. What is this? Am I surrounded by traitors? Then Grey Bear continued to attack, but his target had shifted from Gao Yang to Lithe Snake. And Lithe Snake responded in kind, drawing his short sword to make a quick swing at Grey Bear. Blocking the slash with a thick, strong arm, Grey Bear seized the opening to grab Lithe Snake by the arm and hurled him away, but once thrown, Lithe Snake made an agile flip midair and attached himself to the wall like a gecko. He tilted his head to glare daggers at Grey Bear, his eyes filled with pure rage and killing intent, rationality forgotten. Are you out of your mind? Gao Yang yelled. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, however, his heartbeat quickened, and the anger accumulating in his chest grew in intensity. A thought came to him, unbidden and unexplainable, yet impossible to resist. He was to kill Grey Bear and Lithe Snake. No, he must kill everyone around him. The last remaining part of his rational mind compelled him to turn to Officer Liu. The man's eyes were glowing a chilling, eerie blue. It was a talent. Seed of Resentment. Seed of Resentment, serial number 55, Psyche type. It allowed one to control the emotions of their targets through eye contact, drawing the targets into an inescapable pit of rage and making them kill each other. The longer the eye contact, the longer the effect lasted. Gao Yang speculated that Officer Liu's Seed of Resentment was at least level 4. The more enemies there were, the more advantageous it was for him. They had gotten careless. Rather than a monster, Officer Liu turned out to be an awakener. He had attacked with his gun in the beginning as a distraction, a trap meant for them. He knew full well that the shots wouldn't kill the three of them. He also turned on the light and emptied his gun in order to relax their guard. Then he activated his talent at the opportune time. Thankfully, Gao Yang's willpower was high enough for him to barely withstand the effect of Seed of Resentment. As the thoughts flashed through Gao Yang's mind, he saw Lithe Snake crawl across the wall and lunge at him with his short sword. Gao Yang grabbed a basket of cabbages and hurled it at him, forcing him to cut it to pieces instead. Without pause, Gao Yang rushed toward Grey Bear. Grey Bear had already lost his control to his bloodlust. Opening his vice-like arms, he brought them together toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang ducked down to dodge it and twisted his waist to step to the side, stealing Grey Bear's gun from him. Bang, bang, bang. He fired thrice at Officer Liu, who took cover behind a cement pillar. Lithe Snake and Grey Bear stopped attacking at once, their expression shocked and confused like they had just woken up from a vivid dream. It was as Gao Yang expected. Seed of Resentment required concentration. Once the concentration was broken, the effect would be terminated as well. His talent is Seed of Resentment. Gao Yang shouted. Don't meet his gaze. Grey Bear and Lithe Snake immediately caught on, and after an exchange of glances, they each took a side and rushed toward the cement pillar Officer Liu was hiding behind, flanking him with a pincer movement. Gao Yang stayed where he was, conjuring fire in his hands. With all three of them launching an attack from 3 different directions, Officer Liu couldn't possibly activate his talent to control all of them with only one pair of eyes. As expected, Officer Liu turned to the biggest immediate threat, Grey Bear. But Grey Bear was ready for it. He quickly paused to cover his eyes, shielding himself from the talent. Officer Liu then turned to Lithe Snake, but Lithe Snake's throwing knives arrived before the man did and flew toward Officer Liu's eyes. Caught off guard, Officer Liu hurriedly bent back to dodge out of the way, but one of the knives managed to cut his eyelid. Crimson blood gushed out and blurred his vision. He regained his balance, but before he could even scream in pain, Lithe Snake was already in his space, stabbing at his throat with a short sword. Thud. Officer Liu caught the blade, letting it penetrate through his palm with splattering blood. That took Lithe Snake by surprise. He didn't expect their enemy to give up on dodging altogether. The moment of hesitation allowed Officer Liu to tighten the hand being penetrated and yank the short sword out of Lithe Snake's grip, pulling Lithe Snake toward him by a man's width at the same time. Manipulating the short sword pierced through his palm, Officer Liu made a backhanded swing. Swish! Although Lithe Snake had made an impossible move, the blade still caught and cut off 2 of his right-hand fingers. Expression dark, Lithe Snake pushed aside the sharp pain coming from his hand and jumped backward, all the while throwing 2 throwing knives from his left hand. It was too late for Officer Liu to get out of the way. Thud, thud. 2 knives buried into his right arm. Then swoosh, a fireball flew toward him from the side. Officer Liu had to twist his body to not get hit. Then Grey Bear's towering figure loomed over him from behind. Officer Liu had lost at least 4 seconds to his exchanges of blows with Lithe Snake and Gao Yang, which was enough for Grey Bear to regroup and launch an effective attack. Bam! Grey Bear's thick arm slammed into Officer Liu's back, knocking him to the ground. He threw up a mouthful of blood, the cement floor beneath him cracking. Grey Bear then seized Officer Liu's head with one hand, ready to crush it by tightening his grip. But then Lithe Snake suddenly threw 2 knives at him. The split second during which Grey Bear grabbed his head, Officer Liu had used Seed of Resentment on Lithe Snake from a short distance, catching him off guard. Surprised, Grey Bear had no choice but to block the throwing knives with one hand and throw Officer Liu away with his other hand. Bam! Splash! Officer Liu knocked a few metal cages over and fell into the fish tank, making a splash of muddled water and sending quite a few fish flying. The air in the market seemed to settle. There was only the sounds of fish flapping their tails on the ground and the cries of chickens and ducks in the metal cages. The fight had come to a calm, for now. Ga. Jaw tightened, Lithe Snake held on to his right hand, now missing 2 fingers. The bleeding stopped soon, and the fingers regrew slowly. Grey Bear breathed heavily. His face, back, and arms were all covered in wounds and blood, but obscured by his thick pelt. Gao Yang accessed his system quickly. The luck points bonus still applied. Be careful, he warned in a low voice. It's not over yet. Bam! No sooner had Gao Yang given the warning than an explosion happened in the fish tank, like someone had thrown a grenade. The splash of water reached several meters high, and countless fish flew out. One happened to land by Gao Yang's feet, struggling futilely as repulsive green pus and thick steam oozed out of the big patch of rotten meat on its white stomach, like it had been corrupted by some highly corrosive solution. Gao Yang frowned deeply, alarm blaring in his head. He looked back at the fish tank to see Officer Lu slowly saunter out. He was twice as burly, topless with his shirt gone. His body was entirely dark green with green, finger-thick veins covering the skin. They looked like splitting gashes with the same repulsive green pus oozing out, evaporating into heated steam the moment they touched air. Officer Liu's left arm shrunk and withered significantly like the forelimbs of a T-Rex, and in exchange, his right arm had turned into a cannon consisting of lumpy flesh, the barrel leaking green pus like the rest of his body. His head had changed shape with his left eye raised to his forehead and his right eye dropped to his cheek like the flesh had melted. Now toothless, his mouth opened wide to the joints of his jaw, connected to the green veins covering his entire body. What has he become? Grey Bear was shocked, and at the same time, there was the sorrow he had pushed to the bottom of his heart. Only a few hours ago, the young man had been his subordinate and junior. He was an energetic and considerate colleague who always lifted the mood of those around him. It's now a monster, Lithe Snake said with certainty. That's right. Gao Yang had come to a conclusion. A freerider took over. Officer Lu must have been an awakener in the beginning. Then he fell victim to a freerider at some point and became host to the parasitic monster. Whether the man and monster had coexisted in peace or clashed as enemies was a mystery that would never be solved. One thing was for certain though, Officer Lu had chosen to take the monster's side, going so far as to surrender his entire body to the freerider. But why? Due to the weight of his now cannon-like right arm, Officer Lu had to stalk slowly toward the 3 of them with his back hunched. Every step he took, he left a corrosive, dark green footprint on the ground. His eyes seemed possessed if they could even still be called eyes. Green pus dripped down from his toothless mouth as he muttered something intelligible. Gradually, Gao Yang became able to decipher the murmur. O omniscient and omnipotent heavenly God-bearer, the great and merciful overlord of all, forgive my ignorance and purify my blood. Save me from this weakness and these sins of mine. Grant me the sacred blood and great power. I swear to forever follow you, submit to you, devote myself to you. I will give you my all and follow you to the blissful other world. Warning, luck acquisition rate increases to 3,000 times. It's coming, shouted Gao Yang. Gar. Officer Liu's cannon arm fired a deadly green ray, the terrifying power cutting through space in a vertical arc. Gao Yang, Lithe Snake, and Grey Bear quickly jumped to the sides. Gao Yang felt as if the world had dimmed for a second. Then a strange, sharp sound assaulted his eardrums. When he picked himself back up, the asphalt ground of the market, as well as the cement platforms and wares, had already been split in half by the deadly ray. The hollow was half a meter wide with highly corrosive pus covering the cut surfaces. Gao Yang felt a numbness spreading through his scalp. What manner of monster is this? Isn't it a bioweapon? Grrrrrrrr. The second deadly ray shot out. This time, it was horizontal. Gao Yang, Grey Bear, and Lithe Snake leapt up at the same time. While they were still in the air, Officer Lu gurgled and spat out a smaller green ray, aiming at Grey Bear. It was impossible to get away while midair. Thankfully, Gao Yang was quite close to Grey Bear, and having anticipated an additional attack, he kicked Grey Bear in the side so that they flew in opposite ways, evading the deadly ray at the last moment. Lithe Snake grabbed a ceiling fan and propelled himself up, dangling down from the metal hood over the market. With all 4 limbs, he climbed on the hood and threw 2 knives at Officer Lu. The knives hit him in the chest, and green pus exploded in an instant. That did interrupt Officer Liu's continuous attacks. However, it didn't take long for the blades to melt inside Officer Liu's body. As thick white smoke rose, the metal sizzled. All that was left in the end were 2 hilts, and they fell to the ground. Heavenly Godbearer, save me. It hurts. I don't want to die. I'm scared. No, I don't want to disappear. Pain and confusion broke through Officer Liu's twisted face. Those were distinctly human emotions. But soon, the emotions were gone. His eyes melted, leaving 2 empty sockets leaking green pus, and the eyeballs replaced by a pair of flickering dark red light. Human, 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 human. Officer Lu howled with his head tipped up, becoming something empty of all but the intent to kill and destroy. It was a familiar sight to Gao Yang. Mad Red had also turned into a senseless monster with no self-control after injecting himself with the mysterious medicine. No, this wasn't even a monster as they knew it, but a viscous wraith from hell. At that moment, Gao Yang connected the dots between Mad Red, Officer Lu, and the evil organization behind the serial murder. That must be the organization Ghost Horse belonged to. He's lost it. Gao Yang shouted. Show no mercy. Kill him. I know. Grey Bear's expression turned steely. Gone was the lingering attachment he had had to the young man Officer Lu had been. Now he wished only to never see the monster again in his life. Gao Yang had a rough plan in mind. Since the monster had lost all semblance of rationality, he issued orders out loud. You're the most agile, lithe snake. Draw its ranged attacks. Gray Bear, get close to it when you see an opening and subdue it for 3 seconds. Then I'll take care of the rest, Gao Yang said through clenched teeth. I'll burn it to ashes. Go. Still attached to the metal hood, Lithe Snake crawled quickly while moving his hand to the throwing knife holder on the outside of his thigh. There were only 3 knives left. With these 3 knives, he had to draw the monster's attention while dodging the deadly rays. Scanning his surroundings, he calculated the routes he would follow to dodge the attacks, a concrete plan forming in his mind. Come on. Here I am. Lithe Snake shouted, drawing a throwing knife and getting ready to throw it. Then the locked metal rolling door opened, and in came Kan, Xiren, and Ronnie. Dangling the lock on her forefinger, Kan said with a self-satisfied smile, told you public places like this are equipped with cameras that deter stealing, so the key is usually somewhere near the door. Kan's smile froze as she laid eyes on the battlefield the market had become and the monstrous being that seemed to have crawled out of hell. After a fleeting moment of confusion, the monster turned to the 3 of them with renewed killing intent. Oh, Kan opened her mouth wide and spat out the last syllable, boy. Officer Liu's cannon right hand charged up with energy and was about to fire at the 3 newcomers. What are you waiting for? Gray Bear shouted urgently. Hide. Ronnie and Xiren were quick to react. A glance at the battlefield told them what they were going to face. From the 2 sides, they rushed to hold on to Kan with such ferocity that they squashed Kan's face between their chests like a patty between hamburger buns, her mouth pushed into an open O. Invisibility. Kan activated her talent. In an instant, the trio disappeared. So that's how it works, Gao Yang thought with pleasant surprise. He had been curious about how invisibility worked. If it only turned the body invisible, what about the clothes she wore? Or the weapons in her hands? With those announcing where she was, the talent would be essentially useless. But it turned out invisibility allowed her to turn herself as well as those within a certain range invisible. Considering how tightly Ronnie and Xiren were holding onto her, the effective range was probably about half a meter. Losing the target, Officer Liu turned to aim the cannon at Gao Yang. Swoosh! A throwing knife buried into Officer Liu's shoulder. His attention shifted again, and he raised his cannon arm to aim at the metal hood, where Lithe Snake was. Grrrrrrr. The deadly green ray shot at Lithe Snake with precision. Lithe Snake kicked against the hood with both feet, dodging the shot narrowly. Holding the ceiling fan, he swung toward the counter for chopping pork. With a roll along the counter, he grabbed a cleaver and jumped to the side as quickly as he could. Half a second after, the following lesser deadly ray sliced open the entire counter. Lithe Snake ran at full speed, throwing his last 2 knives to cover himself. Officer Liu stopped to recharge his right arm. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 fireballs flew toward Officer Liu from the sides. Gao Yang had been waiting. Unable to get away in time, Officer Liu blocked them with his right hand. The fireballs were so unstable that they burst into flames at once and scattered all over his skin. Although the fire lasted only a few seconds, it was enough to hurt Officer Liu and slow him down, buying more time for Gao Yang's team. Officer Liu's throat gurgled again, about to shoot out another deadly ray. At some point, Lithe Snake had crawled to the hood right above his head. Lithe Snake dropped down without making a sound with both his hands gripping the cleaver, thrusting toward Officer Liu's head with the added momentum from gravity. With his instinctual sense for danger, Officer Liu whirled around at the last moment, and the sharp cleaver ended up stabbing into his back. Stepping on Officer Liu's shoulders with both feet, Lithe Snake yanked out the cleaver and attempted another stab. Officer Liu threw him into the air with a swing of his right arm. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr ray. This time, it was thin, dense, and non-stop like a laser machine gun, threatening to indiscriminately destroy the entire market with tremendous firepower. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For a moment, the market was pelted with green rays. Gao Yang, while taking cover by a cement platform, was reminded of a laser light show at nightclubs. Under such relentless firepower, anyone would be asking for death to get close to the monstrous man. Gao Yang felt a headache brewing. Lithe Snake was bad at following orders. He had told him to attract the ranged attacks, not duel Officer Lu. While lying on the ground, Gao Yang made a gesture at Grey Bear, who wasn't far from him. I'll attract the fire. Get close when you spot a chance. He then activated the replicated gecko. Leaping up from the platform for vegetables, he threw 2 carrots at Officer Lu. They weren't going to do much compared to throwing knives, of course, but Officer Lu didn't have the sound mind to discern between different projectiles. As expected, Officer Lu shifted its target to Gao Yang and stopped its random shooting spree. Gao Yang had charged at Officer Lu for exactly the purpose of attracting its attention. Sensing the incoming threat, Officer Lu gathered green energy in both his right arm and his mouth. Gao Yang's heart sank. Shit. Why is it attacking both ways when it comes to me? Growling. The 2 rays of light shot out at the same time, one thicker than the other. Propelling himself up with all the power he could muster, Gao Yang made a flip in the air with difficulty and barely dodged the converging deadly rays. Without Gecko, he wouldn't have been able to make it with his agility alone. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang landed, and he jumped toward Officer Lu without pause. Officer Lu was going to launch another attack, but Grey Bear knocked into him from the side out of nowhere like a fearless metal-plated tank, shouting as he put his back into the impact. Officer Liu raised his right arm to block reflexively, but still got knocked off its feet with a thud. Clang! Officer Liu slammed into the rolling door of a storefront, making a loud bang. The sheer impact knocked the metal door off the bearings and left a dent in the middle. Trap it with the door, Gao Yang shouted. Without missing a beat, Grey Bear rushed over and grabbed the top and bottom of the rolling door. With a yank and a push, he wrapped Officer Liu tightly between the door like a sushi roll. However, the door was far from sturdy enough. Under the corrosive rays, it was as easily breakable as a sheet of paper. Pew! Indeed, a thin ray of light put a hole in the rolling door. Grey Bear hurriedly retreated, almost hit by the attack. Gao Yang had already rushed toward Officer Liu, but he wasn't certain his attack would be effective. His fire couldn't reach its full damage output if he failed to keep the target still for more than 5 seconds. However, there was no better way. He concentrated his energy in his hands, about to activate fire. Out of the way. Then a yell came from his left. He turned to see a thick metal beam floating in the air, stabbing at Officer Liu. Crack, thud. It pierced through the folded door before penetrating Officer Liu's body, pinning him to the wall at an upward angle. It was then Can's invisibility lost effect. The trio were revealed to be holding the metal beam with all 6 hands, pinning Officer Liu firmly to the wall with their teamwork. 3 pairs of hands were certainly better than 1 pair, Gao Yang thought, surprised in a good way. Unfortunately, their moment of glory lasted no more than 3 seconds. Ow, my foot! Can fell on her bottom. She seemed to have twisted her ankle while charging. Ziren rushed to Gao Yang and covered his ears with both hands. Surprised, Gao Yang didn't realize what was happening before Ronnie burst into a strange scream, his throat bobbing. Kaya, kaya, ah. Gao Yang was hit with a wave of irritation as if 100 people were fighting in his head, the chaos preventing him from focusing on anything. The effect, fortunately, was diminished with his ears covered, and he came to his senses slowly. It was Ronnie's disorientation, Gao Yang realized. It worked on Officer Liu as well, and instead of making an attack, the monster wrapped in metal and pinned to the wall struggled senselessly while crying out. The rolling door sandwiching Officer Liu loosened and slowly opened by a crack. Gao Yang raised his hands at the metal plates opening like a blooming flower, pushing all his fiery energy into the attack. Fire! The twin torrents of flames crossed and overwhelmed Officer Liu, devouring him whole and scorching the air in the area. Waves of heat rippled outward, making everyone shield their eyes reflexively and back away. At some point, the hands covering Gao Yang's ears had pulled back. Ronnie also stopped making the disorienting scream, allowing Gao Yang to pour all his energy into burning their enemy with a single-minded focus. Crackle! All that could be heard was the sound of blazing flames. The 1 minute crawled by like years as Gao Yang emptied himself to the last drop of energy. He panted, drenched entirely in sweat. A strong vertigo hit him and made him feel like up and down had reversed. The steel pipe pierced into the wall was heated to the point that it glowed red, and the pinned monstrous body was burned into a charred mummy, its color somewhere between deep green and deep brown. The sickly sweet fragrance of burned protein mixed with the pungent smell of chemicals. The combination was vomit-inducing. Can, with the most honest reaction of them all, was the first to drop to her knees and throw up. Gao Yang, on the other hand, had learned from all his previous experiences and held his breath in time, avoiding the same fate. He did his best to keep himself upright and accessed his system. He only allowed himself to relax when he made sure that the bonus to luck points acquisition had stopped. He turned away from Officer Liu's pitiful and sad-looking body. Only until the disgusting smell subsided did he take a deep breath and tiredly issue orders. Notify the guild, lied Snake. Have them send someone to clean up the mess. Grey Bear, keep watch outside the market and make sure no one comes close. Ronnie, Ziren, find the security office of the market and destroy. No, take all the surveillance footage to report to Elder Black Tortoise. They nodded and each got on their assigned tasks. Whew, that feels terrible. I've thrown up all my late-night snacks. Ken was still on the ground. Having finally stopped vomiting, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve and belatedly looked up. Why are they all gone? She then pointed at her nose and asked impatiently, what about me, Captain? What should I do? Just rest. And check your ankle. Gao Yang plopped himself down on a plastic chair. He was drained. Ken fake sobbed to express how touched she was, batting her eyelashes at Gao Yang with an admiring look. You were so cool, Captain. Cooler than our previous captain. Is that so? Gao Yang smiled wryly. Although the night was far from uneventful, he believed he had somewhat established his authority as team captain through their first mission together. Where did your previous captain go? Gao Yang asked. Promoted. No, just no longer with us. Ken smiled, but her eyes were sad. Dead. Gao Yang was surprised. Yeah. Ken put on a serious look. You should be careful, Captain. Being team captain at the Kylan Guild is dangerous. The death rate is as high as... Alright, stop. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. Let's not dwell on such a morbid topic. Half an hour later, the guild sent a specialized team to take care of the aftermath. Gao Yang and his team returned to the Black Tortoise branch in the walled city of 10 Dragons for healing and recuperating. They also answered questions and gave reports. Soon, the morning came. They parted ways and each went back to their mundane lives. During the morning classes, Gao Yang was so tired that he slept through lunch. Then during the evening self-study, he received an encoded message on the work phone the guild assigned him. Come early morning, Old Fisherman Wharf. There was only the time and location, no name. The message deleted automatically in less than 3 seconds. After the evening self-study, Gao Yang went back home and sneaked out to the meeting place on time. The Old Fisherman Wharf was located upstream of the Li River. It was no longer in use, and the place was desolate and silent in the early morning, the night wind pleasantly cool. Gao Yang waited for 10 minutes until a small yacht showed up without light on. It slowly sailed toward Gao Yang and finally docked by the pier. It was a white, two-tiered vessel, the style dating it to quite a long time ago. After some hesitation, Gao Yang stepped onto the yacht and headed to the bow. Here. A voice came from the inside, one that belonged to a middle-aged man. It was thick and velvety, the kind of voice a radio host would have. It also sounded familiar to Gao Yang. He seemed to have heard the voice before. Following it, he entered the interior of the yacht. Past a narrow hallway, there was a room on the left, the door slightly ajar with a line of warm orange light seeping out. Gao Yang knew that it was where the voice had come from, but just to be safe, he accessed the system first to make sure his luck points hadn't spiked before giving a polite greeting. Elder Black Tortoise. Yes, responded the voice. Come in. As expected, he was summoned by his superior. Gao Yang slowly walked toward the door and opened it to a small room. It was made into a bar with wall benches. Through the large porthole, one could see the lively late-night view of the districts on the other side of the river. A middle-aged man dressed in a classy gray shirt sat on the dark red sofa, holding a glass of red wine. The ceiling light was dim enough to create a romantic atmosphere. Gao Yang felt like he had come to the wrong place. This was more of a setting for lovers. The man looked slightly to the side with a graceful, reserved smile. Here you are, Seven Shadow. Gao Yang met his eyes and didn't hide his surprise. You. Yes, it's me. The man had expected to be recognized. Have a seat. His name was Yanfeng, a well-known character actor. Aged 42, he was a dignified man with a sophisticated and graceful presence, perfect for playing the male lead of period pieces set in ancient China or the Republican era one. Gao Yang's mother was an avid fan of Yanfeng and never missed any shows he starred in. Before, Gao Yang would have lost his calm before a celebrity and asked for signatures. Now, however, he was someone who had to keep his composure so that he wouldn't be taken lightly. Gao Yang sat down on the sofa across from Yanfeng. Should I call you Mr. Yan, or Elder Black Tortoise? We aren't at the base, so just call me Mr. Yan. Yanfeng quietly considered Gao Yang. It was obvious what he was doing, but it didn't feel intrusive. Gao Yang observed the man as well. He looked similar to how he looked on TV, but slimmer and with deeper, sharper eyes. His lips were thinner as well. Yanfeng glanced at his name brand watch and got right to the point. I have a full schedule tonight. We have another 20 minutes. Noted. Gao Yang nodded. I'm glad to have you with us. It is an honor to join the Kailan Guild, Gao Yang responded in kind. To be honest, your performance exceeded my expectations. In only 2 days, you found a mission on your own and finished it perfectly. I wouldn't call it perfect, Gao Yang said honestly. I was going to catch the Wanderer alive. It's good enough. The matter is of great importance to the guild. It defies common knowledge that monsters are killing their own as monsters, against the rules of the heavenly way. Whatever faction is supporting them, it must be quite the formidable kind. Yes, it seems to be a cult of sorts. The freerider mentioned the heavenly godbearer. I'm tentatively calling it the godbearer cult in my report. Yanfeng nodded. The 5th operations team has made a contribution. I'll note that down. Thank you, Elder, Gao Yang said politely. Yanfeng leaned toward him slightly, tapping on the rim of the wine bottle with his bony finger and eyeing Gao Yang with interest. Aren't you curious about the reason the Kailan Guild recruited you? Of course I am curious. But letting it show will put me at a disadvantage. I have to play it cool. Gao Yang said calmly, you'll tell me if you can tell me. Asking the question won't change anything. I'm liking you more and more. The guild has picked the right recruit. Yanfeng leaned back into the sofa and said in a soothing voice, there's no need to hide it. The reason is twofold. First, you're a rare case with 3 talents, 2 of them ranked among the top 30. That alone sets you apart in the world of awakeners. You're too kind. While responding with pleasantries, Gao Yang corrected in his mind, I actually have 4 talents. Still, the Kailan Guild sure had a robust intelligence network. Although his talents weren't exactly a secret, Gao Yang still felt like someone had uncovered his diary and read it. Yanfeng smiled faintly. The second reason has something to do with your talents as well. Lie detection, to be more specific. Gao Yang had an ominous feeling. Seriously? Again? Please don't let it be the case. Yanfeng chuckled and nodded as soon as he noticed Gao Yang's gaze. It seems you've guessed it. Gao Yang felt his stomach twist. Fuck. Won the period where the repi.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.